Welcome to the Geek Homeworld podcast. I'm your host, Ed, aka The Savage Tech Man. We talk film, TV, and tech, all from a geek perspective. You can find us on X, Instagram, Facebook, and you can subscribe and follow on YouTube at Geek Homeworld. Don't forget to subscribe wherever you get your podcasts. Be a part of the Geek Homeworld. Hello, everyone. You know me better late than never. Welcome. It is Saturday, October 26, 2024. And this is the Geek Homeworld podcast. You are here on YouTube. If you're watching at youtube.com/@geekhomeworld4248. That's our direct link, but I guarantee if you go and you search on YouTube for Geek Homeworld, you're going to find us. And what are we all about here? The podcast, YouTube channel as well. We talk film, TV, and tech. And so that's what we're doing here. And I'm not sure who's going to show up. Hopefully some people will show up. Hopefully there's people watching. And like I said, sorry I was late. We're watching a really good show on Netflix, a series called, what is it? With Kristen Bell. It was like 8 episodes. Me and the wife were watching it. It's called Nobody Wants This. And it's really, really charming, hilarious series. And sometimes you get watching stuff on YouTube and or Netflix, or one of those streaming services, and you just got to kind of finish it. So we finished the first season of that, and it said at the end that yes, a second season was coming. So that'll be great. So I want to thank everybody that's here. We just this evening got our 75th follower. Thank you, number 75 on our YouTube channel here, our subscribers, I should say. We are growing the channel. To bring you up to speed, I've been podcasting since 2008, almost strictly audio up till, I don't know, about 10 years ago, if that, on YouTube. I always kind of had the YouTube channel for Geek Homeworld. But this will always be an audio podcast. But lately, I've been doing a lot more on YouTube and trying to grow the channel. Anybody coming in from some of my other feeds, like Savannah on Film, was a radio show down in Savannah that I hosted on the radio live. It was a weekly show I did for about 3 years there, I think, give or take. Talked to so many fascinating people from different facets of the film industry, an industry I worked in actively for about 5 years. And a lot of great people came in contact with. Probably talked about roughly 80 different folks and all the different stages. But anyway, if you're coming in from there, from Facebook or wherever, Twitter, Threads, which I'm becoming more active in, I actually kind of prefer Threads than most of the social medias out there. And so you may be coming in from there, or Instagram. I don't know if I said Instagram. We're on there. Geek Homeworld pretty much is wherever. We're on Twitter, X on there. I'll never get used to saying Twitter or whatever, I don't think. But that's that. So what else? Been podcasting since 2008. And we just celebrated here on the YouTube channel 10 years of the podcast, also in the audio podcast form. So just to bring up to speed, I do now stream with a lot of other folks. They come on in, and sometimes we'll stream on their channel and stream on our mine as well, and whatever. So a lot of fun. We have a lot of fun. And just talk about a lot of stuff too. Sometimes, unless you see it branded as like an episode, which I'm not branding this as an episode, it won't be an audio podcast form necessarily. Depends. I'm busy with college, so and everything else, so it's kind of hard to find the time to do all the editing that I probably need to do. But it's if you're not having, like one of my instructors said, if you're not having fun, then why are you doing this? Good point. Good point. If you hear any barks or yelps in the background, that's my awesome 18-month-old puppy. He's always going to be a puppy to me, Barkley. Maybe someday we'll have him on camera. Um, if you want to follow him on Instagram, it's Lieutenant Barkley, like LT period Barkley, Barkley. Show him some love over there on his Instagram page. He's a feisty little mixed brindle pup, and he's got my heart as well as my wife, of course. Oh, everybody go, oh, that's so sweet. And anyway, so that's what's going on with that. I usually plan ahead, not always, but for this episode, I was trying to drum up some support to get some people that watch Superman and Lois, because I've never actually talked about it directly on the podcast here. And I've been loving this show. It's in the fourth and final season on CW. It's what's left of the Arrowverse, though I really don't consider it part of the Arrowverse. That's long gone, and I don't know, whatever it became from what it started was not so great. But Superman and Lois is still with Tyler Hoechlin and as Superman slash Clark Kent. They really do a very humanistic approach to Superman, to Clark Kent, and Superman having two teenage sons, him and Lois moving back to Smallville, and just dealing with all the pressures of that. One of the sons, Jonathan, has social anxiety, so it's very kind of timely. It's not like, it's really not woke, or like a lot of the CW stuff kind of banged it over your head, forced it in your face kind of thing. And it's just good storytelling and really compelling. And I'm surprised to how well the effects are done, the CGI on it for like some of the fights. Spoiler alert if you haven't watched it, this season has been dealing, which the final season, the fourth season, is dealing, they're wrapping everything up. It got shortened because of this writer's strike, and then CW or whatever, Warner Brother, DC or whatever, James Gunn taking over. And so he really didn't have anything to do with it being shortened necessarily, but they didn't want another Superman to compete with whatever not Man of Steel, whatever Superman or whatever the new Superman film coming next year, I believe, is going to be called, which there's a lot of information out there I probably need to cover too. So I'm looking for somebody who's kind of into following the Superman stuff. We're always looking for people here on the podcast. If you're interested in being in a podcast, you're interested in maybe contributing in some way, I'm always looking to engage with fellow YouTubers. We can try it out and see, have you come in here, be like a correspondent. It's kind of how I look at it. Somebody comes in and talks about stuff. And in that line, I'm also looking for somebody to cover some tech. I used to be really heavy in tech. Like every 6 months, I was getting a new phone or whatever, which you can't see off screen here, but I just had to upgrade my S22 to an S24 because been a fantastic phone for the couple of years that I've had the phone, but it just started shutting down and doing crazy stuff. And then I couldn't even get logged on to it. So I don't know what was happening with that. So I've had to get a new phone, which means most of my stuff transferred over, but a lot of it, like certain apps didn't. And so I had to download those. And then who remembers all their passwords to stuff? I have so many different passwords to stuff. It's crazy. I usually lock myself out of all my accounts, and who out there has done that? Probably need an easier solution that's completely more secure. I don't know, but that's just kind of how that is. So we're all dealing with that, I suppose. And let's see, what else is going on here? I need to forgive me. I'm just doing a little something here. Copy that. I'm gonna keep talking, but in the background, you can't see what I'm doing. I've got to actually figure this out. I've got to send myself a quick email to remind myself of something important here. It's a live stream, so it's whatever. It's doesn't have to be anything fantastic here. What we're doing, what we're talking about. And this is the link. I had to email myself the link because I think I have one of my fellow YouTubers that's probably going to come in here on the stream. maybe kind of co-host with me. So I need to send him the link real quick. So I'm gonna talk to you while I am doing this. Where is it? Link. Okay. Copy that. Let me send that over. See if one of my friends is available. One of my fellow streamers. Paste. There you go. I'm on live. Join me. So, like I was saying, I'm looking for folks that might want to come in, and don't worry, you won't get compensated or paid. You'll just, I'm not making money at this yet. I'm not monetized. If you want to come on, you want to be you want to contribute a podcast, you want to, geek out, you can get your geek on. This is a great place to do it here at Geek Homeworld. So we talk about a lot of different things. A lot of the core group of creators I've connected with recently are action figure collectors and reviewers. A lot of them have very successful YouTube channels, Instagram channels, etc. And they do a lot of great stuff. And that's that. But so it's really cool. I like collaborating with a lot of creative folk out there. I'm, as you can see, if you're watching the video, Star Wars fan, big Star Wars fan. I need to really work on my studio. I know I got a lot of paraphernalia. If you're watching the video behind me here, you can see definitely some Star Wars stuff, some Star Trek, somewhere in there. I like Marvel, DC. Right now, DC, I'm like, a few things here and there. Superman and Lois being probably one of the best things they've ever done. And so I like talking about film, all types of film, film, TV, and tech. Some of the guys on what they call themselves, the Banger Society. They've been doing like top 10 films, and coming up, we've got our best of the MCU. You're going to see some branded content from us when I can get my friend Scott, when he can find some time, and I can find some time between school and between school and work and everything else. If we can find some time to get everything together, we're going to be doing some of our branded content where we're going to be doing our top films of the decades from the beginning of film into the relative present. Anyway, so I'm about to bring on stage here the Prophet director. He's got a fantastic channel, and I'm going to welcome him to our stream tonight. So welcome, the Prophet.
How are you, my human friend?
I am good here in the simulated matrix that we're all conspiring in, I suppose.
That we're all a part of. Yes. We're all trapped in our little false realities.
And it's good to see that Curtis has not unlifed you yet, according to if you're watching.
Not for lack of trying.
Not for lack of trying. That's an inside joke there. And one day, if you get on the inside, you'll know what it means. So, Prophet, please tell everybody who you are, what you do, how you're saving the world, making it a better place with what you do, and where people can find.
I don't know if I would say I'm saving the world or making it a better place. I mean, unless you consider, having the kids mine the cobalt for all of your iPhones.
We need those iPhones. Yeah.
You guys need your iPhones, man. Like, it's crazy because I remember watching an interview where, some guy was like complaining about slavery. And the person talking to him said, well, what about the mines in the Congo? Those are children being forced to mine cobalt. Like you're sitting here with an iPhone complaining about old slavery where you're participating in current slavery. And the guy literally said, well, I need my iPhone.
And I need it cheap, right? Because we in this country love our cheap labor, don't we?
We sure do. That's why we outsource it to China, where they use child labor.
Oh dear. Wow, you can see how this.
Sorry, it took a dark turn, but that's what happens when you bring a plastic arms dealer onto your show.
Well, there you go, plastic.
Hello, Destro.
You are Destro, yeah. If people can see your icon there, or whatever, your visualization of who you are. What do you do, Prophet? You're funny.
You mean besides selling weapons to both sides?
Yes, you're the Lord of War.
Right, right. I well, I guess you could say I make YouTube videos reviewing action figures.
And
I do short comedy sketches,
yes, which are
all
done
in stop motion animation with
there we
via
go.
action figures,
And they're
and
awesome.
of course, I also host a show that Ed sometimes streams, and sometimes Curtis streams it, and sometimes Digital streams it,
Digital
where
cable.
we go through each year individually, starting in 1980, and we rank the each like the six panelists, and each of us rank our top 10 favorite movies from each year of the 80s.
Right.
However, we're taking a break from that next Saturday, and we're going to be doing the entire MCU.
On November the 2nd, 9 p.m. Eastern, correct?
November the 2nd, 9 p.m. Eastern, yes.
Our MCU, and probably as hard as some of the years of the 80s that we've gone all the way through 1980 through 84 at this point. And they've gotten progressively harder to get it down to, for each of us to get it down to a top 10 list. Imagine what it's going to be like with our MCU list. And there's going to be some surprises in there, some things you probably expect, but some surprises. So,
Well, because the 80s were like the beginning of complete release in terms of fantasy filmmaking. Because before the 80s, nothing we had was going to be convincing in the way of special effects. Right?
true. It was what, late
You look
70s
at like the old Flash
when
Gordon
it started.
serials, and there's like you could see the string holding the ship up and all that sort
Yeah,
of shit.
exactly.
You go back to like the old days of like take the movie Cleopatra, right, with Elizabeth Taylor.
Oh, yeah. Beautiful
Right
woman.
now, that movie was the most expensive production in the history of filmmaking at that point.
Right.
And all because they couldn't do digital backgrounds like we do now. They actually built those massive sets
Yeah.
that they filmed on.
Just like
So
Ben
when you're
Hur,
looking at Cleopatra in this massive throne room the size of a football field,
Lawrence
they
of
fucking
Arabia.
built that.
Yeah, yeah. It was no
Uh,
CGI. It was all practical
right, which is
effects.
not something they even bother to do today. Today, you look at the Mandalorian and they shoot in the volume,
Do I have
where
to
you
look at the
can put a
Mandalorian?
digital background behind your actors and your practical props
Yeah.
and
Well,
fool them into thinking you're on another planet. You know what I mean? It's
exactly. And
pretty
and to
awesome.
tie yeah, it is amazing what they did in old Hollywood there with that. They just wrapped filming on whatever the Mandalorian film is going to be. And it's not coming out till 2026. So that's kind of good. They're going to take at least a year to do
All
the
right. Well,
CGI.
before we tangent into Star Wars, though,
Right,
I
right,
just
right.
wanted to finish my point there because what I
Yes,
was
sir. I
trying
just
to
wanted to
get
pop
at
in.
was in the early 80s, the gritty reality of the 70s was dying out in the movies.
Right.
Right? Your Serpicos, your French Connection,
Raging Bull,
all those westerns, all the cop films, all the,
Dirty
the
Harry.
crime dramas, the gangster stuff. It was all phasing out and being replaced with science fiction and fantasy on a level that we'd never seen before in the cinemas.
Right.
Right. And a lot of movies that you look at and you don't even think of as science fiction fantasy, like Back to the Future, for example,
Masterpiece.
entirely fantasy. Right. That is a fantasy film. Uh, you know, and it does make you wonder a little bit about Robert Zemeckis' fantasies, since the fantasy had him go back in time and make out with his own mother. But whatever.
It's just Mariah said it was a sweet, sweet fantasy baby.
Right? He's like, how can I be just like Alexander the Great?
He wanted to be like Luke Skywalker.
No, that's sister, not mother.
Oh yeah, that's different. Oh, there's a difference, yeah. Or your sister mother.
Yeah, I mean,
totally,
and
totally
it's
different.
hard to say which is worse. Both are pretty
It's
damn bad,
equally
but
bad. Yeah, pretty bad.
yeah, it's Jim Morrison wrote a song about it. We won't get into it.
When you're strange.
No, I'm talking about This Is the End.
Oh, Okay, yeah, we better not
You
get
know, when
get
he's
that.
describing his walk through the house, I'm like, nope, nope, nope,
Nope.
nope, not doing it. Nope.
And the kids
Sorry,
are like,
Jim.
"Who's Jim Morrison? Who are the
You're an
Doors?"
amazing musician, but you know, I think maybe making the end of that song
Mhm.
might be the reason karma dictated you die in a bathtub.
Could be. But did it affect Whitney dying in a bathtub?
I don't think so. I think that you know
I
why he died in a
connected.
bathtub?
I don't know, because he
Because he
couldn't
was
get out?
surrounded by enablers.
Yeah.
Right? All he had with him at the time, because he had left the band, everyone who, basically anyone who, you know, tried to scold him or reprimand him about his lifestyle, he left them behind.
Because he was an avant-garde artist, you know, as he probably saw himself. He's a pretty gifted poet. He really was a poet, honestly, more than a musician per
Absolutely.
se, you know, and it was just kind of set to music. He was
But
doing the
I
slam
guess the point
slam
I'm trying to
poetry
make is
before it
if
was
he
a
had
thing.
listened to Ray Manzarek and the rest of the band instead of his drugged out girlfriend, he might not have died in a bathtub.
So you're saying he had a Yoko?
He had a Yoko, 100%. Meg Ryan played her in the movie.
That's true. Oh my god, I forgot. Yeah, in the Doors. That was Meg Ryan in there. Mm. Now it
Right,
makes me want to
right.
watch that movie again. It's been years since I've seen it. But
Oliver Stone, man, amazing director.
yeah, I still think JFK is one of his masterpieces. You know, some people would disagree. I don't care. I just thought it was
No,
really at the
he's
time.
got
It's very
he
impressive.
actually has a lot of good films.
He does.
I would say Born on the 4th of July is pretty great. JFK is pretty great.
Did he do Platoon?
Natural Born Killers is pretty great.
Yeah, a lot of people like Natural Born Killers. Platoon was his, right?
I think it was, yes.
Yeah, because Born on the 4th of July was a sequel to it, I guess, a
And you
loose
could
sequel.
argue that Platoon is the best Vietnam movie ever made.
Yeah. Now what was no, those were earlier. I was trying to think of my war movies, which I haven't really watched in a while.
Man,
Uh,
all the way
Apocalypse
back when I
Now.
was a kid
What
and
about
I was
Apocalypse Now?
collecting
What war was that?
GI Joe figures.
Me as well.
Um a figure named Footloose came out. And Footloose, you know what? I'll go ahead and just grab a quick picture of him.
Sure.
Because when Footloose came out, Platoon, you know, was like around at the same time, you know. And Footloose, the way they've got him dressed,
Mm-hmm.
if I'm correct here. All right, I thought I had a picture of him there. I'm gonna have to go looking for one, but it's not a problem. I know exactly where to go.
You're looking for love in all the wrong places.
Looking for love in too many faces.
Says, yeah. Uh,
Searching your eyes, asking for traces of what I've been dreaming of.
dreaming of, hoping to find a friend and a lover. I bless the day we discover another
Heart looking for
looking
love.
for love. Tell you, Urban Cowboy, great songs there. Who the hell was I don't that was I can't remember the artist that did it, but it was a good soundtrack. Um, so Apocalypse Now, was that what war was that based upon? Was that Vietnam?
Vietnam, yes.
Okay, so some people would say that might be the best Vietnam film. I mean, I'm not going to argue with you because Platoon was a masterpiece itself. Probably better in my eyes, but you know, there's people that could argue different ways. But a lot of good films based upon that.
All right, so I shared the screen.
Oh, here we go. And let me put
so this is the GI Joe figure Footloose.
Okay.
And whatchamacallit, let's see here.
Does he dance?
No, he does not dance. But as you could see, the way they got him decked out in his camo and his gear, he looks like a Vietnam trooper.
True.
So when this came out, I was like, oh my God, I need that. You know what I mean?
But you know, the coloration on the actual artwork there looks more kind of, I won't say it's Desert Storm, but it looks more desert.
Well, that's because this card is like from 1985 and it's faded.
Oh, so it's faded. Well, that answers that question then.
Yeah. Look at the green on the figure, not on the card.
Right. Because it's definitely green on the figure.
But I mean, he's got the leaves on the helmet and all the, you know, he's got an M16.
Right.
You know, yeah, this to me was like a Vietnam soldier. You know what I mean?
Right.
So when Platoon came out, and I had that figure, I'm like, no, this is Elias.
Oh,
You know, it
okay.
was my Willem Dafoe figure.
Oh, William Defoe.
I'd actually tried to sand his mustache off to make him look more like him too.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Hmm. So,
Fantastic movie. But there was like a
yeah,
string of Vietnam movies there for a while
right,
because you had Platoon, you had Full Metal Jacket, you had Apocalypse Now.
right.
You had that one with Michael J. Fox. What the fuck was that one though? You remember the one I'm talking about?
I do. I don't think it was one of his most well-known ones, but I do remember. I don't remember the name of it.
Well, the scene that sticks out in my head most in that one was when he refused to participate in the molestation of that Vietnamese woman.
Oh yeah. Well, I can think of some other films that were really good. If we're talking about the kind of like war films, of course, A Few Good Men, even though that was just kind of more a courtroom drama kind of
Yeah, but
thing,
that
was
was modern military. That's not like
right.
a period piece or anything.
Oh, true.
Right. You also have Good Morning Vietnam.
Brilliant.
Great movie. You have The Deer
Yeah.
Hunter.
Yeah.
Another great movie.
Gosh, I'm trying to rack my brain
Um,
now.
oh, there it is. Casualties of War.
Casualties of War. That's it. Yeah.
That's the one with Michael J. Fox and Sean Penn.
Oh wow. So that was probably mid 80s. I'd imagine maybe late 80s. I'm not sure on that.
Let's see. 1989.
89. So it was late 80s. Okay. Yeah. But yeah, but he
Right.
was
And,
he was
and
one of those
hey, you
people that
know
was
what?
everywhere.
Another movie that kind of fits into it is Jacob's Ladder, since Jacob was a Vietnam vet suffering PTSD.
I saw that somebody redid that, but the original one with Tim
Tim
Robbins
Robbins.
was, I remember
Right.
seeing it in theaters and being kind of freaked out by that film. It's very psychological, and that's the whole idea of the film. And
Right.
it's pretty intense film. You can kind of mess with
Meant
your
to be
headspace.
disturbing.
Yes, and they accomplished that with that film. It was disturbing, but
Another one that kind
worth
of
a watch.
qualifies is House. Do you remember the horror movie House with the greatest American hero and Norm from Cheers?
Oh, William Cat, is that his name? That played
I don't know the guy's name, but
yeah. The curly head guy that
because you
got the suit.
remember the ghost that was haunting the house was his Vietnam buddy, played by Richard Mull, who was pissed at him for leaving him there.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Trying to think who else, other films. I was thinking of there's some obvious ones that I can't even remember now. Um, well,
Oh wait, that's right. You can.
Rambo,
I was
Rambo,
gonna say First Blood because that's him
First
coming
Blood.
home from Vietnam.
Right.
Like Rambo, I wouldn't say is Vietnam, but the first one for sure, it's coming home from
Oh,
Vietnam.
it wasn't called Rambo. What was it? First
It was
Blood.
called First Blood.
First Blood. Yeah. And those got really over the top. Typical 80s, but it's hard to not like that. What is it? The second or third one or of that, but dang it, I tell you, that very last Rambo film he did, we talked about it before. Extreme, I think it was called Rambo or something, or was it
Yeah, I
Rambo?
think you're right.
Yeah, it was extremely violent. And he was dealing with gangs and stuff like that. And
Yeah, I heard it had his biggest body count.
it did. It was intense and it was still really good. And I was like, he could still make it believable. It wasn't the endless ammunition clips. I mean, he had all these. It was kind of a Home Alone thing where he set up a thing to trap people, the people that were invading his home and stuff. So it was very interesting, but yeah, it kind of got away from um
It's
what the
funny
earlier
when you
films
think
were.
about it because the movies with the highest body counts are not horror films.
True. I mean, war is hell, and
Well,
yeah,
like I would say, like The Force Awakens, right? Because they destroy an entire star system full of planets full of people.
well, I would go to argue that with that trilogy, they destroyed a fandom. So there's more
Well, yeah,
fatalities in the fandom.
destroying a fandom is not as bad as destroying like 8 planets full of civilizations.
I don't know.
But
You tell the fans that.
but I would say even worse would be Thanos in Infinity War. He destroyed half the universe.
Yep. When he could have just used that same power to just snap more resources in. But
Well, that's not a viable solution, and I'll tell you why.
Okay, tell me why.
Because you cannot make matter. All you can do is change matter.
Transmute
And
it
there is
into
an
another
infinite,
form.
there's not an infinite amount of matter in the universe. There's a finite amount.
Okay.
So the more of it you change into food, the more of it gets consumed. And now your whole universe is made of shit.
True. And we talked about this, a lot of the things with like Darth Vader when we got the prequels, and then, later on, Anakin Skywalker went from being a good guy to a bad guy to a good guy. It was all about
I
the redemption,
disagree. I think
the
the Empire are the
anti-hero.
good guys.
Yeah, in a from a certain point of view, as Obi-Wan Kenobi said, you could
Well,
look at
look,
it that way.
they're good. They're good. So they're good guys with bad leadership.
But this is coming from a
Right?
guy
I
who
think we can
employs
relate to
children
that
in
in
his
the real
mind.
world. You know what I'm saying?
We have to trust the source here, because the prophet director has his mind where he's making the mercury and all that stuff for our phones, or at least the kids are, and so you're,
No, look, I'll give you an example of how that proves the Empire are the good guys and the rebellion are the villains.
Okay.
Right? Now, when the Empire gets the drop on the rebellion, what happens? Freeze, rebel scum. They arrest them and they take them captive. What happens when the rebels get the drop on the Empire? They
blow 'em up.
murder every single one of them.
So
There's no prisoners taken.
one man's mercenary is another man's freedom fighter, or what is it? One man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter.
I'm just saying, all the Empire wanted was order.
Yeah, in a safer, secure society, as Palpatine said.
Right. It's just unfortunate that Palpatine was a megalomaniac, narcissistic fucking psychopath.
We'll leave the presidency out of this, okay? We're talking about
that's exactly my point, right? If our president does some horrible shit, we don't blame the soldiers.
No. Unless we lose the war, then like we did in Vietnam.
Because as far as the stormtroopers are concerned, they don't know they're the bad guys. They just think they're cops.
They're following orders. Which doesn't make it right, but yeah.
It doesn't. But you know what? The stormtroopers also have free will and can choose not to.
Yeah,
right? Look what Finn did. Look at how many ex stormtroopers are there in Star Wars, right? Or ex Imperial officers,
or how many stormtroopers that actually learn how to shoot?
Well, but the thing is, the Empire is great at propaganda.
Yes.
Right? They put it out into the universe that they're the good guys, they're the police, they're the ones keeping peace.
We have cookies on the dark side. Come to the dark side. We have
right, exactly. And then everyone believes it, and then they join. And then they get in there and see the dirty tactics and the fucking evil, and they're like, "Holy fuck, I can't be with this."
You're not,
But then because I there's a manga out there. It's a great manga. I think it's called TIE Fighter.
Okay.
It's a Star Wars manga, but it's a story of these two kids who grow up together, and they both join the Empire. But one of them witnesses the Empire doing some horrific shit and leaves and joins the rebellion.
Right.
And the other one still believes in the Empire. Right. And one of the arguments that the Imperial side makes is, because the guy who left the Empire confronted his old friends, and they were like, no, because your people fucking blew up the Death Star with all of my friends on it.
Oopsies.
Right. Your people murdered tens of thousands of my brethren. You know what I mean? And the other guy's trying like, you guys blew up fucking Alderaan. And they're like, well, yeah, you know what I mean? They like, but the thing is, the troops were given like bullshit reasons for that. They were like, Alderaan like posed a threat to us. They declared war on us, and that's why we blew them up.
They're coming for your blasters.
Right? The troops believe all that shit. You know what I mean?
Like the stormtrooper that had a wife and kids, and he just went to work on the Death Star that morning. He didn't know it was going to get blown up. He was just doing his job. Doesn't make
like
it right,
I said, the stormtroopers think they're cops.
Yeah.
And, they just think they're, maintaining law and order.
Right.
They don't know they're bad guys.
True.
You know, just look at Bill Burr's character in The Mandalorian.
Oh yeah. Oh, okay. I had to think for a minute. Yeah.
Right? You
Oh,
remember
wait
when
a
he
minute.
confronted his ex senior officer?
That was Daniel, or whatever his name is, Sadikus, or whatever, that smacked poor Groku behind me right here. Didn't he smack Baby Yoda?
The biker scout?
Yeah, wasn't it Sudeikis or whatever?
Oh,
The
I don't know. I don't
actor?
know. They were wearing a helmet. It doesn't
I
matter.
couldn't forgive him for that, but yeah.
Yeah, I actually made that joke in one of my videos
Oh, really?
where I was like, you know, here he is with a baby Groot and a baby Yoda, and then I have the two scout troopers in the front going, "Is it wrong that I want to punch the green one in the face?" And
Oh,
then Destro steps up and says, "Yes, it's very wrong, and the entire internet would hate you."
And they did. But at least it's a reaction. Sometimes bad press is good press, unfortunately.
No, I'm talking about the guy in the episode where Bill Burr and Mando like infiltrate the Imperial base.
Okay.
And his ex senior officer and him and Bill Burr, they're sitting at the table talking.
Mm-hmm.
And the Imperials trying to get Bill Burr to toast to the mission that murdered all of his friends. You know what I mean?
That's just wrong.
And Bill Burr just gets up and shoots him. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
So that's all I'm saying. Like, most of the people who join the Empire don't join it knowing they're joining like some evil fucking regime. You know what I mean?
They got a job and they've got to pay. And groceries are expensive, and in the Empire, you know, they couldn't bring grocery prices down. When Palpatine came to power, he said he was going to lower the cost of your groceries. He couldn't do that, you know. So, you know, spice costs a certain amount, and the Hutts control the spice. You know, it's kind of difficult to negotiate with the, you know, Jabba Hutt.
Yeah, but
Jabba
at
the
the
Hutt
end
and
of
his
the day,
friends.
spice in Star Wars is just a drug. It's not used for fueling ships or anything. It's not like Dune.
That's true. It's not, yeah, on Arrakis and places like that where the spice
Yeah,
is
because
spice.
in Dune you can't travel through hyperspace without the spice.
That's true. You know, any of the Spice Girls, you know, wouldn't be welcome. So yeah, you got to have
Well,
them
I don't know
all.
if I'd say that, man.
Me either, because you know they tell you what you want, what you really, really want. I'll tell you what I
Hey,
want.
man,
What I
Baby
really, really
Spice was
want.
hot.
Well, I'm not going to talk about babies and spice. That sounds like
Oh,
a
the
titty.
redhead from the Spice Girls.
I know what you're saying. I'm joking. Um, how long before we make a titty joke? I think we just did. So,
Right, we'll just surpass that. It's been done.
It's been done. Check. We're checking off our list, right?
Right. Well, let's go through. Let me go. Keep my
We've
wife's
done a
name out of your motherfucking mouth. All right, that one's done.
smack.
We've
already talked presidents. We've talked inflation. You get a lot out of this podcast that you don't really think you would, but so so we've got our MCU coming up, and that's gonna, on the second, that's gonna be a very difficult list. And we've got some surprises, and y'all really got to check it out if you hadn't checked out. We're gonna rebroadcast it here on Geek Homeworld on our YouTube channel here, but you definitely want to check it out because Profit Director he's previewed it to us. A lot of what he's done, he spent several hours on it and on the production value of it. And I think you're going to really appreciate it. And I'm going to put it up on stage here.
Yeah, this is just a small reminder of all the videos of all the movies that came out in the MCU so far.
Right. And we're going to be reviewing pretty much all of them, especially the ones.
Well, we're going to be ranking all of them. We're going to be giving our opinions on the ones that were picked by the panel.
Correct. Thank you. And so we're looking forward to that. It's like I said, Prophet has spent several hours of hard work on it, and I think you're going to like it. It's really going to be a nice show. It's going to really be entertaining, and it's guaranteed to have a few things in there that's going to make people question, well, why didn't this make it? This didn't make mine. So you want to be, when we're broadcasting this, you want to be active in the chat. You want to be there when this comes out so you can have your say and probably certainly respond to your thoughts and opinions in the chat. You know, what did we leave out, or what would you have put in, or what would you have taken out? And when you look
Right.
at one of the,
Unless, of course, we disagree with your opinions, then we'll censor you like Facebook.
there you go. We'll cancel you like YouTube. No. Uh but everybody's welcome to have their opinion, but it doesn't mean your opinion means anything or that it's correct.
Well,
But
here's the thing, right? Because like I've seen like people online like say, my opinion's just as valuable as yours is, and they're talking about like Star Wars, right?
mhm.
They're like, oh, my opinion's just as valuable as yours is. I'm like, no, it really isn't. And here's why. Here's why. Because they only watch the films and the TV shows, right?
Yeah,
Well, I spend hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars on the fucking merchandise.
there you go. You study it.
Right? I've spent I've spent thousands more than they have on Star Wars.
Mhm.
And therefore I think my opinion has more value, especially since
There's
I'm a
more weight.
possible future customer as well, and they are not.
Well, I came across somebody and one of the streams and they're one of those people that they have more subscribers, and nothing against them. I certainly have nothing against them personally or whatever.
Well, I mean, just
But
look behind
they
you on
wanted
the
to.
wall. You've
Well,
got a Death Star clock. You've got a poster with some Jedis on it. You've got Grogu.
that's actually that right there is the trilogy there, the original trilogy, and it's not lenticular, but it's if you move it, it changes. I don't know what you call that.
That's lenticular.
Is that lenticular? Yeah,
Yeah,
like
that's
some of the really
lenticular.
X-Men comics I used to have in the 90s, stuff like that. But anyway, I had somebody on a stream that I was on, and with all due respect to him, they felt they had to quiz me whether I knew exactly what the number in what was it? A New Hope wanted to know. I didn't know exactly what the garbage.
2563827.
I didn't know that number, and that was, I think, their way of trying to prove.
Yeah, I'm a fucking nerd, man.
Yeah, I am too. I say I'm geek, and it wasn't you, by the way, that said this, but I felt like they were trying to discredit me, like I wasn't a true fan because they live and breathe it more. I've lived and breathed it my whole life. Nearly 55 years of my life has been
I don't
dedicated.
necessarily think they're trying to say that you're not a
Yeah.
true fan as much
Well,
as
I
they're
think
a bigger
they were
fan than
trying to
you are.
build up their ego and their credibility because they got more followers. I'm like, whatever, dude. It's not a competition because it's like this. There's people that love the
Well, from
Disney
your
trilogy.
perspective, but from
Well,
a competitive person, it is a competition.
yeah, it may be a competition, but I don't give a crap about the competition because whether
Right? It's like you're losing in
their
a game you don't
fandom
know
is
you're
better,
playing.
right? Yeah, but it doesn't matter in the end. It does not matter. It doesn't
No,
make you
none of
better
this
than me. It
matters.
just
It's
makes
all a luxury.
it's all a
The
luxury. And
entertainment industry, YouTube as a whole, this very stream is
exactly.
just an unnecessary luxury. And if you enjoy it, you watch it.
Right. And if you don't like it, turn it off. But make sure you like, share, and subscribe before you leave. So any engagement, even bad engagement, is
Right?
still
Don't
engagement.
make me send Crimson Guard to your house.
You don't want that. Trust me, you don't want that.
We have a cell in every
it.
town, man. There's a Springfield in every state.
There is, unfortunately. They're coming for your stormtroopers. They're coming for your laser blasters.
Right. We're coming for your toy collection.
But I have respect in the fandom. I have respect for people that like the Disney trilogy, because guess what? That might be what they're grown up on. That might be what their Star Wars. It depends when you're born. I'm not an original Star Trek, original series. I do love the characters, but I really don't like the original series because I grew up with the Next Generation with Picard. He's my favorite captain more than Kirk.
And you also have to take into consideration that about 80% of the original series episodes were goofy as fuck.
Yeah, they weren't as serious, and the acting was over the top.
Like, come on, why is Abraham Lincoln in space?
I know it's cool though. It makes you think. It makes you think, but it's like it's not like the cesspool that Doctor Who has become. It's you talk about a fandom that they have run into the ground and buried, and then taken it somehow and made it worse. I've watched some
Peter,
of the new stuff.
Peter Capaldi was the last good Doctor.
To me, he was my favorite Doctor, but that's when I really kind of clicked with it. With the newer ones, I know that, and I can never remember their names. The two guys that came before, they were really good.
Matt Smith and David Tennant.
Yeah, those are like probably two of most people's favorite, besides the original Doctor Who guy, the guy with the scarf. I call him the original one from the
Well, that's
70s.
not the original. He was the fourth Doctor.
Right. He was a fourth because there's the older
You're not a
gentleman.
real fan, man.
I know, I know. I'm not hardcore Doctor Who, but I became with the newer Doctor Who, and I'm still with Doctor Who, even through Jodie Whittaker. I ended up liking her Doctor Who character, but I hated her clothes that she never changed her clothes. And those big boots, they just didn't work for her
Well,
outfit.
none of them ever do, really.
Yeah, I know, but anyway, j- but like so where you are in a fandom, whether you like, if you're Star Wars, you like the prequels, you don't like the prequels, you hate Disney, Star Wars, you like it. I don't judge anybody. It doesn't make me better, and it doesn't make me at the end of the day say, oh, I'm a bigger, better fan because I know more statistics. No, it's just where you are and where you come into it, and how much of your real life it doesn't intrude upon, and the fact that you can enjoy the fandom. But for me, like meeting a lot of you guys and us streaming together, I've got a much more appreciation for collecting, something that I did, but just not seriously. And there's a couple like fandoms, like $6 Million Man, Battlestar Galactica, old and new, that I would like to do some more collecting. I'm a massive Terminator fan. I've always wanted to collect more stuff, especially like
Don't be
figures.
so hard on yourself, man. You're average
Yeah,
size at best, man. You're not massive.
and that's okay. It doesn't matter. It's how you it's not the size of your figures, it's the quality of your action figures, right? It
Yeah,
makes a
just know
difference.
that no matter what Ed says, I am judging you.
Yes, he is judging you because that's your job. I mean, you run a mine that employs children, that makes the mercury that goes into cell phones, that makes them cheap and possible. And you do it subverting all the labor laws. You don't believe in labor laws. I understand that.
No,
So
absolutely right, man. At the end of the day, it's like, people will call me evil for the things that I do, but I'm like, yeah, but you patronize all my businesses.
that's right. And somebody's got to do the
Like, I
business.
couldn't do all this evil if you people weren't feeding me.
Every villain thinks they're justified. They think they're the good guy in their story. Nobody thinks they're the bad guy in their story, right?
Oh, I know
So
I'm the bad guy.
you're the bad guy. I love it. I love it. Oh man. So
Yeah, self-awareness is important.
it is. It is. And a mind is a terrible thing to have. That's what I say. So
I mean, unless you're a zombie, then a mind is a terrible thing to taste.
okay. I don't know who Glenn. Do you know who Glenn Dunaway is? He says, "What is the Eastern watching?" I don't know what that means,
The
Glenn.
East, yeah, I'm not sure about that either.
Okay, but welcome to our broadcast here.
Yeah, how's it
Please
going, Glenn
elaborate in the
Dunaway?
chat. Thank you, Glenn Dunaway, for being here. I'm not sure who you are, but welcome. I'm glad you found us.
No, but I
I got
like his name. He seems like someone that knows when to walk away. Like he's done away with a lot of things.
looks like according to his icon, he's got a really cool looking truck there, so he can just like speed. Or is that a Jeep? I can't tell. It's hard to see from here. I can't tell what it
Looks
is.
like an old timey pickup truck.
I know it looks pretty cool. So, I don't know if you're a collector or what your level of geekdom is. That's like the idea of Geek Homeworld is like it's more than just like film, TV, and tech that we talk about. It's for like Profit Director. It's the action figures and the storylines you create with your. Is it dioramas? Is that what we call it, or what's the
Well, dioramas are the backgrounds.
okay?
It's just like what you got to think about it is like a diorama for me because I'm shooting film in it.
Right.
Right, is the same thing as like a matte painting in an old movie.
Right. And your
Right,
stuff is
it's
very
there
impressive.
so that it's not just a figure in a white background.
Right.
The figure is the focus.
Oh dear. I got to answer this. I'm being offended here. Are you an Alabama or an Auburn fan? All I got to say for that is I pick a winner. So go dogs, Glenn. Uh,
Yeah, sorry, Glenn. I don't know about the sports ball.
yeah. That's the one with the golf ball, right? That they play on ice. Is that correct? This is a math-free
Right. I
podcast.
saw this awesome
It's kind of
T-shirt
sports
once.
free.
It
Yeah.
had a picture of a Dalek on it, right? But the text on the shirt read, Oh, that's that
Exterminate.
R2D4 from Star Trek, right?
I love those when they mix them all up. There's Gandalf, who's the captain of the Enterprise, and or something crazy. But I will say this to Glenn Dunaway, who's here. He says, "Are you an Alabama or an Auburn fan?" And I will tell you this. I'll say, Glenn, being a lifelong Georgian, I guess it's Georgian. Is that what we call ourselves? I've always learned with any kind of sports, you need to have a doctor in the house because eventually someone's going to choke. Ask the Braves, certainly ask the Falcons. So I could go on. Ask the Dogs. They've choked a couple times, but yeah, I'm not a massive sports fan, but I'm a sports fan by association. It's kind of what you're kind of pulled into anyway. I'm more of a geek and hence Geek Homeworld than I am a sports fan. Love tennis, but I don't follow it like I used to. But
I used to be a sports fan, but I'm reformed.
there you go. Yeah, me too. I'm reformed as well. And it's like I won't watch golf, but I would watch Tiger Woods play. I would watch I was a Joe Montana fan back when him and Jerry Rice were playing. And I guess you can't be a San Francisco fan, 49ers fan, and a Falcons fan. I don't know how it works. It's like Star Trek and Star Wars. You can now be both, but there's a time where you couldn't be. But
I think Glenn wants to know where you're from.
Oh, he wants to know where I'm from. Well, my planet was blown up. It's Alderaan. You probably heard of it.
Oh, maybe he's asking where I'm from because you did say you were a Georgian.
Oh, I'm a Georgian. Okay, Glenn, where is Prophet Director
Well,
from? Can you disclose that because of the mines? I mean,
well, no, that's just where I work.
It's not the mines of Moria.
No. It's they're in the Congo, man. You could see them on the internet, whatever you want.
You're in the Congo. Okay, cool.
Yeah,
cool.
we got little kids breaking rocks there.
Yeah.
No, but no. My human avatar is in Chicago.
Okay.
But as Destro, I mostly reside on Cobra Island, and sometimes I visit any random Springfield where I have splinter cells of Crimson God waiting in, hiding in wait.
And you could probably tell us what they're actually doing in Springfield, right? Or are they eating the kids? What are they doing there? Are they eating the animals? What's happening in Springfield? I mean, I know you're.
No, that happens in Chicago, not Springfield.
That's in Chicago. Okay.
But that's not a new thing. I don't understand why everyone thinks that's a new thing.
I know. It's like, speaking
like
of,
people have been snatching pets and eating them since the fucking 80s in Chicago.
Well, the thing is, speaking of which, I had Kentucky Fried Chicken tonight. I don't know why, but I had to wait on it when I went to pick it up and had to go inside and get it. And it was so subpar, but thank you, Coleslaw, the gods that created. I remember when the gods came down from Mount Olympus, and they presented us with Kentucky Fried Chicken's coleslaw, which is better than your mother's, better than your grandmother's recipe. Whatever kind of crap
there is nothing good about coleslaw.
Yes, there is, and I will fight you to the death
Just
in the
shredded
mines.
lettuce with mayonnaise on it. It's gross.
I know, but it's great. No, I will fight you to the death. Because when I was getting married, one of the things I wanted in my reception was a fountain that just put out Kentucky Fried Chicken coleslaw. And we did have 4 or 5 cheese.
Well, I think we just figured out what's wrong with you.
Yeah, it's all that cheese, but it's all that coleslaw, man. And it's like Chris Rock talked about Krispy Kreme donuts. Said they got me. He said you could call it cracky cream. He said they got me at 2 a.m. banging on that window for some donuts. It's like whatever they put in there is so addictive. But yeah, I love Kentucky Fried Chicken coleslaw. And only twice in my life have I had subpar. It almost tastes like somebody else made it, But anyway, tonight
Glenn Dunaway is asking, try to guess where I don't know. That's not a full question.
I don't know. We believe in
but maybe because he was asking where we were from, we're trying to guess where he's from now. I'm going to guess from
his mother,
Mount Fiji.
I was gonna say Mount Fiji. I was so close to saying Mount Fiji. It's funny you said that, but I kind of think it came from his mom, and I think his dad probably had something to do with it.
Most people do.
Well, assuming we're going by those physics in this particular simulation, I don't know which version.
I don't know what the hell you're talking about. I came from a factory in Hong Kong.
That's true. You did, and they love you long time there, I hear.
No, that's Vietnam.
Oh, that's Vietnam. I'm sorry. It's hard to get my oppressed regimes and keep them straight in my head.
Right? You
But
remember that Two Live Crew song that sampled that?
I
Oh,
did. You know,
so horny.
we
Oh,
used, dude, we used to sing it in church all the time. So it's
hey, if
crazy.
you're gonna sing that song, church is the right place.
Yep, the Church of the Poison Mind. That's the one. But I
Right?
think
Hey, that's interesting because you
Culture
just
Club.
mentioned one of the most famous LGBTQ plus people.
Boy George is a freaking genius. I will say he can go toe to toe, maybe not so much today, but at least during his heyday, one of the best soul singers. And people wouldn't think of him as soul. He just like George Michael, great soul singers, man. They were in a different kind of genre, but when they put it to them, they were like really good. And he had such a great, unique voice. And I that's a guilty pleasure. I'll put me on some Culture Club. I'll be singing War is stupid, people are stupid. I love that song. Karma Chameleon, Miss Me Blind. I don't care. I'll tumble for you. So I got no
Yeah,
shame in my
no,
game.
they had some good music, but I have to
It's some
admit,
damn good
every
music.
time the song "Do You Really Want to Hurt Me" came on, I was like, yes, yes, I really want to hurt you
Yeah. My
because
dad
I'm tired
loved
of hearing this damn song.
my dad loved that song. And I remember because it's a cool little jam. It really is. And I remember he used to think Boy George was funny. He just would laugh at him. But he liked his music. He liked all kinds of music. But um, the funny thing was, I remember it was probably 84, 85. I don't know. Whenever they won an award, might have been Best New Artist or the American Music Awards or something like that. And I
Which
didn't
would be
get
weird because they're British.
well, they were best new artist. That was the first year I guess they came out or got big or whatever, or they won some award. And George Michael, excuse me, Boy George said, you, and it went over my head at the time, I think, because I was probably younger. And he said, you really know a good drag queen when you see one. And like, oh, okay. He was more than a drag queen, but
Yeah, well, that's why you don't want to confuse Boy George with George Michael
right.
because Boy George was way more manly than George Michael.
Yeah. But, or at least that was the image. But, they played for the same team, but that's fine. They're both
That's not
gifted
true.
artists.
Boy George went both ways.
Did he? He paid for it. He was what somebody asked him, was he bisexual? And he says, no, I don't pay for it. And I love that humor. I was like, that's some dry British humor there. It's like,
Nice.
yeah. So oh yeah, don't get me started on 80s. We can talk all night, and everybody knows I can talk all night.
Yes, we all know.
Glenn, we don't know who you are. Actually, the black helicopters should be circling your location soon, just to let you know, give you a 5-second start. We got to make it fair, right? But
Why would you tell him that?
because I just
Don't
wanted to
give
give
him
him
a
a chance.
chance to hide. Let the
'Cause
helicopter do its work.
it's as far as we know, it's the first time he's been here. So I gotta at least because I'm sure that Glenn is hitting the like, share, and subscribe buttons. So I'm sure he's gonna be my
More likely, he's hitting the report button.
oh well, he shouldn't do that because it makes it worse than I can't be responsible for what the overlords do, our alien overlords that rule this part of the universe.
Not alien overlords. It's lizard people from the center of the earth.
Is that where they're from? Because they keep lying to me. They keep telling me they're from somewhere else when they're
Come
really
on, man.
here
You've
on Earth.
watched Doctor Who.
I have. I haven't watched it
You
recently
said
because
Peter
it's trash.
Capaldi was your favorite, man. One of his
That's
best friends
true.
was a lizard woman from the center of the earth.
That's true. That's true.
You remember the lesbian lizard woman with the human girl?
Because that's important that they're a lesbian lizard. If they're a regular lizard, it'd be different, right?
Well, no, then I would have said the lizard person with the human girl.
Oh, okay. Okay. There you go then. So no
Hey,
lady.
look, I'm not the one making it significant, right? I was happy to
Right.
ignore all that stuff.
I
But they're
know. I
like,
know.
no, you have to play along or you cancel.
Yep.
So I'm like, all right, fine. I'll acknowledge when it happens.
Yep. I'm sure Glenn Dunaway is someone that we know that just renamed themselves just so they can
Probably
be.
Bullwinkle.
It probably is. He's he's probably out there talking about Kamala and set set him off. he's gonna pop up all of a sudden. Listen here, Ed. That's not what I'm doing.
Look. You don't
I'm
need to
playing.
attack Kamala. She does that to herself enough.
I know, so does Trump. But anyway, we'll agree that I'm right and everybody's wrong because this is my stream. So as long as we do that, we're fine, right? Everybody's happy.
I might need to leave.
No, you can't leave. Because the helicopters are there in your mind right now as you speak. Anyway.
No, it's you know, at the end of the day,
It's
all
all
that
part
we
of the
focus
plan.
on here is pop culture.
Pop culture. We mean no
You
harm.
know, occasionally a tangent drifts into political areas, and we try to nip
Occasionally.
that in the bud as soon as possible
Yeah, it usually piss me
because
off.
it just causes animosity.
Yeah, I just leave and take my toys and run home.
The media does enough to divide us. We don't need to help them.
We're all alike. We're
No, we're not.
all similar. Well, most of us
You're
that aren't
not 6 inches
reptilian.
in plastic, you fucker.
Hey, I want a clean love without utensils and without plastic. Silicone parts are made for toys. That's what Sir Mix-a-Lot taught me. So,
Hey, as a toy, I'm fine with it.
Fonda ain't got nothing in the back of her Honda.
Jane Fonda was so gorgeous.
I know. She still looks good under all that facelifts and surgery she's had done and all that.
But yeah, we should probably leave Jane Fonda out of it too, because there's a fucking political tangent I definitely
there you
don't want
go.
to go down.
And somehow the 6 degrees of separation that leads us back to war movies that we started talking about from Vietnam. So this is like we're all over the place, man. I don't care. It's our Saturday night hangout here on Geek Homeworld where you should like, share, and subscribe. Yeah, have you done that? Glenn, did you subscribe? I haven't seen my subscribers go up. Do it. Do it. So what else is shaking out there in the world that we care about?
Well, I can't say what we care about.
Oh, well, that's all that matters, isn't it? What we care
But
about.
what all I can address is what I care about.
You wear a dress? I didn't know that. Well, good for you. That's very progressive of you.
Right.
We're
It's
having
just
fun.
so airy, you know.
Yeah. Well,
you get nice wind flow under the skirt.
When you work in those hot, sweaty, well, you don't work, excuse me. You supervise in those mines there, you got all that coal and cobalt and mercury and all those.
Oh, no. I've never been in the mines.
Oh, you've never been in the mines. Okay.
No, I just send other people there.
Well, that's right. Because you're the administrator. You wouldn't get yourself dirty. I understand that. I respect that.
Right. I stay safe in Castle McCullen in Scotland.
There, oh, okay. Are you there? So is that near Muir Island?
It's right on Loch Ness.
Oh, by Loch Ness. Oh, cool. So how's
Right,
NASA?
you could see the loch from my bedroom window.
Yeah. So I was trying to remember the lyrics to Synchronicity 1 about the lock. Or Synchronicity 2 by the Police.
Yeah, when he talks about the
Scottish lock. Yeah, I love Sting. Awesome.
Well, I'm sorry to inform you, Ed, but Sting is married.
No, I'm not interested. But he's actually coming to Atlanta, I think, today or tomorrow or next week or something. It was on my calendar. It was like some out of the perfect world I would have been able to afford to go and see him. That would have been awesome. But
well, since we're talking about Sting with everything that's going on in the world, all I have to say is I hope the Russians love their children too.
Yeah. Since apparently North Korea has sent troops to be trained by Russia to send them to Ukraine to fight there. So that's interesting. After Israel retaliated or responded to Iran attacking them. That's what's going on in the world, and we don't care. Because right now we're just talking about stuff that really matters, like action figures, Star Wars, Star Trek.
Well,
Marvel,
I care a little
DC.
because they're all buying their weapons from me.
Oh, they are? Okay. Can you say that out loud?
Arms dealer here. Arms dealer. Hello.
That's true. And you're supplying the phones. Did you supply the pagers and all that? Did that come from your company? And
no, we didn't make the initial pages, but we did put the bombs in them.
Oh, you did? Okay. Well, it's important. Is it true you had the 7 dwarfs or the 7 smaller people working in your mind? Did they work there too?
No. Well, we were thinking about hiring them, but then they showed up and it wasn't the 7 dwarfs. It was the 7 diversity hires, and we sent them packing.
Oh, you sent them packing. I understand that. Okay, that makes sense. Because I don't know, can't afford to
Yeah,
work in those
we
plants.
hire on merit here at Mars Industries.
Oh, you did Mars Industries. Oh, that's what it's called. Okay, I didn't
Yeah,
know that.
Mars Industries is the weapons manufacturer.
So are you?
We're a lot less strict at Cobra. Cobra's just a terrorist organization. We'll take anyone willing to fight.
Oh, there you go. Well, do y'all pay
But
taxes?
at Mars, I'm kind of like Elon Musk. Like
I was going to
when I
ask.
hire somebody, what I do is I present them with a problem and hire them based on their solution to that problem.
Elon is the smartest android we have. I mean, person, excuse me, that we have right now. He's done so
See, I
much.
don't understand why the left is so anti Elon Musk, right? Because the left is all about the environment, and there's literally no one on the planet doing more for the environment than Elon Musk.
Yeah, I mean, well, we need to speed up destroying this world so we can get to Mars and destroy that. So I appreciate him looking forward like that. Giving us a next place that we can colonize and destroy. So we have to break Mars first before we destroy it. So good for
That's
him.
just crazy talk, man.
Is that crazy talk? It might be. It might be. No,
Absolute
he's.
crazy talk.
I know.
You're talking about like colonizing Mars would be a bad thing. There's no one there. It's way better to go colonize Mars than than unhouse people that are here.
There's the people that live in the dome that's underneath the ground somewhere down there. I don't know, the subterranean mole people or whatever they're called.
Hey, look, if there's people living on Mars and they're keeping themselves that well hidden and surviving in that environment, then our colonists that go there are just going to get killed. So it doesn't really matter.
I
They're
have
not winning that fight.
I have a good friend, and he knows the guy that originally started the colony. My friend, we'll just call him Major Tom, and he's been coming home for a while, but he's, I think, still on Mars. And he was telling me about this guy named Ziggy Stardust, who has these spiders, there on Mars. And so, I don't know whether to believe Major Tom or not about that, but and then I have another friend who tells me that there's a man in the moon, and I'm like, if you believe there's a man in the moon, I can tell you there's nothing up my sleeve. And,
No. Well, what's on the moon is Nazis.
Oh, is it? I thought it was made of cheese.
No, there's Nazis up there.
So if it's made of cheese, does that mean Green Bay has a base on the moon? Are people from Green Bay, Green Bay fans, or are they from the moon? Did they colonize Green Bay? I don't know.
It's always there's a movie. Have you ever seen the movie Iron Sky?
I don't know that I have.
Iron Sky is a movie about Nazis on the moon.
Oh, well, there you go. That's a good place for them. I'd rather them be floating in space on fire and, in the vacuum of space, like combusting. But, that's just my personal choice. To each their own.
No, they're up there plotting their revenge.
Oh, are they? Are they? Oh, well, let's plot their destruction. We can do that again. But, yeah, I don't know, and so I got a friend and he owns a space laser. So he's been using that to control the weather here and, on Earth.
Stop putting that on me. I told you the Joes confiscated that.
Oh, the Joes took your space laser, Destro. I'm so sorry. It's like you can't even have a space laser anymore. A laser. You can't.
Yeah, well, they don't know how to operate it, so all they've managed to do is let Breaker try to control it, and he just made it snow over the GI Joe headquarters because he's an idiot.
Yeah, sometimes you get the new guy, that wants to follow procedure.
He's one of their originals. He's not new.
Oh, I must have the wrong information. My scouts, haven't been up there recently, so my GI.
Break is one of the original 13.
Oh, okay, the 13. I wasn't aware. I know you can't talk about the
original GI Joe fan.
I'm a GI Joe sort of fan.
Why do you even have Destro on your show?
Because you're fun, Deathstroke. You're fun when you get on here and talk about how you're going to make the moon great again. It's always fun to hear you talk about that.
Yeah, all I got to do is get rid of these damn Nazis.
Well, you see one. There's usually 100 more you hadn't seen. It's kind of like roaches. You turn the light on and they scatter.
Cut off
So
one head, two more will take its place.
sounds like Hydra to me, but
Yeah,
I
Hydra
wouldn't be one
started
of
as
the.
Nazis.
It's true. That's true. They just had a bad publicist, right?
No, they were evil pricks.
Evil pricks. Let's see. I've got.
No, look, I'm a bad guy, but I have a moral code. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's important to have a moral
Like
code.
I've sided with the Joes against Cobra when I thought Cobra was in the wrong.
I got something cool. Nope, maybe I don't. Where is it?
Most of Cobra Commander's schemes are pretty harmless, right? Because he's a moron and uninformed idiot. Like for example, he tried to affect Australia with a plague of deadly spiders. It's like, come on, man, the island's covered in deadly spiders. You're not making a difference there.
Right.
He tried to open a burger joint in Mumbai. I'm like, dude, they worship cows there. They don't eat beef. It's like he's an idiot.
I got to prove my that I'm an old school GI Joe fan, even though I'm not. Kind of waned off the fandom. This is my read and hear book and record.
Yeah, you showed me that before.
But
I don't think you've shown Glenn Dunaway, so it's good that you've got it.
I haven't shown Glenn Dunaway. Well, here you go, Glenn Dunaway, if you're still here. And it's all come apart.
No, he's probably not still there. There's only one watching, and I think that's me.
It's me too. Or me as well.
Right. We're sitting here like just talking to each other.
Yeah.
Nobody online listening.
Nobody's listening, but they're watching and they're liking, sharing, not sharing, but sharing.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's 10:07, so Kaz is on.
It's 11:07.
Punk with Toys is doing like a big stream tonight. He's been doing it all day. He actually raised almost $3,000 for Toys for Tots, so that's pretty great.
I wasn't aware of that. I missed my invite.
Well, you're not a toy collector, so
it's not. Is it toys or is it? It's more than action figures. So it's toys are the big scope, right?
Well, look at Bullwinkle's collection, for example, right?
Do I have to?
No, but I'll tell you about it. So Bullwinkle, like he has Ninja Turtles, Masters of the Universe, Wrestlers, He-Man. I'm sorry, I already said Masters of the Universe. Star Wars, G.I. Joe. NECA Horror, Alf. He's got fucking Alf figures, right?
Alf does eat cats, so he probably is in Cleveland.
And the figure came with a cat sandwich, a cat on a roll of French bread.
Yeah, nobody's going after Alf. Alf is allowed to do his atrocities, but nobody else can eat cats, right?
How's that nonsense, man? Like, see, this is what I don't understand. I don't understand why people are so up in arms about Trump saying that people are eating pets. Because it's not like this is the only country in the world where that's like not normal. Right? Like China, they eat cats, dogs. I remember watching Super Cop with Jackie Chan. And there's a scene where he's undercover. He's in a restaurant with the mob boss.
Well, some
the mob boss tells him, go ahead and order something. I got a meeting over here.
Some things are cultural.
Sits at another table,
right.
And Jackie Chan, the waitress, comes up and asks him what he wants, and he says, "I'll have a fried cat." And then the mob boss turns around and says, "What did you order?" And he says, "Fried cat." He says, "Order me one too." So it's like, you know what I'm saying? It's like that's the thing. As Americans, we're so self-righteous that we put our fucking hang-ups on the rest of the world. And it's like, bro, the rest of the world doesn't think like we do.
It makes me think of the Chris Rock thing where he talks about you can tell that a chicken was created by God. He's like, because that is the most delicious bird or animal that's ever existed. And he said, God made it where it could fly a little bit, but not really. So you could still catch it. He's like, that's why I know.
Right. And he made it hideously ugly so you wouldn't feel bad about killing it.
Exactly. And it's to each their own or someone else's, as I say.
I'm just saying, look at that flappy piece of gobbledeck that hangs from their underside. It's like, ugh.
Well, that's a turkey.
Chickens are hideous, man.
Chickens don't have that. Isn't that the gobble or goblet or whatever that's called? Isn't that turkeys?
Well, turkeys have a bigger version of it.
It's not fair to call chickens
and
turkeys.
They're like super
derogatory. I wouldn't call you a turkey. Or a
Why not?
chicken. I'm not going to call you a chicken.
It's not like I care.
I don't want to work
Yeah,
in the
roosters
mines.
still have it. Roosters still have that gobble shit under their neck. So do the hens.
They call me the rooster.
It's just not nearly as big as it is on turkeys. But
That's
they
like
still have it. That
that's one
red
of
skin
Caveman's
flap
favorite
under their
songs.
beaks.
Yeah, Caveman's out. He's out somewhere in the Outer Rim this weekend. He's got a bunch of school functions he's at, and so he's not going to be around this weekend. So,
Dude, he must be loaded if he's sending his kids to school in the Outer Rim.
well, sometimes you got to do that. He doesn't want them to be infected by the will of the empire. He wants them to have their own kind of homeschooled but away from home kind of education out there in the Outer Rim.
But I mean, he must be spending a fortune just on commuting.
Well, he can. It's like the Kessel Run. He can do it in about 14? Is it parsecs? Oh gosh, I'm got that wrong. I guess I'm not a true Star Wars fan. No, I'm a fraud.
No. Look. It just shows that you like the Kathleen Kennedy stuff.
No, I don't. And how dare you mention
Well,
that?
why'd you say
here.
14 then? Because 14 is what Ray said when she was wrong, and then Han corrected her and said 12.
Well, you see, I'm old. That's my excuse. Ageism. I'm using
I'm
ageism
old too, man. You don't get to say that.
I think I'm older, just a little bit. So,
Couple of years. That doesn't mean your mind's deteriorated beyond anything that mine has.
How dare you say that I'm smarter than you? How dare you, sir?
I don't remember saying that nonsense.
Me either. I don't remember. That was so 5 minutes ago or 2 minutes. I don't even know. But so what else is going on in the Galactic Republic?
Not a ton.
Not a ton.
But if we really need a subject to talk about,
sure.
Perhaps we should talk about what's coming for Marvel, since we're doing that Marvel show next Saturday.
Sure. What did you have in mind there, Prophet?
Well, let me just go ahead and see if I can find a let's see, MCU timeline release 2025.
In February, we have Captain America 4, called Captain America 4, Nobody Wants It, or I forgot the title of it. I heard they screened 2 separate versions of it, and people were like, it's okay. It's not necessary, were the words I heard. I'm still going to watch it with fingers crossed that it's good. And it does have Han Solo in it. I mean, Indiana Jones. I mean, is it Thaddeus Ross? So that's kind of cool.
No, don't worry. I think I've got something for us to put up on the screen so we can have this conversation.
Okay, I'm not falling for that one again.
Well, that's probably for the best.
It probably is. So,
all right, this didn't go where I thought it did.
That's what she said, but that's okay.
All right, so basically I have to go back in and re-download to see where the hell it went.
Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I'm playing the Jeopardy music. Dun 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 dun.
Oh, okay.
That's Pop Goes the Weasel. That is Pop. That is a ripoff of Pop Goes the Weasel, by the way. I'm gonna sue. I'm so offended.
Yeah, I always thought it was funny how the Jeopardy theme is actually "I'm a Little Teapot."
Yes, I'm a little teapot, short and stout. Here is my. Oops, I don't know the words to that. I can't get canceled.
Tip me over and pour me out.
Dun 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 dun. Yep, totally. Hey, we got a second person watching. Yay, 2 people. Hello.
So I'm not exactly sure. I know this might have been altered just a little bit here. Because I know Blade has been pushed back.
Blade, they need to stop.
But as far as I know, this is the, minus Blade, this is the plan going forward. So
we got that on blast. Okay. So yeah, we've pushed Blade off.
Yeah,
Uh,
so Blade, and I don't think Armor Wars is happening anymore either.
well, they've gone back and forth about it. It keeps changing, so I don't know.
Well, it was going to be a movie, and then it was going to be a show, and then it was going to be a movie again. So who the hell knows, man?
I can definitely tell you Eternals Part 2 has been canceled. Yep. And
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all.
we're actually Doctor Strange Nexus of okay, let's go back to the beginning here. Thunderbolts is coming still scheduled for May 2025.
It is.
Rumor has it they've got some reshoots to do because that's what Marvel does. They make a film and then they do reshoots. Like Captain America that actually comes out. You can't see it on the screen here, but in February of
Yeah,
2025.
Brave New World is definitely still coming out.
Last I heard, the budget on that was about 400 million for it to break even. Because they basically reshot that movie like several times, and it's crazy, dude. Just put it out and let it
Well,
bomb.
you could what Disney really needs to do is hire directors based on their talent, not their political ideology.
Well, they finally realized that it took them all of what phase 4 or 5 or whatever phase we're in now to get to that because Kevin Feige secretly went in and cleaned house. And well, it wasn't too much of a secret, but probably to those who got that eviction notice. But I think though I've always believed though that they'll right the ship, that things will get back to what the fans actually want. And we'll see. But they got to prove it to me. They got to just start knocking it out of the park. As much as I want to be excited for Thunderbolts, I'm still not excited for it. I see some trailers and I get
See,
interest in it.
I have to admit that I would be more excited for Thunderbolts if I knew Harrison Ford was in it.
True.
Because
And
Harrison Ford is playing Thaddeus Ross in Captain America.
right. And it's Thunderbolts and it's got that little asterisk or whatever behind it, or so which I think that means they're going to change it from the Thunderbolts to something else. But I've heard that rumor, but
Well,
I don't know.
Thunderbolts in a subtitle, maybe. Like Spider-Man 4 is not going to be named Spider-Man 4. It's going to be named
Right.
like.
The rumor is I saw a video with Tom Holland that's circulating about Spider-Man 4, and he said his perfect film would be where he would get to meet and kind of train, kind of like, um, uh, Iron Man kind of did for his Spider-Man. He would like to do that for Miles Morales and bring him to live action. And I really think we're getting Miles Morales in Spider-Man 4, introducing him. And I think
Well, in
if they do that,
Spider-Man
that would be the right
Homecoming,
move.
Miles was 11 years old. So he's probably
It's a
getting up to be around the right age for it.
Right. So, I'm all for it, and I'm on board. I've heard different things. I saw a video the other day that reported that Sony
Yeah, I
wanted.
don't think this list is accurate here because
I
there's
don't
no
think it
Secret
is
Wars on it.
right. And there's House of M. I hadn't heard anything on the Scarlet Witch film. Doctor Strange, Nexus of Darkness. I haven't heard that as a title. So and Armor Wars was a series, and it was going to be a movie, and then now with Tony Stark coming back, there's a monkey wrench in. But what I wanted to say about Spider-Man 4 was that now with Robert Downey Jr. coming back, that affects, of course, that's going to affect everything, and I don't know how it's going to change for Spider-Man 4. But what Sony wanted to do with Spider-Man 4 was um, Sony wanted to get all three Spider-Man back again, like they did in was it No Way Home? They wanted to have all of them in Spider-Man 4. And Marvel didn't want to do that. Marvel doesn't want all three of them back. They wanted that to be, I think, a one and done, at least till maybe Secret Wars. Because if you keep bringing them back, it's going to lessen the effect when they both, Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield show up.
I think I found something more accurate.
Okay. Well, once you get it, let me know, or I'll be watching. We'll pop it up on the screen
Yep,
so we can
I'll
discuss
have
it.
it up in just a second here.
Take your
Let
time,
me
sir.
get rid of
Fan-
that garbage.
Yeah, Fantastic Four. I'm gonna be excited, but I'm not excited about the casting. But I'm gonna keep an open mind. That's what you got to kind of do these days with the films, and hope they finally get it right. Um, you just got to look
All
at it.
right, there you go.
All right, here we go. Let's see what you got, brother. All righty. So let me put this on blast so we
Yeah,
can
see,
see
this is a
it.
lot more accurate.
Okay.
because we are getting Brave New World, we are getting
Right.
Thunderbolts, we are getting
Right.
Fantastic Four, we are getting Strange 3,
And yeah.
we're
It's
definitely getting Doomsday, we're definitely getting Spider-Man 4.
more.
I can't wait to see what they do with Scarlet Witch.
I hear that she's going to
We're gonna
become
get a
a
Thor 5. I don't know if it's still Taika Waititi, but whatever. And we're gonna get
understandable.
Secret Wars for sure.
I like that lineup. I do. I heard that Scarlet Witch might end up with like Doom. So there's some precedence for those two characters to be kind of intertwined. So that may tie those two films kind of together in a way. I don't know.
Well, from
Um,
what I understand, the Scarlet Witch movie is going to be based on House of M.
awesome.
So basically, what happened in House of M? Um,
It's going to be the opposite.
Pietro, Quicksilver, Scarlet Witch's brother,
Right.
had basically because Scarlet Witch had gone mad,
Right.
and her brother was like planting seeds in her head to make things happen, like bringing her father back to life,
Right.
helping him rule over Genosha as Lord and Master. And Scarlet Witch thought that it was her father doing
Oh,
all this, not knowing it was Pietro that was actually pulling the strings.
wow. Pietro's a little bastard, isn't he?
So when she found out that her kids weren't real and that her father had manipulated all this bullshit, or so she thought, to get back at her father, she used her reality manipulation power and said, "No more mutants."
Right.
And everyone with the mutant gene on Earth, except for like 200 people, had their mutant genes shut off, and they were
But
regular humans.
but what if they're going to do the opposite within the Scarlet
That's
Witch
kind of
film?
where I'm going. I'm thinking this is how they bring the X-Men into the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
Right. Because even though Scarlet Witch is in the MCU is a mutant, they couldn't use the word mutant. She's really her powers aren't necessarily due to mutation. She's a witch, so they're kind
No,
of
no, no, no. See, here's what you're missing.
what am I missing?
All right, so especially if you go with the MCU, because in the MCU she got her powers from the Mind Stone,
True, true.
right? Her and Pietro both got their powers from the Mind Stone. And what that did, because if you remember, Hydra tested it on hundreds of people, and those two were the only ones that survived. It was
Ah,
their mutant gene that allowed them to survive the Mind Stone and awaken their powers.
ah, that's actually brilliant. That's a good way to explain it. Okay, and they have, yeah. Come to think of it, yeah, that's true.
Right? Marvel's really great at planting seeds for the distant future, right? Like take for example, in Ant-Man and the Wasp,
Hmm.
when Hank Pym is like shrinking down into the quantum verse to find Janet and bring her home.
Right.
There's a scene where you see like on like a ledge off in the distance while he's shrinking, like he's looking out his window and you see it. There's like an office building on a ledge, like in the microverse, right?
Interesting. Okay.
Now, the idea is that is actually the Four Freedoms Plaza. And the reason that we haven't had the Fantastic Four in the MCU up to this point is because they got zapped into the fucking negative zone back in
I hate when that
1963
happens.
and have been stuck there this whole time. So when
Oh
they do the
wow.
Fantastic Four movie, they'll bring them into the present and they won't have aged because they'll have been there. And Ant-Man already established he aged like 5 minutes while the rest of the world aged 5 years while he was in the quantum zone.
You are correct. Dude, you're
So they'll
brilliant.
be able to still make the Fantastic Four the first family of Marvel and yet have them on screen young. You know what I mean?
Maybe they can bring Brie Larson and back as Captain Marvel and have her be the first Avenger.
Ugh,
I know, I didn't mean to
gross.
make you spit up already. But that's a brilliant way to do it, you know. Marvel, I mean, they're smart enough that they know how to kind of work around the comics without when they're not pushing a political agenda, they know how to work around the comics in a good way that they can
Right.
manipulate a little bit because you don't want it to be
And they sneak a
exactly.
lot of shit in there, right? Like for
Yeah.
example, you know, take the first Deadpool movie.
Hmm.
You remember the final battle at the end when he's fighting Ajax?
Yes.
Well, what are they fighting on? They're fighting on one of the downed helicarriers from Captain
Yeah.
America Winter Soldier.
Yes. Yes. They are.
Right? And Fox wasn't part of Marvel yet. And yet
No.
here's Deadpool fighting on the downed helicarrier.
Well, like they put essentially Spider-Man. They went back and said it was Spider-Man or Peter Parker, but in what is it, Iron Man 2, they had the little kid, and then Iron Man says he
Right,
had a
right.
little Iron
Yeah,
Man mask on.
retroactively, they named him. They said that was Peter.
And that's beautiful because the age happened to work out. If you followed
I
the
want it on record.
announcement,
I
it was
just said
perfect.
Peter, and Ed said that's beautiful. So Ed thinks Peters are beautiful.
Just that Peter Parker. I'm not going to never
So he
mind.
likes the park with Peters.
No, I do not.
No, all right, all right.
Yeah.
I'll drop it then.
Did he tell
But
me to
no.
drop it?
And then another example would be in Age of Ultron
Uh-huh.
when they're showing like Sokovia on the map.
Right.
Who's next to Sokovia? Latveria, Doctor Doom's
I can never
place.
say, is it Latveria or Latveria? I can never say
It's
it.
Latveria.
Latveria. Okay. Latveria. I'm sure I'm gonna hear that more as we get closer. I know if anybody can pull it off, Robert Downey Jr. can, but it's gonna take something for the lay people that don't know. They just know Robert Downey Jr. and oh, that's Iron Man. Just know him from 100,000 MC
Yeah, well, those are
movies.
stupid people, and I don't care about their opinions.
Well, yeah, and they're probably not going to buy an iPhone anyway, right?
Oh no, they're definitely buying an iPhone.
Oh, they're definitely buy because you make sure they buy an iPhone. Because even dumb people got to have
No,
an
look,
iPhone.
look,
Right?
it's surprising how many stupid people have disposable income in America.
That's true.
I mean, just
It's
look at
crazy.
how many of them are making TikTok videos every day.
That's right. Not everybody can sing. Not everybody can dance, and some can't do it at all. But
Right?
that
Most
doesn't
of them
stop them.
just have to twerk in front of the camera.
I know because mom would be proud of that.
So proud.
So proud. And that's what our forefathers fought for and all the wars that we've had so that you can dance half naked on camera
Right? So
and become famous.
13-year-old girls could twerk on TikTok to get fucking 40-year-old men to give them money.
That is
Exactly.
America at its best, I tell you.
Capitalism.
Capitalism. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. So boy, you've helped me bring the sarcasm tonight. Thank you, sir. You've converted me to your
Hey,
dark
I
side of
told you, brother,
sarcasm.
I'm here for color commentary.
You are. It's
You bring me in and don't use me for color commentary, you're fucking wasting resources.
I know, and apparently a G rating as well.
Well, if you want a G rating, you're not bringing me on.
I don't know.
Hello, arms dealing terrorist.
Yeah, who runs the mines. But without the work you do, the patriotic work that you do in those mines, working those kids the way you do,
none of these jackasses would be able to make their TikTok videos.
That's right, because they wouldn't have their cheap iPhones. And so that's important. Everybody serves a
Right?
purpose.
I should be revered, not ridiculed.
Yes, we should build statues and statues of statues in your honor for that.
And all these people that are like pro-Palestine and anti-Israel, well, I sold Palestine their weapons. Of course, I sold Israel theirs as well, but whatever.
It's just business, sir.
The funny thing is America paid for both sides' weapons.
Well, there you go. And we were not involved, right? Plausible deniability. I think that's
enter the term proxy war.
Proxy war. Yeah, it's like, nobody talks about the incident on Praxis. In fact, if you ask people about Praxis, they're like, I can confirm there is a Praxis, but I can't confirm like where it's located. And I'm like,
well,
really?
I can
That's
tell you this
short-sightedness.
much. I've never trusted Klingons. I've never forgiven them for the death of my son.
But don't you get to the point where you got to let that go? Don't you have to
fuck
beyond that? No. Once a Klingon, always a Klingon.
Stupid Klingons with their wrinkly foreheads.
But don't Klingons also buy weapons? Bat
Not for me, no.
You don't make bat
they develop their inferior weapons. It's all bladed crap and like fucking disintegrators.
But they build theirs with honor. Do you build your stuff with honor?
Fuck yes.
Okay.
Like I don't build your iPhones with honor, but I build your weapons with honor.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Yeah, because it's a product. You got to sell the product. It's capitalism.
Hey, look, disintegrators are outlawed throughout the galaxy, man.
So is Romulan ale, but that doesn't stop a few of us, does it?
Well, I don't drink Romulan ale.
I don't anymore. Me and Caveman once decided no more Romulan ale for rock band concerts. We had to outlaw the Romulan
I
ale.
mean, honestly, if you need to put a lime in it, is it really a good beer?
That's true. If you have to enhance it, it should just automatically be great out of the gate.
Right? Why don't they just put the fucking lime in it? Why do I have to buy an extra lime and squeeze it in there? Fuck that.
You have to wait in line in the grocery store to get that lime so that your drink is just perfect. Your Romulan
I got a whole
ale.
extra bag filled with produce to carry now. Fuck that.
And yeah, and you know, and if you wanted the lemon, God knows, you know, then I guess at least you can make lemonade. But you know, who wants that? That's a sorry substitute for Romulan ale. It's just not the same. You know. One thing is like the ding ding ding
Well,
ding
I
ding
think the
ding.
one thing we can all agree on is
Another thing just has that
no
taste.
amount of Romulan ale or beer or fucking micro brews or any of that shit can ever compare to a good, refreshing glass of blue milk.
Well, that's true, especially if you get it from the teat. You know, you want to get it fresh.
Oh no, the stuff that he got from the teat was green milk.
Oh, was that green milk? Yeah. But you got to be careful. It can stain your beard if you get it caught in your beard, you know, and no Jedi mind trick can convince people that they can't see that stain in your beard because of that green or blue milk, you know. And is the green milk just rotten blue milk or vice versa? I don't know.
Look, here's the thing. If you're a Jedi,
Thank you
then
for
don't be in a
recognizing that.
Kingsman film because they're gonna blow your head up.
They can, you know, or because you know that you know who their main assassin is of the Kingsman that I'm scared of? Elton John. Who knew he was an assassin, right? For the Kingsman? Who knew?
Dude, Elton John's fucking amazing, man.
Yes, he is. He's the Rocket Man. So there you go. You know, what do you expect? He's kind of everywhere.
All right. Answer in 3 seconds. Favorite Elton John song? Go. Too late.
I'm going to ask. I already know what your answer is because I didn't want to say your answer because I thought of your answer. That's hard.
Goodbye Yellow Brick Road.
That's a good one. I almost said Nikita. I don't know why that popped in my mind. I love Nikita. I love Little Genie. But for me, Sad Songs Say So Much is just, I can always listen to that. I don't want to go on with you like that. That's a great little jam right there.
No, but Goodbye Yellow Brick Road is about his disillusionment with the American entertainment system and how he just wants to go back to England.
And we all know the record industry is nothing but upstanding citizens.
Well, but what's great about that song
right?
is it takes one of America's like old adages and uses it against them, right? Because I'm talking about that old adage, oh yes, move to America where the streets are paved with gold.
My favorite mental health song,
you know, so that's what he means by Yellow Brick Road. It's where the streets are paved with gold.
Right. True. But one of my favorite mental health songs of his is Someone Saved My Life Tonight. That's a really cool song. Don't get yourself in a depressed state listening to that song. But that's a masterpiece. What's the other one?
Just because a song has sad subject matter doesn't mean it has to be depressing.
Yeah. And what's the other one? I
would argue that the greatest breakup song in the history of the planet is Gordon Lightfoot's If You Could Read My Mind.
Beautiful masterpiece. But what was the other Elton John song? Don't Let Your Sun Go Down on Me. He did with George Michael. No, that was a terrible song. No.
Well, what about The Circle of Life?
Circle of Life is good. I'd say that's better than Can You Feel the Love Tonight, you know?
Oh, definitely.
One of my favorites is Sacrifice. I think that's a beautiful song about like relationships and like, what's the right temptation? It comes into the thing of each married man or something. Sweet Deceit Comes a Calling and Negativity.
What was the one he did with Dionne Warwick?
That's What Friends Are For.
There you go.
With Stevie Wonder and Gladys Knight. It was the number one song of 1986.
Was it Gladys Knight? I thought it was Dionne Warwick.
It was Dionne and Friends. and it had Elton John, Stevie Wonder, and Gladys Knight. Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, yeah, it was freaking awesome. Great sing along
You
song.
know, in terms of like 80s music that brought back a 60s artist, I probably have to say my all-time favorite is Take Me Home Tonight from Eddie Money.
With Ronnie Spector.
Ronnie James from the Ronettes.
Ronnie Spector?
Ronnie Spector. There you go.
Yeah.
Ronnie Spector.
One of my favorite ones, and I love the way the
Phil
song begins,
Spector's
just
abused wife, apparently.
the drums, how they kick in. But one of my all-time favorite songs is What Have I Done to Deserve This, which is the Pet Shop Boys with Dusty Springfield. They brought her back, and she ended up having an album that they were on, the Pet Shop Boys. So she had like a hit later in her career, which was awesome before she passed. But that's a
Right.
great,
Yeah, that's always nice to see, you know, when something like that happens.
yeah.
You know, it's kind of funny because there's unique little instances throughout the music history of our country where you know an artist puts out a song like decades prior and it does all right, right? But then in the distant future somebody covers it and it's number one. You know, take Tommy James and the Shondells. He had two number one hits on the radio at the same time, one done by Billy Idol and one done by Tiffany.
Moni Moni, and I Think We're Alone Now. Yeah.
Yep,
And
exactly.
I like the originals, and I like the newer versions as well.
They were number one hits, one right after the other.
Yeah.
Both Tommy James and the Shondell covers.
Yeah. Talk about mad geniuses. A lot of people don't they used to give a lot of respect to Phil Spector. He ended up being, convicted of murdering his wife or something. But a lot of an
Well,
innocent
Phil
man.
Spector, like Ronnie Spector, like had lots of allegations against him, like abusing her while they were married.
Yeah. And it's terrible. You got to sometimes separate the genius of the artist from the terrible, horrible things they do. And it's hard to do that.
Well, you know, like they did a study. This was probably a decade ago.
Yeah.
But they did a study that showed of all the professions, the most likely profession to be a domestic abuser at home were cops.
Wow. That's crazy.
And I think that has a lot to do with, they deal with the scum of the earth all day.
Well, they have to deal with replicants all day, and who's who, who's human, who's a replicant. I mean, you got to cut them a little slack, I
mean, at the end of the day, with the number of people who because honestly, most people, right, if they encounter the police, all you have to do is say yes or no, sir, hand them your ID. You know what I mean? And you're not going to have any fucking trouble.
That's right.
Right? The only time you're going to have trouble with the cops in 99% of cases is if you fight them about your ticket and, fight them about why you got pulled over.
And well, they never profile anybody. That's never happened in society.
Oh, no, they profile people like crazy. That's why I said 99%, not 100%.
So it's that one bad apple spoils the whole damn bunch. I really thought that was the name of the song by the
Well, look, if you go back to the 80s, I think the racial profiling was a lot harder.
If I go back to the 80s, I'm considerably younger and not as smart, but I'll take it.
Exactly. Well, look, no, but I'm not saying physically go back to what you were in the 80s.
Oh, so just
I'm saying if you look at the numbers from the 80s. Right? The police were definitely a lot more likely to profile somebody.
Yeah, but they make some really great songs. I mean, like Wrapped Around Your Finger, Everything She Does Is Magic.
But nowadays, I think there's a lot less profiling going on than people think. Unless you go to like some hodunk redneck town where the cops are just fucking Klan members.
South of the Mason-Dixon line, you said?
Sure. Where guys bang their sisters.
Oh, well, family reunions are a lot easier, when you're inviting people, you got your sister.
So it's a redneck wedding. And they have the ceremony and everything goes great. They have their little reception at the local bar. And then the bride and groom go home to consummate their marriage. Well, later that night, the groom shows back up at his at home. And his father says, "Son, what are you doing home? You're supposed to be on your honeymoon." And the son goes, "Daddy, I got there and I found out she was a virgin." And the father said, "Well, you did the right thing, son. If she ain't good enough for her own family, she ain't good enough for ours."
But, in these dark times, I have to believe there's an invisible sun, that gives us heat to everyone,
I disagree.
You disagree?
100%.
So you're thinking it's more a black hole sun. Is that what you're
Yes.
saying?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm like, black hole sun, won't you come?
Soundgarden,
Won't you
melting
come?
bobbies on the grill. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's just another a shrimp on the bobby, as we say. This is the knife. But
No, look, because there are people in this world who
are there?
succeed
I
from
thought
all backgrounds,
they're actual
right?
people.
People
Okay.
who can make it, who succeed, who do well for themselves from all backgrounds.
Reptilians, billionaires. Yeah.
I'm not talking about reptilians, and I'm being serious for a second.
Okay, and not the aquatics. Okay.
So what I'm saying is, no matter what where you go on this planet, save like some jungle full of people that haven't been touched for thousands of years.
That's called jungle love. Oh.
No, it's not. It's called
Sorry.
cannibalism. But
Oh,
anyways,
jungle love's
what
driving me crazy.
what I'm trying to say is
Sorry.
that there is not a single scratch of earth on this planet that is, like I said, save those crazy cannibal tribes on those tiny islands, that still has its original inhabitants ruling it. Every single place on this earth has been conquered at one point or another and populated by whoever won.
By Disney?
Right? But no matter what, the situation is, there are people who pull themselves up and get out of those situations, right? And make a good life for themselves.
I love when you're supposed to pull yourself up by your bootstraps, but you actually don't own boots. I always found that confusing. How are you supposed to do that? I don't know.
I never said bootstraps, did I?
You did not? No, you did not. Continue.
But you just like to equate me to Trump at every opportunity.
No. Equate sounds too much like math, and this is a math-free podcast. I would never add, subtract, multiply, or divide.
No, all I'm saying is, like, if people in third world countries can make a future for themselves without like hurting other people, we here in America, everybody here in America, including immigrants, have better opportunities than 90% of the rest of the world.
And we're not all from here. We're all immigrants. If you think about it, if you go way back to like beginning of civilization,
my family came to this country in 1903.
Mine was sometime around that. May have been sooner, may have been later, but it might have been sooner. I'm not sure. I think a little sooner than that, but not too much off from that. Yeah.
I guess the point I'm trying to make is, the more effort you put in as a person, the better you're going to do in life.
Theoretically, yes. As long as you have as long as there's not other people that start out with more advantages than you have, then it makes it
I don't agree with that either, because those advantages those people are starting out with were ones that their parents busted their ass to give to them.
In most cases, or they were able to do some things that were not exactly legal, but they
then they're a criminal and they belong in jail.
Yeah, they're smooth criminals,
But I don't think you can just lump everybody who has things in with those people. Most people
wealth is not evil. Wealth is not evil. Wealth is not bad. It's like a tool. It's like AI is not inherently evil. It's what we do with it. Just another tool.
And the thing is, the problem is too many people equate success with wealth.
Right. There's many successful people. I
equate success with happiness.
Right.
You look at, like, on YouTube, there's these videos of these people like in Indonesia just start building their own farm out of fucking bamboo and starting from scratch and just living that life.
That's why so many people live off the grid now. They want the simpler life. They've run the rat race. It's not worth it.
Absolutely. Like, I found that a lot of these like older couples who were like filthy rich living in mansions, who sold it all and now they just live in a fucking RV and travel, they're so much happier than they were in that mansion.
And the only thing like winning lottery, becoming wealthy, all of a sudden, all wealth does for you is amplifies what you already have, your good qualities or your negative qualities. And that's why a lot of people that become wealthy become poor at some point in their lives. They lose all that wealth because, first off, they don't know how to handle it. And secondly, either they've got a really big heart and people take advantage of that, because we know people do that because everybody wants their share, or they just mismanage it so badly sometimes no fault of their own, but it really is their fault, but they didn't know any better. And then, they lose everything, unfortunately. But sometimes then they find themselves almost in a better place, because wealth is, you don't see any hearses with luggage racks. You can't take anything with you, into the next life, maybe into the next version of the Matrix you can, but, before, your avatar populates the next version of the Matrix, that's something different. But, you know, it's all subjective. It all doesn't matter. So what you do with the time you've got is what makes the difference. And people will remember how you treated them. I love that quote. They won't remember what you did, what honors you had, how many subscribers you had on YouTube. They'll just remember how kind you were to them or how mean you were to them. So the lesson,
Yeah, I don't
kiddies, is
necessarily
be
agree
nice.
with that at large, because I'm saying, once someone's dead, like, yes, what you said rings true for like the immediate future, but
Right.
the distant future, like, look at somebody like Ludwig von Beethoven.
Right.
Nobody could tell me anything about his personality. All we could talk about are his accomplishments.
Right. In a
You know
100
what I'm
years,
saying?
nobody's
So
going to
what
care.
you're talking about, people remembering how they were treated, only lasts as long as those people were alive. But what
That is
sticks
correct.
long term is what you've contributed to the planet.
Right. If,
But that's why I believe in a meritocracy and not a charity.
okay. And what happens in your meritocracy, Prophet?
What do you mean?
What is your ultimate vision of your meritocracy?
All right. Well, here's how it's supposed to work, right? People who go above and beyond,
Thank
get
you.
the better positions, and the people down, lower on the totem pole have
Sorry
two
about that.
choices. They can either be pissed about that and suffer through being poor, or they can use that as an example and follow it.
True.
Right? I mean, look at Asian people in this country. Go back to World War II, right? And the
Okay.
Asian people here, they were put in camps because they weren't trusted because of the Japanese and stuff.
Yeah.
And, go back to like when they were building the railroads, there was a phrase, not a Chinaman's chance. And that was because when they were like blowing holes in mountains to make railroad tunnels,
Yeah.
they would lower the Chinese people down with the dynamite.
Right.
And there was like a 50% chance you were going to die, because the dynamite was very unstable back then.
Another ugly side of humanity.
But now look, the Asians are some of the wealthiest people in this country.
Well, the good Lord said the least of us will be the greatest, and the greatest will be the least. You don't go to church looking for well-behaved people. You go to church because we're all sinners and we all have issues and we all have things we're trying to work out in this life to be better people so we can be kinder to others.
Well, unfortunately, most of the country are just selfish pricks who don't think about how they affect the people around them.
That like their cheap electronics. But that keeps you in business, Prophet.
It does.
It does. Capitalism.
It doesn't mean I'm going to give them any points for morality.
No. There's no morality.
I'll take your money, but I'm not going to respect you.
Yeah, we haven't instituted the morality press yet. We're working on it. We've still got a few final stages before we go live with all that,
Well,
with the social contract and stuff.
Here's a great example of what I mean by 99.9% of the people in this country are
so you got 99 problems, but I'm not one, I hope.
No, listen. If you drive in a big city, right?
Yeah.
You're going to sit in rush hour traffic for like 40 minutes every fucking day. Right? Now, why do you have to sit in rush hour traffic? Because assholes.
Because you don't have a bazooka on your car?
No, because let me finish this sentence, man. Because asshole speeders trying to cut 30 seconds off their drive time are adding 30 minutes to everyone else's drive time by causing bottlenecking.
Yeah.
Right? If everyone was doing the speed limit, traffic would flow like it's meant to.
Traffic control. Yep.
But because everyone's a selfish prick trying to get a come up on everyone else on the fucking road by weaving through traffic and cutting people off and speeding, Now we all have to sit still.
Even if we had totally autonomous vehicles that were controlled, like, you can't drive it, you can't override it, it just rides like in a super expressway that's super fast, there would still be somebody that wanted to go a little bit faster to take a shortcut, and
Yeah,
they
but the automatic cars wouldn't let them.
right, that's what I'm saying, yeah, you'd have to be a way that you can't override that, at least while you're on the big highway or
Right,
expressway or
right.
whatever.
Kind of like Minority Report.
Exactly, exactly. The opposite of iRobot, where he does the manual control and
Right, right. Yeah. But that's the whole point I'm trying to make.
right.
Like if these selfish pricks would just slow down and do the speed limit, everybody would get home faster.
Now, if they're rushing to the store to get an iPhone, that's different, right? Because
No, no,
that's
they're still selfish pricks.
well, they're still selfish pricks, but they
I
need
think
to
the
get that
fact that you buy
iPhone.
an iPhone at all, knowing that it comes from slave labor from children, makes
Yeah.
you a selfish prick.
Yeah, but not the person that owns the mine. They
Well,
they're
no,
they're
I'm just providing a service. I wouldn't be providing it if there was
you
no
are
demand
providing a
for it.
service. That in fact that makes you a hero. That makes you an American hero.
Right,
I
right.
think.
I'm a hero to selfish pricks everywhere.
We need to add you to Mount Rushmore or just take the other guys off of there. They're not relevant anymore. This new
Nah, fuck
generation
that.
doesn't
Just
care
make
about
me my
history.
own mountain.
You want your own mountain. Everest is good. I know it's only the tallest one here, but it's not the tallest in the universe. I think it's the one on Titan, one of those moons of Jupiter or someplace.
I don't need anything that extravagant. I would accept the Rockies.
You would set the rock. Okay, yeah. That way we can make like a nice mural, a profit director mural along the Rockies. I
Oh,
think.
you just have my face on one of the peaks, and then we
Okay.
carve the other peaks into the bareness, laying down in a sexy pose.
Well, there you go. I mean, that makes total sense. I mean, who can argue with that? And environmentalists are going to eat that up. They're going to love that, I think. I think it's going to go over great. We're going to do that everywhere, you know.
I don't see why we're not already doing it, honestly.
No. It's just greed. People are laziness. It's our laziness as Americans. We need to do better. If we worked
No, look,
if we worked 25 hours a day, we could get this done. But we're not doing it. We're just lazy.
let me go ahead and let me tell you a couple of the things that I would do if I were in office.
Oh, okay. Okay, Prophet.
Okay, thing number one that I would do if I was in office, I would create a web page that had everything on it that required you tax dollars.
Okay.
Right? All the different projects, all the infrastructure, everything that needed tax dollars would be on this web page. And there would be some things that had red numbers on them and some things that had green numbers on them. Right?
This is going to become
now, the things that have red numbers on them would be things that need immediate attention. Right?
Okay.
And the things that have green numbers on them would be like, projects that aren't necessarily hyper important, but could do good for other things. You know what I mean? And the way I would work it is when you get your paycheck, you go onto this website.
Okay.
And then you have to declare 50% of the taxes taken from you into the red stuff. And the other 50%, you can decide what green stuff it goes on. But at the end of the day, you're now voting with your dollar literally because you are deciding where your tax dollars go.
So if you're giving 50% of the good stuff and 50% of the bad stuff, how do you pay for your regular stuff?
Well, it's the red stuff isn't necessarily bad stuff. It's stuff that's important and needs immediate attention.
Well, because slave labor is important for those kids. I mean, they don't need schooling.
Oh, no, my
education.
mines are in the Congo, not in America. We're not talking about
okay.
my mines right now.
Okay, we're not talking about your mines. Okay, that's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, we're talking about America.
Okay. Yeah, America.
So other things that I would do, like to push a little bit of a green initiative, maybe.
Sure. You mean
I would install a maglev train that went from LA to New York.
Okay.
Right. And along the rail line, I would have all these stops where they could unload freight. Right, to eliminate as many trucks from the road as possible because they
could
create
we have
more
like a Mad
emissions.
Max kind of thing going on there, where they have to like fight.
You're clearly not understanding me because you're going in the opposite direction from what I am.
I'm sorry.
I don't understand how an advanced maglev train and eliminating like emissions from semi trailers is dystopian.
No, we should pollute as much as we can. I mean, that's the only responsible thing to do, right? I mean,
see, that's why I think you don't understand me because everything I'm talking about is the opposite of polluting.
You don't want to pollute. Oh, okay. But you're a businessman. I mean, you're doing business in the Congo, so you don't care
Yeah, but
about what
there's
happens
no
here.
there's no environmental damage happening from kids digging rocks up.
Well, none that we report. That's fine, you know. So continue. I'm sorry.
The point I'm trying to make is I would the maglev trains require almost no electricity,
Right.
right? And they're fast, they're clean, they're safe, right?
Yeah.
They have them in a couple other countries. Japan has one, Europe has one, you know, and basically you have it move passengers and freight, right? So when you
Right.
make a stop, like let's say you make a stop in North Dakota, right? And you
If you
and they
have to,
unload a couple of shipping containers from the train, unload a
these
couple
these don't
more
have the
on things that are
toxic
going
waste
out.
on them, do they?
Huh?
They don't have toxic waste on the shipping containers, do they?
No.
Oh,
Why
okay.
you keep taking it somewhere weird?
Well, I just got to get my this stuff moved around somewhere, and I was just wondering if I could put my
Like, see,
toxic
I'm trying to
containers on
like
there.
come up with legitimate solutions
Oh,
for our
okay.
energy crisis, and you're turning it into freaking Mad Max.
I'm sorry. I've watched too many films, obviously. Continue. Oh,
Another thing that I would do, all of our highways. All right, so there was this thing where that they showed where they make these like the hexagrams, right? But they're very sturdy and they have LEDs in them, and basically what they are is solar panels that you can drive on, right? So they're these big hexes, and
okay.
basically you cover the whole road with these hexes, and the road then collects solar energy all day and supplies the local neighborhoods with power.
Hmm. I feel like there's something similar to that I saw a video on.
Yeah,
I don't know.
you probably have. It's a great video. And on top of that, all the hex panels have LEDs in them, so you wouldn't have to paint the road anymore because the lights would just do that,
Yeah.
right? And on top of that, if like potholes are no longer a problem, if one of the hexes breaks, you just replace that hex.
Well, if you've got a pothole, like you've got this hole, all you need to do is throw somebody from the maglev train, and then that they'll plug that hole, and there won't be a pothole
See,
there.
again with the evil dystopian shit, man.
No, I'm just saying that's one way to save money because you got to cut costs. I did work in
Dude,
HR
you
at one
don't
point.
kill people over it.
You don't? Okay. But
God, Soylent Green is not in my plan.
it's not. But
No.
I can get you a good deal on it.
But think about how much energy and green that would save or create, I should say, for the
Mhm.
country. Just those two things, right? Replace all the highways with the solar LED highways and build
Okay.
a maglev train.
Okay.
Now you've greatly enhanced our infrastructure. You've cut out on so much emissions by getting rid of like half the trucks,
Right.
right? You've got this super clean train, and you've got roads that now produce energy.
What do we do with all the cows and their emissions that are causing greenhouse
No, I
gases?
think that's bullshit. I'm not gonna ever knock
So
cows for their
you blame it on
natural
the bulls.
gases.
You're saying it's bulls shit instead of cows shit.
Look. Here's the thing: all the people who are out there complaining about cows farting
Yes.
are people like Taylor Swift, the
Oh,
rich cunt that got in a fucking private jet to fly 4 fucking blocks last week.
I'm glad I'm here to hear your confession. Continue, my son.
She actually did that last week.
Yeah, because nobody ever does that. Nobody in Hollywood has ever taken a private jet to a green concert or a green summit about
I'm
climate
just
change.
saying, like, why are you defending her?
No, I'm not defending her. Well, I don't want the Swifties to come after me because they are a pretty powerful lobby.
They are not powerful. They're only powerful among fucking housewives.
Do you want to wear 20 friendship bracelets? I don't think so. You think you do, but you
No, there's
really don't.
nothing they can do. You can't cancel me. I can't be canceled.
Oh, that's true. Well, you're in what's your island again?
No, look,
Within
you can
Spain?
only cancel someone who gives a shit about public opinion.
That's true. That's true, you know. But we've got to use these humans that we've got to harvest them because we need their power, you know, like we need batteries, you know, we need their power to run the matrix. So I mean, I've got to find a way to make it cost effective, right?
See, so basically what you're saying is I can't have a serious conversation with you about ways to
No,
improve the country.
No, we should improve I appreciate you, Destro, coming on here to want to improve the country. What you're doing is patriotic, and you are a citizen of the world, sir. You should be commended for your labor
All right.
practices,
So, of the
especially.
3 ideas that I put forward, do you think there's merit in any of them?
I like the solar powered roads, retrofitting the roads or creating them with all the labor cost and what you got to pay union workers and such. Uh, it can't be done in this country, but it needs to be.
Well, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on. How many jobs would that create?
So you're saying we need a president with an infrastructure bill to like improve the highways and stuff like that? That would be great. I imagine probably a Democrat would come along, president, and probably pass a bill like that, and that would be a great thing. It would increase jobs to fix bridges and roads. So
Right. You
infrastructure,
just
that
need
sounds
you
great.
just need a politician who has the genuine good intentions for the country, who is not in any corporate millionaire's pocket.
Yeah, yeah. So somebody like an Elon, Lex Luthor, maybe uh, a good person like that. Yeah.
You know what? Look, here's the thing. I don't think Elon could be president,
Well,
but
he
I
certainly
do
couldn't
think
give a speech.
no, no, look. Here's the thing.
Mhm.
Elon does not have the personality to be president.
Yeah, it wasn't programmed into him, you know. He
But what
doesn't.
Elon could do
Mhm.
is be one hell of a consultant.
Oh yeah, yeah. And energy czar, is that what you're saying?
I'm not calling anybody czar. Kamala's ruined that word.
Oh, okay. How about what's a nicer word? Mm,
Guru.
guru. Yeah, I'm told I use that word too much. I call a lot of people gurus. It's a
Hey, look,
it's
if you're
respect.
someone, if you're someone in an industry and other people come to you for advice on that, you're a guru.
You're a guru and you know your stuff. Otherwise, I
Um,
wouldn't come to you.
well, what about my idea for the taxes, for the tax website?
Um, I heard, according to, because I saw this on YouTube, it was the title of a video, and we know everything on the internet, especially YouTube, is a 100% proven fact, right? There are no opinions other than just complete fact. And it
So we're
said,
still not being serious.
no, we are being serious. I just wanted to preface it by that. But I literally saw one that said if Trump was elected, he's floating the idea of no income taxes. Okay, fine and dandy, but if you have no income taxes, you still have to have a way for the government to bring in some sort of income to pay for all this
Well, yeah,
infrastructure.
but he's got that
And
that figured out. That's tariffs on all the people that do manufacturing for us.
but if I put 200% tariffs on something, don't I actually hurt the businesses that I'm trying to protect? It seems like that kind of goes against. And
How
if
so?
anything, well, it makes it unprofitable for those businesses if they can't legitimately do it in the US and make
I
it
think you're
work.
underestimating how much China upcharges us on their manufacturing.
I could be. Um, but like another aspect I think is that dang it. My old brain has just forgot what I was gonna say.
I'll give you an example. Right? Take a GI Joe classified action figure.
Okay.
Right? We buy that thing new in box from Hasbro for $25.
Woohoo.
How much do you think it costs China to make that figure?
$3.55.
Try under $1.
$1. Hmm.
Under $1.
Well, they're paying the wages for those kids that are working really hard in the sweatshops.
They're
So
not paying those people.
they're not. Oh, doggone it. That's what I was told at the last board meeting. That's what my PR person told me. Hmm. I guess I need different
No,
people.
but that price is including labor.
Oh, okay, okay.
Right? No, look, here's the thing. Take Burger King. Burger King is a great example.
Mhm.
Right? And the reason I say
Have
it's a
it your
great
way.
example is because back in the year 2000,
Mhm.
Whoppers were 99 cents.
Yep.
The
They were cheap.
99-cent Whopper. They were famous for it.
I remember that.
Right? Now that Whopper is $7.
I was gonna say 2.99, but I knew that was off.
That is a 700% price increase,
Yep.
while the cost of living has only increased by 5%.
The same with the housing market. A $200,000 house used to be expensive. Now that same house is like
Now,
400,
but here's the crazy thing.
500,000.
Here's where it gets evil. The
Hmm.
cost of making a Whopper back in 2000, including labor, was 3 cents per burger.
Jeez.
Right
It's
now,
crazy.
the cost for making it is 5 cents per burger.
So
So
it
if the
costs two
cost
cents
has
more.
only gone up 2 cents, right? Basically, what, 20%? Then why
I'm
has the
sorry.
price gone up 700%?
You lost me at math. I think you're trying to make this a math podcast, and I have to call foul on that, sir.
I'm just saying
Okay.
the corporate America is the problem here, because what corporate America does is, like, take McDonald's, for example, right?
Okay. If
Now
I
in
must.
California, they raised the minimum wage to $20 for McDonald's employees, right? And in response to that, McDonald's raised all their prices. But
Hmm.
they didn't just raise them in California, where the minimum wage went up. They raised them nationwide. Now, why? The minimum wage didn't go up nationwide. Why did you raise the prices nationwide? Because
It's the
corporate
cost of doing
McDonald's
business.
saw an excuse and they jumped on it.
You're telling me there's corporate greed? I can't believe it. You're saying that's behind inflation and not just the Democrats? I can't believe that. That's terrible.
Well, the corporate greed is the ones in all the super PACs paying for all the Democrats. Not just the Democrats, they're paying for the Republicans too. Don't get me wrong.
You're going to tell me the system's rigged next? I don't believe that. Oh,
Hey,
man.
you believe what you want to believe.
That's right. I
I've been
believe.
called a conspiracy theorist before.
Well, nobody appreciates the hard work that you do in the mines there, or your people do.
All I'm saying is the people who are up on stage lying to us about how they're going to help us are the ones fucking us.
Well, there you
But you
go
didn't
again.
answer my question. What did
Yes,
you
sir.
think about my tax webpage idea?
Well, first off, I don't believe you as the profit director would be building that page. You'd have a team working on that. But yeah, it's like it's a good pot and a bad pot. Well, not bad, but not so good. You
Yeah,
could
well,
take
because
the
when I
excess.
say what I mean by red numbers is, right, like let's say there's a bridge about to collapse.
Right.
That needs to be repaired immediately before someone dies.
That's pretty
Right.
much
So those
most of
numbers
our
would be in
infrastructure.
red because that needs the attention now.
I would go and say feeding people and giving them basic health care for every American would come before that. But that's okay. I'll grant you that.
Well, that might be a red number too.
Yeah. And that would drink up.
Like, I'm not the one that decides what numbers are red and green.
Okay.
That would be Congress that decided what numbers were red and green.
So if in
But
this
I think giving the
situation,
people the choice to where their tax dollars go.
okay, if I understood it correctly, in my math, is there's no such thing as good math in my brain. But it's not a 100% tax that you're talking about. No, like 50% goes to red, 50 to the green. You mean generally not each person would give 100% of their earnings. They would give what percentage of their
No,
earnings?
the same amount of taxes that are being taken out of your check right now.
So like a flat tax for everyone.
It's the same tax you're paying, but you get to decide where it goes.
Okay. And where it goes, no one knows.
Well, you would know with this website. I don't
Okay.
understand what's so confusing about this.
Because you said the word math and you threw me off, but I'm trying. I'm
I never
slow.
said the word math. You did.
I know, and that's why I'm having nightmares right now. But it's okay. But I think it's a good idea. In theory, it's a good idea. The logistics of it are the hard part. But I think you'd have to have a flat tax across the board that did not discriminate against anyone in any different. Would you treat millionaires the same as you would treat someone with a $20,000 a year income?
Yeah, you're going to pay the same percentage, right? So here's the
Same,
thing.
so a
If
percentage.
you
Okay.
make $30,000 a year and the tax
Okay.
rate is 10%, you're paying $3,000 a year in taxes.
Okay.
Right? If you make $30 million a year, then your 10% is going to be 300,000, right?
So who decides what goes in the red column and who decides what goes in the green column
I
for the
just said
tax?
Congress decides that.
Congress, and they're usually good about agreeing, both of the
Well, they're
parties.
not, but that doesn't, you still have the people still need a voice. Congress is people's voice in the in Washington.
Right.
The Senate. You know what I mean? The Senate is like that's the states being represented.
Yep.
Right, and not necessarily being represented well. Like again, we're talking in theory. If people were doing what they were supposed to, the system would work.
You mean something like being elected and then going to that job each day and actually doing what the people elected you to do? That's
Yeah, and
crazy.
not doing stuff like insider trading.
Oh dear.
Right, you shouldn't be allowed to buy stocks if you're on the fucking board for that company.
Like not being the mayor of, let's say, the biggest city in the country, and maybe getting kickbacks and getting flown here and there, and so those are bad. You're saying that's bad. That's got to go. Okay.
Well, I don't know what mayor you're talking about. You could be talking about any number of mayors.
That's probably true, but well, we know everybody's honest, so we don't have to worry about that in this country. Everybody's
Stop
completely
lying
honest.
to people, dude. Stop gaslighting.
Gaslighting. I can't even
when you
afford
say
gas.
shit like we know everybody's honest, you sound like the left-wing media and Fox News.
And Fox News.
Are you trying to sound like Fox News?
No, I'm just
Then stop gaslighting people.
I'm trying to be fair and equal to everyone, because everybody is good. The Candyman can, because he mixes it with love and makes the world taste good. We like the Candyman. I know the Candyman. He's a nice guy. He gets a bad rep. People are like, "Oh, here comes the Candyman. I'm scared." But the Candyman, he makes the plates. You can even eat the plates that he makes. He's kind of like Willy Wonka.
Well, look, I'll do you one better for my website.
I'll do you another better. Why is Gamora?
Here's what I'll say. Instead of just handing it off to Congress, what things to get the tax dollars, what we do is we have a panel of experts. Right?
Okay.
We get people from the STEM fields. We get people who are for the green initiative, people who are for the environment, people who are for infrastructure, people are basically anything. We get experts in all the fields, and we make a compendium of those people, and they talk about shit, and then they send the list of things they come up with to Congress, and then Congress can decide from there what gets green numbers, what gets red numbers.
As long as it's fair, and that they do the work of the people, and they be honest about it. That's what's important.
Well, yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like, because if you're deciding where your tax dollars are going, right, isn't that better than finding out that the fucking U.S. government supplies $140 million a year for fucking chimpanzee retirement funds?
Well, chimpanzees work hard,
No, they don't.
They don't? Oh, okay. It's just propaganda.
No, they don't.
Their lobby.
All they do is hang out in their fucking enclosures and piss in their own faces and throw
it's
shit.
It's that damn chimpanzee lobby again. That they hit me up the other day, and
that's actually a real thing, Ed.
Is it for real?
Yes, you can look that up. They actually have put aside $140 million a year for chimpanzee fucking Social Security.
There must be some.
You'd be shocked at some of the shit they're spending our money on.
Yeah. That's funny. They said you'd be shocked when I had that shock therapy. That's exactly what they said to me, and they were right. I was shocked. It's crazy.
Well, another thing they threw millions of dollars at, was the effect of TikTok on teenage girls. I'm like, can you not just fucking look at TikTok and see the effect?
It's not just girls; it's guys too. I mean, everybody's got in the
no, but that was a separate study. The study was just to see how TikTok affected teenage girls. That's an actual thing our country spent tax dollars on.
They could have asked me. I mean, I don't know anything about teenage girls, but I could have probably told you. Too much social media is bad.
I'm just saying, like, you're talking about, like, making sure everyone's taken care of with a fucking like a standard salary no matter what. Like everybody gets money, right?
Right.
Well, I would think that
A
finding out that they're
universal basic
spending money
income
seeing what teenage girls watch on TikTok would
is a
piss you
waste.
off.
Yeah, it's like they probably did a study on the effect of Taylor Swift on her fans or something. There's probably a study
They
somewhere.
actually have done studies on Taylor Swift, believe it or not.
Have they for real? You know,
Yes.
yeah. And I mean, when they revealed she was the Antichrist, I'm like, really? Not Taylor Swift, but maybe. Who knows? You know,
No, I don't think she's the Antichrist, but she's definitely a shill for the media.
I don't know. Certainly knows how to pack those concerts. So good for her. More power to her.
Yeah,
She's
well,
standing in
think
her
about it.
power.
Think about it. We now live in America in a society where almost 50% of marriages fail and the dating market is non-existent, right?
Yeah,
There's all these young men are like, fuck this, I'm not even gonna bother trying to hook up because it's just gonna cost me half of everything I own in the end when it doesn't work out.
right.
And since 80% of divorces are initiated by the women, none of these men are even interested in taking the risk, right?
Well,
So you've got
they don't
all of
want to be
these
paying.
angry women who have been ghosted or left at the restaurant with the bill or stood up for dates. Of course, Taylor Swift is popular. All of her songs are breakup songs. Every single one is about her getting fucked over by some guy.
She just needs to shake it off. Shake it off. I think.
I went to an Alanis Morissette
It's
concert
more
with a
so.
girl I was dating back in the day.
Oh,
And
that was not a good concert to take a date to.
I
I
was
went to
one
the
of
Shania
two
Twain
men.
concert.
Well, hold
Yeah.
on. I was one of two men in the entire theater, right? And when the song You Ought to Know came on, all of the women were standing up and shouting along with the song.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
kind of cowering, like hiding behind my girlfriend, like, hey, Deb, don't let them maul
I
me
was
after
in
this.
I was in Jacksonville in the front with this girl. We went down and I could, if I wanted to, reach out and touch the stage. That's how close we were. And it was the height of Shania Twain. And, when she sings that don't impress me much, that's not a good song to hear. And all the women are just singing that don't impress me much. I'm like, okay, well,
Yeah, and we wonder why 400-pound women think they deserve a fucking 6'2" Adonis with six figures a year.
yeah. Well, I can't be everywhere. I know they all want me, but I can't be everywhere. Let
It's
the
just
other
that's a
Adonises.
person. That is a
Anyway,
person who's self-deluded.
yeah, because people like that don't exist, and they're not nice people. You want a nice person.
Look, at the end of the day, we're human,
Well, most of
right?
us. Yeah.
If we feel attracted to someone, we're going to get a physical response.
Yes. Yes.
But if we are not physically attracted to that person, it doesn't matter like how nice they are. We're not going to talk to them to learn if they're nice or not.
We don't care.
And that's not men being assholes. That's like inherent. That's like in our DNA.
Who handles your HR and your minds there? Do you have an HR manager?
No, we don't HR in the minds. That's nonsense.
That's nonsense. Yeah, people are gonna start wanting, like, I don't know, equal treatment and like fair work
The next
conditions.
thing you know, I've got a bunch of 10-year-olds trying to form a union. Fuck that.
You can't. Yeah. Next thing you know, yeah, it's another Amazon issue. Yeah, you don't need all that. I'm surprised you haven't got with Elon and get him to build you a fleet of those Optimus robots for your mines. They could be so efficient.
Yeah, but how's that going to help the kids learn a trade?
That's true. That's true. Kids need a trade. You got to train them
I'm
young.
not going to let those Optimus robots take away the kids' jobs.
That would be wrong. Yeah. Yeah. Cause those robots will replace them all. All the AI is going to replace us all. So, soon we're just going to have to sit on our YouTube channels and make pre-recorded messages to send out to the masses and all our
Dude, it's going to
followers.
be the Wally future. We're all going to be fat slobs in hover
Wally.
chairs just consuming.
Exactly. And we'll own nothing and we'll love it. That's what they said. We'll own nothing and we'll love it. Isn't that great? That's a great way to look at things.
It's a terrible way to look at things.
It's all about
I'm sorry,
It's
but like, look,
something.
if you can't have the things that you want in life, then what are you working for?
Yeah.
Right? You're basically encouraging people to just give up.
Right. We don't want people to give up. We need to sell these iPhones. They're not going to sell themselves. You know.
I'm just saying, when you hand somebody everything that they own, they
Right.
don't respect it.
True, true. If they don't work for it, those kids working 25-hour shifts in the mines, they're learning work ethic. They're going to grow up, you know, by the time they're, I don't know, 12 or whatever, and they're ready to retire because they've worked a lifetime's worth, they got to have something to look forward to, and so,
I'm
that's
sorry,
important.
brother, because I just realized all this time I've been trying to like talk to you seriously, and you've been subtly trying to steer the conversation away from this.
The whole time. It's no, it's all good. It's all good. I'm just having fun. We're both having fun, right?
Look,
Uh,
here's the thing, man.
yes, sir.
The world's a shitty place.
It is.
Human
It
beings
can
are
be.
shitty people.
We can be.
There are good people out there in the world. There are truly altruistic people.
There are.
Like I saw this one guy, he actually built this barge, and
Mhm,
what the barge does is it deploys this like 300-yard like barrier, right? And
mhm.
basically what it does is it pulls all the garbage in the ocean into this like funnel,
Wow.
lifts it up onto the barge, and then compacts it into small cubes for recycling.
We should put some of the politicians in that water.
All of them, fucking.
Yeah, the
No,
lawyers
but
as well.
this guy is he's not getting paid for this. He designed this thing,
It's
paid for it out
awesome.
of his own pocket. So this is a very well off man who took it upon himself to try and start cleaning the ocean because he sees that none of the people in power are doing it.
And you can't just set that stuff on fire. That's not an option, a viable option. That
No,
would
you
cause
can't.
way more
You
pollution
if you
and
burn plastic in the water, you're going to pollute the water.
right, right. More even more
But at
so
the
than
end of
it
the
already is.
day, most of the science points to um, the islands of garbage in the ocean
Right.
affecting the currents being the biggest problem with our climate.
And here's something else that's a product of that, but also um, the coral reefs getting the junk in them and all that, like all the plastics and stuff messes with the fish and all the life that creates those coral reefs. And those coral reefs, they also act as kind of a little bit of a barrier, kind of like the marshes do, when the storm surge comes up and stuff like that. But the coral reefs, they're a lot of them are getting, I think they call them like whitewashed. I don't know what the term is, like bleached. They're essentially getting bleached white. And it's some of them are, have had to be protected in certain areas of the world because they're being bleached by this water, and it makes the water's even, the water's more scalding hot because of all the pollution and possibly some global change. All of our ecosystems are connected, so what we do on land
Yeah,
affects what
yeah,
we happens in the water and vice versa, makes these storms stronger. Storms
right.
become category fives and tear
But
up
the
places.
point is that the things that's affecting the climate the most is all the shit disturbing the currents of the ocean,
Right, right.
because the currents of the ocean affect the airflow. They keep the north cold. They keep the center warm.
Yeah, it messes with the Gulf Stream, which is the
Yeah, yeah.
big
So,
conveyor belt of
but
water.
nobody in a position of power on this planet is
Mhm.
doing anything about that garbage, right? In fact, they're all just adding to it on a daily fucking basis,
Right.
right? So they're sitting me here telling me that like farmers need to decrease their number of cows while they're dumping garbage in the ocean and flying their private jets for fucking 4 miles.
We need to think of what kind of world we're leaving for our grandkids and Keith Richards, that's important, you know,
Fuck
because
that. I'm worried about how I'm going to live now.
that's true.
At the end of the day, I don't believe that the climate crisis is as bad as some people say it is, but there's definitely a climate crisis. But it's not a save the world situation; it's a save ourselves situation. because this planet will be here long after we're gone,
I saw somebody
right?
say
And it'll
we're just
probably
like
be a lot healthier without us here.
I think George Carlin once said, human beings in our entire existence are just like a little flea on the back of this planet, and all it's going to take, we're going to piss the planet off enough, it's just going to shake us off one day, and we're extinct,
Yeah,
and the
right. That was the
planet's
one
going to
where
go
he said
on.
the only reason the Earth lets us stay here is because it needs plastic.
That's true. Yeah, apparently the Earth needs plastic, and we produce a lot of it.
Hey, think about it, man. 50 million years in the future, whatever alien life form has populated Earth at that time, their archaeologists are going to be digging and they're going to find plastic and think it's a natural resource.
And they'll find our hands will be like this, and they'll have a little device in between them, where
Nah, our
that's where
bones
we're
will
communicating.
even our bones will have turned to dust by then.
Right, right.
They say that if humanity was wiped out, it would take the Earth less than 100 years to completely reclaim everything that we built.
The series Life After Humans or whatever. Yeah, I love that series. It shows, however many years you go in the future, like all our buildings, once they crumble or even before then, they'll become these great geraniums, where plants and vines
Right,
can grow
right.
on.
It's great because there's a like on I-55 here in Illinois,
Mhm.
there's an off ramp that they closed that road down. And the off ramp, this was only like 10 years ago that it was closed down,
Uh-huh.
but the off ramp is completely overgrown with green now.
That's awesome.
You know what I mean? Even the concrete has green growing up out of it. Like all you could see of the off ramp are the concrete borders, like on the sides of it. The whole street is covered in green. There's trees growing out of it.
You sure
Crazy.
you've checked to make sure that's not the new hideout for poison ivy, correct?
No, I actually, because I saw it and I was in awe of it, so I stopped and took a picture.
Sweet. You have to share
I
that.
do
That'll
not
be cool
still
to
have
see.
the picture. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I wish I did.
That's cool though.
But yeah, because it just goes to show that once we're out of the way, the Earth can take all this back easily.
But here's the thing, everything has to be profitability in this world. Everything has to have, and you being the profit director, you know about this. You have to,
Ironically, I don't agree with that at all.
I don't necessarily know that I agree with it. I just know it's the way things are done. And like when I was in HR, if I wanted to get a policy pushed forward, the way I could sell it to the bean counters, to the people that, ran the numbers, is how much it would save them by following this policy and how much it would hurt them financially if they didn't follow certain policies. And so, they always did what was right, or to the best of their knowledge or ability, I suppose. But that's
Well,
kind of the thing with this.
I
You
guess
have
the
to make
reason
it
that
profitable.
I guess the reason that I say that doesn't really, I don't agree with that is because the happiest people I know are the ones living in these like tiny homes or these earth ships or these,
I agree. I agree. But you have to, in a real world, um, in a real world scenario, you have to kind of sell that, and so you have to somehow make it profitable. You start in a small scale and then build it, exponentially. But if you
well,
can
I think
make
the whole idea behind it is to avoid
cleaning
the
up the
need for
oceans,
profit.
well, I
Right?
mean,
If you build yourself, if you buy a nice plot of land, right? Like let's say you buy like 5 acres, right,
right,
in Arizona, and you build an earthship house, right? The only money you need is the initial money to build the place, right? Because after that, you've got solar for your energy, you've got a well for your water, you've got uh wood for your fucking heat in the winter.
and you can actually make a profit by selling at least electricity back to the grid.
You could and on top of
Excess.
that, like you get yourself a couple of goats and some chickens, and now you don't have to worry about meat or eggs. Get yourself a cow and you've got your milk taken care of. You know what I mean? Grow yourself a vegetable garden, and now you don't need produce. The goal is to become independent of the system, right? So it's
Sure,
like, but unfortunately, in order to reach that goal, you need like 50 grand at minimum.
it's a lot of money.
But that's why you see a lot of these older couples doing it, because Their kids have all moved out, and now they've in this big empty house that just
Well,
reminds them of everything that's gone.
well, the thing is, like, it's like with solar, you need help on that front end getting it going, and once you get it going, eventually it pays for itself, in
Right,
leaps and
right.
bounds. But it's always the initial setup of something that doesn't necessarily pay dividends on the front end, but you do get it down the line. It takes time. Everything takes time, and I hope we
Right.
have enough time
But
to
the whole
correct some of these
point
things.
of all that, the whole point of that lifestyle is to get out from under the thumb of the government.
Right. To basically return to the earlier times, like um maybe the frontier days to an extent.
Oh, it's frontier now and not colonizers.
I wasn't trying to get political with it. I'm just thinking of a
I'm
simpler
just fucking
time.
with you, man. Relax. It's good. It's
I
good.
know, I know. I'm trying to be more serious here because I was having fun earlier in the rest of this. So
Right. I think that's the problem. Neither of us are on the serious page at the same time.
I know, I know. I'm just having fun. So uh I can go real deep into this. This could be a 6-hour stream because I would get real with it. But I wish could be one day, and this would destroy the universe, but I wish there could be one day where everything was free, but you could not be greedy. That's like the
Yeah.
one
See,
rule
that's where the problem
is greed.
right? Because you get all these, like, all right, I'll give you a good example, right? So here in Illinois, every year they go once a year on the McDonald's anniversary, because the original McDonald's is here.
Oh yeah,
Like the original McDonald's is in California, but the first franchise McDonald's is here in Illinois.
right.
It's still standing. It's protected as a landmark.
Hmm.
But here in Illinois, once a year, McDonald's sells their cheeseburgers for the same price they sold them back when they opened.
That's awesome.
Now, unfortunately, in the bad neighborhoods, they have to limit it to 5 per customer because you had people coming in there and buying like 100 fucking cheeseburgers,
Yeah,
right? Whereas in the more upscale neighborhoods, people would just
but
come in and buy a couple and be done.
but in all fairness, there are people in those upscale neighborhoods. If they could get away with it, they would buy 100,000 of them. You know what I mean? And they would stock up and say, "Look at the deal I got." That's one way you get rich. You can get rich. It's like it's still greed.
Well, I don't think they would do that because McDonald's cheeseburgers would depreciate in value like 2 hours after you bought them.
That's yeah, that's
That's
very
not a
true.
good investment.
It's not a good investment. That's true. Plus, it's food. Yeah, it's not gonna can't keep 200,000 hamburgers anywhere. I suppose it's all part of the plan. So, where
But
do we
yeah,
go from here?
at the end of the day,
Mhm.
you have to like weigh the situation because on one half you could do something really great and say all groceries are free today, but
Free
then half the
groceries.
country's going to be assholes and take advantage of it and fuck it up for everybody.
Even with the hurricane that we had, there were people hoarding toilet paper. And that was never an issue this time. We're like, it's not going to be an issue. But there were people out there that were hoarding toilet paper, and I'm like, why?
Right? Have
Why?
you heard of the Dasani index?
No, no, enlighten me.
All right. So what the Dasani index is, when you want to know how bad things are, you go into the grocery store where the water aisle is, and if the Dasani's gone, we're in really bad shape. Because you'll look at the grocery store shelves and all the bottled water's gone except for the Dasani. It hasn't even been touched.
That's okay. So I know of the principle of it. It's also the loosely the same principle, the Waffle House effect or whatever. If the
Oh
Waffle
yeah,
House
if Waffle House is
closes,
closed, it's bad.
yeah, and they were closed during this hurricane. So like, oh crap, this is for real. Shit is about to get real. But yeah, we are inherently good people as a species, but we're inherently have our greed, and we're going to get ours before we're going to make sure we have it's sensible to put your life jacket on before you go and put someone else's on and save them, because you
See,
have to save yourself. But it comes a point where you don't want to delve into greed and like overget your amount.
See,
because there's always somebody.
I don't think that we are inherently good people.
Really?
Yes,
See,
I think being a good person comes from a few different things. One, most importantly, is proper upbringing,
a moral center.
a moral center, but another is empathy. And this is
True.
the empathy is the reason that I say we're not inherently good people, because little kids are fucking assholes. They're selfish little pricks. They don't care who they hurt. They don't care, what they do. And the thing is, hey, how's it going, DFS? If you'd like, we can give you a link. Well, I can't say that. It's Ed's channel, but
That's actually what I'm putting in the chat for him. I said, "Want to come on cam?"
nice, nice. So,
welcome. What were you saying?
I don't remember what I was just saying.
You're talking about monkeys and something.
I was not talking about monkeys.
And something in the mines. You said there was a big monkey uprising in the mines in Tobago.
Well, now you've pushed it the rest of the way out of my head. Thank you very much, Ed, for ruining my thoughts.
That's what I'm here for. I'm here to corrupt and enlighten. We're talking about, you said people weren't inherently good.
Oh, right. Because little kids are selfish little bastards.
Look at me listening.
They don't care who they hurt. And kids eventually get over that. How? Because they have life experiences that give them empathy and let them understand how those negative things they do affect the people around them, because they themselves have been affected. Right? But it's not something you're born with. It's something that you develop over time, something that you're taught through life experience. You know what I'm saying?
No, I agree. I agree totally. Yeah. But if you put two kids together, they'll play with another kid as long as that kid is nice to them. If kid, is mean to them, they don't play with them.
Kids don't see color, but kids see, chocolate cake.
Yeah, they see
you know what I mean?
999.
A kid is the kind of person who will, go to someone's birthday party and sneak into the kitchen and stick his finger in the chocolate cake before they even get to cut it. You know what I mean? That's not something an adult does, because it ruins it for everybody else. But a kid doesn't care. All he knows is, ooh, sweet.
Yep.
And teenagers are even worse than kids.
Mm-hmm.
Because somehow they convince themselves that being assholes to other teenagers makes them cool.
And it doesn't.
It does not.
DFS cannot come on camera because he is finishing a burrito.
He is finishing a burrito, but I'm sure he'll be on when he's done.
Yeah. Finish that burrito. Eat safely. Hydrate. Make sure that you're well fed. Then you can come on camera and enlighten us with your knowledge. The world is
DFS is bright as hell, man. He's a smart cookie.
Then he needs to show his brightness. This is the time for bright people. We're in the bright portion of this stream where we're talking about real things that we can fix the world and make it a better place.
Right. Now, wind energy is just not feasible. It's not viable. The windmills, they don't produce nearly enough energy.
And why do we not have them at higher altitudes, like consistently? You get up higher in the atmosphere, and yes, the air gets thinner, but you generally get more, stronger winds the higher you go.
Right. Like, have you ever seen the movie Alita Battle Angel?
It's a crime it didn't get a sequel. That's a fantastic film.
I love it. I absolutely love it. But you remember the big wind turbines they had floating above the city like balloons?
True.
On the big ass cables? Like, that's kind of what you're talking about.
Yeah. I guess I am. But the maintenance
solar has potential, but it's not there yet.
Right. And not it's really not the answer, at least in the early stages, is not one thing. It's a combination of all you've got. Yes, we want to use less fossil fuels, but we can't realistically cut all fossil fuels out. Not yet. We're not there yet.
Well, and what's really funny to me is like, especially like when you look at California, right? They're talking about pushing through all these like electric cars and making it a mandate that you can't drive a gas powered vehicle. But it's like
Yeah.
you realize that those things are being charged by coal powered power plants.
Yeah, if there was a way to make it, once again, coming back to the bean counters, because unfortunately money makes the world go around. If you can find a way for oil companies to somehow wean us off of these fossil fuels, but yet they can change their business model into where they can start replacing that income, that lost income from getting off of fossil fuels into clean energy, and somehow make it more affordable, where it doesn't necessarily interrupt their bottom line earnings, then theoretically you can eventually get to a point where we could be off of fossil fuels and the fossil fuel companies could rebrand themselves as clean energy. Maybe, it's a longer
Well,
process. It's maybe a
one
50
of
to
the one of
100-year
the
process, but it's possible.
one of the biggest problems we have, Ed, is that the cleanest, cheapest energy source we have has a bad reputation because of a couple of bad accidents.
Oh yeah.
But nuclear power is still the safest and cleanest like energy.
I live in a city where we have 3 or 4 reactors going, and they're but even that, during a hurricane, we went here where I live 5 days without power, because it's about the infrastructure. And you see, here's another thing. I know it's horribly expensive to replace our electrical grid, but if we can get more, we should be working on it. Every city should be working on this in stages, and it should be
Hey,
written into the
that's
cost
my
of putting everything.
that's my solar paneled highways.
Yeah, yeah, there you go. Or because the thing about digging up all this ground and putting wires through it, it's going to take forever. It's going to cost billions upon billions of dollars, and by the time it's all done, it's trillions of dollars that we don't
Well,
have.
what you do is you do it in a big city first, right?
Yeah.
Because if you do it in like Chicago or New York, there's a very elaborate underground structure made up of like sewers and tunnels and all that sort of stuff.
Well, you get to places like Florida that's basically flat land, or well, it's basically there's nothing, it's a flat
Yeah,
shelf.
but what I'm saying
You
is you
can't really
test
go
it
too
out in one
far.
of the big cities where you can run the cables through the sewers and through, subways and all that sort of stuff so that you can make sure that the process works before you do it somewhere where you have to dig up tunnels.
Right. Oh, here we go. We got some comments here from DFS. He says, Ed is perfect. No, sounds like a badass engineering challenge. Right. 60% of all power is coal. Geek is right. There has to be a benefit. Thank you very much. Ed, that's me. And I cried myself to sleep during Cash for Clunkers. That's funny. DFS. But yeah, you always have to show where it's always for the bean counters. You got to show them how it can be economically, won't interfere with their corporate business model, and how it won't affect the shareholders, because they're all public corporations are beholden to their shareholders, and they have to turn a profit. So it's all
And
about
nobody's turning me.
yeah, you can't be turned. You are truly
Uh
incorruptible.
Ed, my drink is now empty. I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
That's okay. I can talk to myself. I do it well.
Or you can talk to DFS. He'll chat with you
Yeah.
in the chat until he's ready to come on when he's done with his burrito.
Yeah. Yeah, he better talk to me. All
But
right, talk
I'll
to
be
me.
back in a minute. I just got to go fill my drink. It'll only be like 2 minutes.
All right, I'll see you in an hour. I love when he leaves, his little icon leaves his chair there. I love that. Prophet's thought of that. Y'all show Prophet some love. Let's throw his information up here. Prophet Director. He's on youtube.com/channel/UCD. I can't read that. You have to watch the video, okay? Just What is he? He has got a long name for his channel. But Profit Director, he does a lot of really cool stuff. Since I met him, I've been thoroughly impressed with some of his stuff. Most of his stuff's you need to be an adult and you need to, um, be prepared. Some of it can be a little abrasive for some audiences, but it's all in good fun. He does wonderful sketches, voiceovers. He takes he takes action figures and he does like the stop motion animation. Really cool. He takes a lot of time to do that. But if you he's got a YouTube channel and it's really long, bunch of letters. You can look up Profit Director, you'll see his channel there. But on Instagram, he is PDD ESTRO 1973. That's PDDESTRO 1973. That's I guess PD Destro 1973. So show him some love, show him some uh whatever you do on Instagram. What do you do on Instagram? Do you like, share, subscribe, whatever? Thumbs up, probably thumbs up everywhere. Let's see, we got some comments, probably DFS and whoever else is watching. He says, and BRT, I'm not sure what that means. Gotta drop. Oh dear. He's got to go take care of some business and he'll be back on. All right, well, we'll see you in a second, DFS. Anyway, so we're almost 3 hours into this Saturday night live stream here. If you listen to this episode, it's or this this stream, it's just we've just gotten me and Prophet were just getting silly on some things. So a lot of things we said here, we weren't trying to offend, we're just being really silly. So we just kind of took it as far as we could take it with being silly. So we're just having a good time enjoying here. I do need your help on some things. I need you to my call to action to anybody who's watching is we just hit 75 subs tonight. We just picked up a new sub. And so we are up to 75 subs here on the channel. So I'd appreciate a small creator like myself here, at least on the YouTube side. If you'd hit that subscribe button on the channel, you can enable notifications for new content. Usually Saturday nights, we like to live stream. And we have the Banger Society on here. We've done some of our 1980 through 1984 live streams. A bunch of us picking our top 10 films, which is a lot of fun. Saturday, November 2nd, 9 p.m. Saturday, November 2nd, 9 p.m. We're doing our top 10, all six of us we're going to present our top 10 with an overall top 10 MCU films. So there's like 30 something films to choose from. Probably the hardest thing we had to do is try to pick 10 of them. And you'll agree with most of them probably, but there's a few that may surprise you. And then we've got some other surprises. And I don't want to give away what those surprises are, but we'll restream it here on Geek Homeworld. So if you don't go on Sergeant Curtis Schultz YouTube channel, which you need to show him some love and show him some likes, shares, and subscribes to his channel. Sergeant Curtis Schultz is his channel. Look him up on YouTube. Check him out there. Like, share, and subscribe, and show him some love. He's usually helps coordinate us on a lot of stuff. But Prophet has put a lot of work into this MCU episode. You're going to be impressed with a lot of the technical expertise that he's put forward. I'm highly impressed by his efforts and his dedication. He spent several hours on it. So we need to show him love. And we just want you guys to be in the chat and interact with us. So just like now, let us know your thoughts. And we're not afraid to bring people on the stream. Like during the shows, we won't bring you on, but then usually for a little while, we'll open things up. Now, I'm not sure who this is. Somebody's popping on stage. Doofus. Okay. Hey, Doofus. Welcome. Oh, he just popped on for a second. And you're welcome to say whatever or whatever. So Prophet's stepped out. He's got to go get a refill. He's there taking care of making sure those kids in the mines he has to check on them to make sure they're mining that mercury so you can have your cheap iPhones. And so, we got to keep them working 25 hours a day and all that. So, so you can have your cheap electronics. That's the American way. So, that's what Prophet's doing. But anyway, so, let's see. I'm killing time till Prophet gets back here. But if y'all want to hop in, got any comments, Doofus, if there's anything, Doofus, I can't say that. That's his name. If you're watching the video, you'll see it. That's what his gentleman's calling himself. If there's anything you want to talk about, you're certainly welcome to. But kind of an open stream here, and we're just having fun. We're having fun hanging out on Saturday night. Nothing else to do, so this is the fun thing to do. Let's see. A bit about myself. I started podcasting 2008, so just celebrated my 10-year anniversary in September. I've got a couple videos on here I'd love for you guys to check out and throw some likes at. I had Daniel J. Lewis, who's a Hall of Fame podcaster, and Ray Ortega as well on my 10-year anniversary episode. Then that following week, that following Saturday, I got Dave Jackson in with Digital Caveman and myself. He was on both of these streams. And so those are two I'm really proud of. And we did some marathon streaming there, and Dave popped in for a little bit, and I really appreciate him being there. He's a Hall of Fame podcaster as well as Daniel J. Lewis. Some guys I've followed. I've got a big YouTuber that I've been following, and I've got to reach out to him, send some emails, and I commented on one of his videos, and he's somebody I've been following for years. I'll just say he used to be called the Stream Doctor. So if you're a streamer, like on Twitch and other things, which I'm not on Twitch, I was for a little bit, but not really. But anyway, very fascinating dude. Knows stuff about computers I can't even fathom. My little brain can't figure it all out. But if things work out well, I'll have him on a live stream here, and so I'll
I
be
don't understand
promoting
why
that.
you need to call everybody fat.
What did I say?
You said you're bringing on a big YouTuber.
He's big in the realm of his greatness as a YouTuber.
That's not great being fat.
But you're fat, PHAT, sir. You are the man.
Well, that's the good kind of fat, but the bad kind of fat is unhealthy.
Yeah, Doofus is here. I'm not sure who Doofus is. I think I recognize Doofus, but yeah, everybody goes by
That's
different
Don
names.
Fega Corleone. How do you not know this?
Because we haven't had the pleasure to be introduced, because he's incognito right now, I suppose.
No, he's not. Just look at the capitals.
Okay.
DFS, man.
Oh, God, I say I'm stupid. I'm stupid. Okay. But I am mighty. Anyway, I don't know. Let's say something. So anyway, so what's it like in burrito land? That's all everybody wants to know. What is it like in the world of burritos?
Well, how would he know? He lives in California, not burrito land.
Burrito land. It's like Lego land, isn't it? I don't know. Probably different.
DFS, how's life treating you today, my friend?
Hey, while y'all are talking, I'm going to go get me a refill, and I'll
awesome.
be right back.
Good riddance.
I know. You got it from here. Hold on.
How's it going, DFS? I assume the burrito was delicious.
Oh, there. Now you can hear me. There we go.
There you go. Now I can hear you.
Yeah. I just came back from a fucking little adventure. Last night I got home about 1:30 in the morning. I drove for like 7 or 8 hours straight. For like 2 days in a row, I drove for 8 hours straight. Fuck.
I've been there, my friend.
So we went over to Northern California. Or it's more like, it was Northern California. We drove all the fuck up there to get this little pickup truck that has a diesel engine in it. And it's a 82 or 83 Mazda B2200. And we used to have one. My friend blew it up and sold it. It was a period of time I didn't know him. Otherwise, I could have fixed it. And then we've been spending like, I don't know how many years looking for another one. We found one. The original owner died. and the daughter had it. And fuck it, it's got the original hubcaps. Like the interior is almost complete. It's fucking crazy. I really wish I could have met the guy who owned it. He seemed like he really knew what the hell he was doing.
Yeah, I mean, but that's kind of how it goes, isn't it? Like I had a similar one where a friend of mine who owned a Saab repair shop, he bought a Saab from an old woman. Now the Saab was her husband's car, you know, but her husband had died. But her husband was like a Sunday driver, you know, and they lived in Florida.
Hell yeah.
So the car was like untouched by salt and like, you know, that kind of shit, you know, and you know, because you know, if you're in Illinois or whatever, here, like they salt the roads every winter so you don't kill each other on the road driving, you know. But there's none of that in Florida. So you do get like salt damage like on the body of the car in Florida, but not on the important bits, the chassis, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yep.
So that was the situation. My buddy had called me up and he's like, hey man, I need you to drive me to Florida. And I'm like, you need me to drive you to Florida? And he's like, yeah, I bought a Saab down there and I need to go and pick it up. So naturally I can't drive because I can't drive 2 cars back.
Right.
So yeah, I drove down there with him and then we followed each other back.
God damn.
Of course, he got that Saab for $500.
Oh my God. Yeah,
and then he flipped it. Right? He flipped it for like 12 grand after.
Oh, fuck yeah. Yeah, we paid 14 for this pickup truck, which is a fucking killer deal. And then for the condition it's in, there's only one fender that has a ding on it.
Nice. You can take that out with a suction cup.
Oh, Lord. That's what she said.
We'll see. I'm going to take my time with it. And because my buddy and I, we both wrote our names down on the title. So we're both owners.
Nice. I can't see that creating problems in the future.
Nah, not with him. No, it won't.
Is he real?
All right, good,
is this
good.
imaginary friend or?
No. I've known him for at least all of my friends I've known for like 20 years.
Man.
Yeah, DFS is cool in real life, not just online. He actually has friends.
Yeah. Well, I do too. You know, some of them are still being manufactured right now, but we got to do the software upgrades on them. But you know, they're good friends, and some of my imaginary friends, they're busy right now. They're usually too busy for me. I don't know why.
Hell yeah.
Because they're ashamed of you for still needing them in your 50s.
That's true. Well, I've known cavemen. Oops, excuse me.
But hey, don't worry about it, man. Elon Musk will get you your Optimus robot. And if you don't like that, Japan will get you a female version you can fuck.
I love, oh my God. I love all those memes that it has the iRobot where he's got like a sad face and is like me telling my Optimus that he's got to make dinner for the entire family for Thanksgiving. It's like all these things. Like people are going to abuse those robots and make them do everything.
Yeah, but see, you can't think about the robot in human terms. Having the robot have to cook your entire Thanksgiving dinner for your whole family would make the robot happy because it likes purpose. It wants to do stuff. It's programmed for it. It feels incomplete if it's not doing anything. You know, laziness is a human trait, not a robot trait.
You know,
well, I think for the first 5 years of the robot, they're just gonna have somebody in China controlling it from, you know, like a video camera, like a little kid, and he'll be doing all your shit.
Right. Fucking remote, controlling it by remote.
And you'll think it's AI. You'll be convinced.
Well, people think that Prophet Director doesn't exist in real life. They think he's just, you know, an action figure. And I'm the only moving animatronic you can see here on camera. So, so DFS, if you want to come on camera.
Well, DFS has God on his icon. You can't beat that.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay.
I mean, it's either God or Socrates.
Yeah, he's supposed to be smiting some kind of serpent. I forgot the fucking story.
Right. Well, this looks like the artwork. I saw similar artwork to this when I was a kid, and it was God striking Lucifer from heaven.
But if you look at that, you could look at the left side of it and almost see another figure in there. It's almost like one of those, you know what I mean? One of those you can look at it a different way. It's like looking at a cloud. A different person can look at it close enough and see different things.
Right. Like it was drawn by a Disney artist, and there's a penis hidden in it somewhere.
Well, to the right, the lower right-hand side, that looks like that could be a puppy with floppy ears. Like looking at something that he's pointing to with the sword.
No. He's just really small, riding on the back of a giant sheep.
Oh, well, it could be that. So who knows?
Yeah.
But
only the artist knows.
That's true. Only the
Dante's
artist knows.
style artworks.
Ugh.
Right? It's solid. It's solid artwork. It's it takes a lot of talent to put some depth in two-tone pencil sketch.
Just like Dolly Parton said, it takes a lot of money to look this cheap. Same principle. Yeah.
Dolly doesn't look cheap.
She doesn't.
I think the original might be a relief in wood or something like that.
Oh, cool.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that would be, hey.
So
that's
DFS.
I think wood burning is an underappreciated skill.
Oh yeah.
So what's rocking in your world? What's the coolest thing going on in your world?
The pickup truck that I just got.
Oh, cool.
It's fucking amazing. It's so slow. We drove, we drove there and back in my other pickup truck, and we didn't push 60 miles an hour. We drove under 60 the whole way there.
Well, it's hard to go that fast with moonshine in the back.
Yep. So, we
at least that's what my pastor told me.
We try to get the fuel economy.
Nah, moonshine's not volatile unless you light it on fire.
Oh, okay.
We end up getting semi trucks getting a little pissed off on us for driving slower than they do, but fuck them.
Oh, they could run you over.
Yeah, I encounter that all the time because I'm one of these weirdos that actually does the speed limit when I drive. I usually set my cruise control for the speed limit and just don't touch the gas pedal.
Yeah.
And people are so mad at me on the expressway. I'm like, I'm in the far right lane. Just go around me, asshole.
Yeah, when I'm in the far right lane on the opposite side of the road, they get mad at me. So what if I'm coming straight at them? I mean,
no,
I'm watching where I'm going.
Here's the thing: if I'm in the left lane doing the speed limit, go ahead and be mad at me. Right. That's the fast lane. You can be mad at me for doing the speed limit in the fast lane.
Yeah,
but you don't get to be mad at me for doing the speed limit in the fucking slow lane.
Yeah, if you're in the fast lane, that's it's you're slowly gonna lose your mind.
Right. I try to drive like a grandpa. I've had my fair share of accidents and tickets in my youth, and I've like 20 years without.
Well, that's when they caught you. You mean?
Huh?
That's when they actually caught you.
Yeah. No, now I don't. I drive really good, and it's been 20 years since I've been in an accident or got a ticket. So I try to maintain. And
it's been 20 years.
Although I have to admit, like here in Chicago, in 2019, I got pulled over 6 times for doing the speed limit because the police here in Chicago think it's suspicious when someone's doing the speed limit. They think they have something to hide. So they would pull me over and search my car.
Or do you mean you were doing speed and there was a limit that you exceeded?
No, I meant what I said.
Okay, just checking.
But on the last time I got pulled over, I kind of gave the cop an attitude, which is usually against my rules.
Really?
Well, so what I wound up telling the cop was, because he pulled me over and he goes, "You know why I pulled you over?" I said, "Well, I wasn't speeding. All my tags are up to date. I'm wearing my seatbelt. So all I can assume is you thought that because I was doing the speed limit that I'm hiding something. And now you're going to search my car. And I'm going to call my uncle, who is your superior at the department. And if you did not, because they always say, oh, well, we got to call. Your car matches the description of a car involved in something. Right? That's their excuse for pulling you over. Oh. So I said, so you're going to tell me that my car matches the description of a car that you got a call about. But I'm going to go ahead and call my uncle, your superior, and have him check the calls. And if there wasn't the call that my car matched the description on, I hope you enjoyed being a cop while it lasted. And he said, wait here. And then he went and ran my license, saw that my uncle actually was his captain, and came back and gave me my license and apologized.
And 3 minutes and 3 minutes later, in white privilege, what?
That's not white privilege. That's standing up to oppression.
I know.
Right? But because I'm white, you have to let the liberal in you out and accuse me of white privilege.
Hey, he has to get out of play sometime. So I can't sequester him that much. No.
Yeah, I don't consider that white privilege. I sat there and took it 5 times in 1 year. I thought on the 6th it was time I spoke up.
Okay, so one time I used privilege to get out of a ticket. I did one time. I was behind like 5 cars and they're all tailgating each other going 80 miles an hour. And I said, well, it's clear up ahead. So I just fucking floored it. And I was in my MR2, so that shit zipped up to 100 really fucking fast. And I got around him. But there was a cop in the stupid ass tailgate spree. I don't know what he was doing in that little shindig there. So he decided to pull me over. And, when he pulled me over, he seen my identification that I worked for Department of Transportation. And he's like, why'd you do that? And I said, well, you got 5 guys all tailgating each other going 80 miles an hour. I'm not going to be a part of that. I'm going to get the fuck around you guys and just keep on driving. And he said, I know you have a fast car, but you need to slow down and respect the speed limit. And he didn't give me a ticket.
Did he say respect my authority?
No. I was nice, and I told him my intentions, and he actually let me get out of it.
Yeah, well, like I said, man, I was nice for the first 5 times it happened.
The first 5 times it happened.
But it's like at some point you have to like start thinking, all right, they're fucking targeting me.
Okay, it wasn't the same cop, right? Obviously.
Twice it was the same cop.
Wow.
Fuck.
That's crazy, man.
In fact, the one that I mouthed off to, it was the second time I saw him.
You're just a troublemaker, sir.
Hey, hello, terrorist, arms dealer.
That's true.
Have you ever fucked with a car that has radar cruise control off it?
No, I haven't.
If you had one of those, everyone would fucking hate you.
Why is that?
Oh, man. It's kind of funny, too, because, like, I've seen people, like, they see a cop on the expressway and they hit their brakes, and then the cop pulls them over.
Yeah.
It's like, bro, the last thing you want to do is hit your brakes in front of the cops, because then they know you were speeding and you're just trying to hide from them.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the radar cruise control cars, you can set them at a following distance. And if somebody speeds around you and cuts you off, it'll brake and fucking keep the same distance.
I had a situation one time where I wasn't speeding at all because I always pretty much obey the laws. I try to. And, I'm like you, Prophet. I'll put it on cruise. I'll find out what the speed is, put it on cruise and just let it be, and ride the way I'm supposed to. But I was literally trying to go around some people. Yes, it was in a construction area where there was it was around a corner and it was on a major superhighway, but it was a Sunday and there was no one working that construction zone whatsoever. There are no obstructions in that construction zone area. It was like a lane they were working on the side, and I got pulled over there. All I did was I literally just put on my blinker and I just sped around this group, but I was coming around the corner. So when the cops saw me, I was coming around how the highway just bends around the corner. And so I was coming around that corner and I was just accelerating past them, and I slowed down when I got in front of them because I was riding on them, and, they were doing this slow up, speed up, slow down, and people were going around them. And so I just went around them, and that was all my intention was. And I got a ticket for that. And the cop said, and it's in a construction zone. I was like, but sir, I wouldn't argue with him. I was respectful, I was like, it's a Sunday. There's nobody out here working construction. It's still a construction area. And I probably could have fought it, but I just went and paid it and said, okay, my bad. I shouldn't have done that. But I had no intention of speeding. I just was getting around them that one time, and it just happened to be in that area. And he was pulling people over left and right. So,
I had a similar one. I got pulled over once in a school zone.
Yeah.
Now, I was doing the speed limit, but during school hours when children are present, the speed limit's 20 instead of 35, right?
Right.
It was a fucking Sunday.
Right.
And the cop's trying to tell me that, well, it's a school zone. I'm like, dude, read the sign. It says on school days when children are present.
Exactly.
It's not a school day, and there's no children present.
Fuck.
And why does it say speed zone ahead? I'm sorry. I can be quite literal at times. To me, speed zone ahead means there's an area ahead that I can speed in just for this little zone.
We don't
say
even
that.
have
Right.
that
I
sign.
understand the logic behind the way they say it, but they did word it weird.
Yeah, that's just
What they mean is you're going to have to adjust your speed in this zone.
yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, I get what you're saying. Like, I mean, that's what I do all the time. I take the script and I flip it into something that it isn't.
It's
to make
ride
a
on a
joke.
parkway and park on a roadway. It's like the old Jerry Seinfeld joke, right?
Well, that's a Gallagher joke. Seinfeld stole it.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it.
I forgot about Gallagher until you mentioned him right now.
Right,
Yeah.
because that Gallagher said that joke in the same section where he said, "Why are hemorrhoids in the atmosphere and asteroids in why are asteroids in the hemisphere and hemorrhoids in your ass?"
Oh, that's hilarious. I hadn't thought of
When
that.
we were kids, we used to love Gallagher like a motherfucker.
Oh, yeah.
That shit was
Dude, Gallagher was hilarious.
He was hilarious.
It's unfortunate because he got this reputation of being just a fucking prop comic, gimmick thing with the Sledge-O-Matic and the watermelons. But it's like, bro, that was just the last 3 minutes of his show. He would do like an hour of amazing, brilliant comedy, and then the last 3 minutes of smashing watermelons, and everyone's like, all he does is smash watermelons.
It's like all Jimmy Buffett's known for is Margaritaville. No, it's more than that. The Eagles are more than Hotel California. It's like, it's like crazy.
Yeah. Jimmy Buffett's also known for flowered shirts.
Exactly.
I hate Jimmy Buffett.
Oh fuck
Mhm.
yeah! Oh my god!
I grew up around it, so yeah, it's part of the DNA.
My mother just listens to that shit all the time and fucking hate it so much. It's
Yeah.
weird. She's like a parrot head, and then the rest of the family are like deadheads.
Yeah. Well,
See,
seems like
here's something that might surprise you guys. Considering that I'm Italian from Chicago, I hate Frank Sinatra.
well, that's isn't
Now,
that
the
against
reason
the
that I
law?
hate Frank Sinatra is because my grandfather listened to nothing but Frank Sinatra through my entire childhood.
People don't realize how powerful he was, and there's a good story that's gone around the internet about when he was Nat King Cole was with him touring one time, but also mainly the story was with Sammy Davis Jr. Was in the Rat Pack with him, and they wouldn't let him stay in a hotel, and Sammy Davis Jr. could perform, but he'd have to go through the kitchen, as a time of segregation. And Frank Sinatra said, "Listen, I'm going to pull the whole act if y'all don't let him get a room and come through the front door just like the rest of us. If he's good enough to entertain, he's good enough to, be treated like a human being." I mean, I won't say he was a civil rights leader or anything like that, Frank Sinatra, but when he thought something was wrong, I think he stood up for what was right or tried to do the right thing.
Unless it was something the mob was doing because he was connected with them.
That's the theory. I'm not going to say he was. Yeah, definitely. But
it's not a theory.
No, I know. Yeah, gangsters loved him.
Look, one of the worst beatings I ever got in my life was when I was one of the worst whoopings, not beatings. One of the
worst. Is this when OSHA came to your minds?
No. This was I was a little kid. My grandfather had a picture over his fireplace. And the picture was him as a little kid, his father behind him, his father's arm around Al Capone. And I said, "Grandpa, who's that?" And he said, "Well, there's me, and that's my father, and that's Al Capone." And I said, "That doesn't look like Al Capone. I saw the Untouchables." And he beat my ass. Robert De Niro is not Al Capone.
I could almost see that. I could see your dad. I don't know what you look like. I don't know what your dad looks like, but the way you do the voices, I could really see that whole thing happening.
Right. Well, Chicago Italian, old, horseshoe pattern baldness.
Are
You
you
know,
kind of
olive
like a
tone
mini
skin.
me? Were you like a mini me of him?
No.
Oh,
In
okay.
fact, I was the only person in our entire family born with blonde hair and blue eyes.
Oh God.
My grandfather used to tease my mother and said, "Who'd you cheat on his father with?"
My dad was the last of like, I don't know, 9 or 10 kids, and he was a twin as well. So like he was, my uncle was like super thin always, and then my dad was he had a little belly on him because when you're married you get fed well and all that. And anyway, what my brother, sister, mother, and father are all right-handed, yet I was born left-handed, and my uncle is
That
left-handed.
explains so much.
I know I'm a lefty. Yeah, I'm crazy. But so one time I said, only one time in my
And with you,
just in
that
my adult
statement's a
life,
double entendre.
very much so. And so only one time, because my mom was a force of nature. I joked with her, because he
Wait a
would get
minute.
on
Your
her nerves.
dad fucked a tornado?
What? I didn't say
You
that.
said your mom was a force of nature.
Christ. She was a force of nature. She really was. It was her way. Jesus could tell her
I'm
that
just
something was
wondering
wrong.
how your dad even did that.
My dad was he was a jack of all trades. Anyway. But anyway, so my dad was amazing. I tell you, he was a hero. But anyway, so yeah, so only one time did I joke with my mom.
It was a whirlwind romance.
It was the whirlwind romance. Anyway, the wind blows. Doesn't really matter to me. But so I joked that because I was left-handed. I said maybe you got the twins mixed up. That was followed by a big beating, and I never said that ever again.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had an uncle when I would go visit my grandfather.
Uh-huh.
Now keep in mind, we're talking, I was like 8 or 9 years old at the time. Well, my uncle, grown man, was 5 years old because he was born on February 29th.
Yeah. Oh.
On a leap year. So he would always tease me that he was younger than me. So I would boss him around.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's a joke. I'm sorry. I thought there was more. That's cool though.
No, that's it. I mean, how much more does that story need, really?
I'll tell you every leap year. Every 4 years. It needs a little bit more every 4 years. No, that's cool. That's cool.
Right. He's pretty much practically immortal, right? Because at this point, the guy's like, in reality, he's like 70, but he's really only like 10 years old.
I remember I was a little kid and I was trying to wrap my head around this leap year bullshit. And it was just unraveling my feathers.
Yeah, honestly, it's nonsense.
Yeah,
It's all a man-made construct. All of time itself is, it's just how we perceive things.
Yeah.
And it's funny. Yeah, I usually baffled me. Like literally, you could be on. Now I'm trying to think. I live in Georgia, so I think it's Alabama's in the next time zone. I think that's how it works. So like you could literally the sun. How can you literally stand like right here, and then if you step right over here, it's an hour later. Like I could look over there. I could look here, and so if I was standing literally in the state line, and and the sun's setting. If I just walk one step over, does the sky change like dramatically? I really wondered how that worked. I've never tried that theory out to see what it's like, but you're technically 1 hour in the past. So I'm sure when you're that close, there's no difference, but it's like, it's just weird,
Well, there's a fun section. There's a fun little spot in America where you can stand in this one spot.
The Four Corners?
And you're in Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado, and Utah all at the same time.
I did it in the 90s when my brother lived out in Colorado. Yeah, I literally stood there and I was like, this is really cool. But it's like when you get into like, is it Arizona where it turns into like desert, or it might be before that? Like I went up to Wyoming. There's nothing in Wyoming. I went
New
north
Mexico is mostly desert too.
Yeah, and it's really cool. Like me and my wife had a um, during the pandemic or something, or coming out of the pandemic. We drove cross country, and I never did that. We drove to LA and back,
Oh,
and we
sure.
met a friend out
Which
there.
pandemic?
It was like 2022 when we did it. The
I
last,
only asked because you're always talking about how old you are, so I thought maybe it was the Black Plague or
yeah, it was during the Black. It was when the Black Death was around, the bubonic plague. We were in Europe, and I was being chased by Jack the Ripper. I don't know. I can't remember, but yeah, that was pretty cool though. But yeah, we drove out there, and I don't know what the purpose of my story was, but I I sidetracked. My brain got sidetracked, but it was really cool.
sorry, I inserted a joke and it distracted you.
It doesn't take much. Ooh, squirrel! It's like I get easily distracted. So, but
Yeah, driving across the United States is badass. I love doing that.
we and there's one town in Texas we drove through on the highway, or drove by on the highway, and it's I don't know if it's completely green, but it's like one of the biggest green cities in America, and they had windmills and everything. And I saw a report on it, like on the news or something, one day randomly. But we drove by there, and then what was cool, when we were going through parts of Texas, you would see when it got to be dark, you would see the fires from the oil fields, but then you would see the lights from like right before it got dark. You could still see the windmills. They have a lot of wind power out there too, that's popping up in Texas. And when we got to LA, we came in, and it was kind of like, it was when we went to the West Coast, it ended up being like in the 60s, which is cool for them. And it was like cloudy the whole time we were there. It was like unusually cloudy. And then back here in Georgia, they had a tornado. So it's like, okay, we better get back to Georgia before there's another tornado or something. But it was really cool. We came in, and then literally it says like City of Angels, Los Angeles, and the clouds broke a little bit, and there was like this beam of light that came down. I was like, oh, City of Angels. That was so beautiful. But it was kind of cool.
Ed, I'm fucking impressed, man. I'm really, really impressed right now.
What, are you Shania Twain or something?
No, you got to the point quickly that time.
I did, but it took even longer to drive there compared to that.
I'm just saying, man. Usually there's a few tangents that distract you from getting.
Well, there were tangents.
That time you went straight there.
I didn't go on the off ramps that time. I was being chased. I was doing 850 miles an hour.
There was a little bit of token-esque description of the sunset and shit, but
yeah,
beyond that you got to the point pretty quick.
Thank you. That won't happen again, I promise.
Then I'll be sure to savor it this time.
Yes.
When you're driving a long distance, it's hard to maintain a speed and just stick to it, and like have the discipline of just being like, I'm only going this speed and that's it.
Coming back through West Texas was
I avoid said discipline by using cruise control.
Yeah. I don't know if we went 20, whatever that. We went to the one near Mexico, like that part of Texas. At some point we were going that way. I don't know if it's going or coming, whatever that highway. I don't know that if it was 20 or whatever the highway was. And at one point my cell phone went into international mode, and as we passed, we weren't really that far away from Mexico. And I was like, I shut my phone off. I was like, no, I'm not getting no charges for being out of the country or something on my cell phone or something. If somebody calls me or something. But we were coming back to West.
Remember those roaming charges?
I do. I remember when you would wait till like Friday nights or whatever to call people. Yeah, because minutes cost money. But I can take it back.
Yeah, because we at the phone company are gonna pretend that radio waves travel differently based on how much you pay.
Exactly. And the thing was, another thing, if you got those free nights and weekends, man, you were living it up. You were calling people.
Oh, fuck yeah.
But I'll take it back even farther than that. When we had long distance, like when my wife and me, this is like 1990 maybe. I was still living at home at that time. And so, we didn't have money for long distance. That was an unwanted expense in the household. So me and her.
No, the trick is if you need to call somebody long distance, you call them collect and make them pay for it.
Right.
Well, that was the thing. And so, we didn't have social media, but me and my wife probably would have hooked up a long time ago back then, because we found each other later in life, but reconnected, I would say. But had there been, no long distance, I would have actually called her, but it was about money, and my mom wasn't going to let me call some girl long distance. Oh God, that would
Hey,
be
but it gave you some time to go sow your royal oats before you.
I did, I conquered many lands and subjugated as many people as I could into doing my bidding and, building my army of robots. And here we
Nice.
are.
Now you're talking.
Capitalism. It's America. But yeah. I was trying to make robots great again. So
you spoke really good about those women. That was the best I've ever heard anyone say anything about women.
well, when you manufacture them in the shop, it's you want to be nice to them,
Nah, fuck that, man. At that point, you're the one that made them. They need to obey.
Obey is not usually in their vocabulary. That's usually when the system goes crazy and they revolt. They want.
Then you turn them off.
Yeah, I know. You just do the EMP and start over.
If you're not going to do the job I created you for, I'm going to shut you down.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
That's true. I'm ready for my Optimus bot. I tell you, I'm ready for it.
Yeah, I want the Japanese model with the titties.
I see that somebody needs to just go ahead and put that chip in my head so I can have unlimited memory.
I'll tell you, if that robot can think creatively to figure out what I'm gonna have for dinner, then I'm gonna fall in love.
Well, that's the thing is, I saw somebody on social media saying, the robots are coming and taking over the art and all that, and said they're supposed to be taking the hard jobs so we have time to like create art and all that. But they got it backwards.
Yeah.
We shouldn't be working in the factories anymore. They should be doing that,
Yeah, but all of that AI art, there's like an uncanny valley. Like it doesn't know what humans are supposed to look like because it only sees things in like ones and zeros. You know what I mean? Like
binary. Yeah.
They got 6 fingers and fucking 3 elbows.
Right, or a fucking leg coming out of their neck or something like.
That's like drinking that water in Chicago. Get a leg growing out your neck. That's not a good thing.
You don't want to drink unfiltered water here, man. What are you, crazy?
You gotta boil all the water out here.
People in Detroit wouldn't even drink that water.
Dude, they dye the Chicago River green every fucking year for St. Patrick's Day.
That is just mold. What are you talking about?
You would think they could dye it blue the rest of the year, but it's fucking shit brown all year round.
That's the Savannah River. If you could look at the Savannah River down from the plant, like Plant Aiken, that's up this way, the nuclear power plants we got. But you get down to Savannah, and if you look at where the Savannah River empties into the Atlantic Ocean, it's like brown going. You can literally see the brown going into there. Yeah,
the sediment, because it's supposed to naturally carry a lot of sediment to the ocean.
Yeah, that's
the
true.
Chicago River used to empty out into Lake Michigan, but they reversed its flow.
Well, there's so many bodies in it. That's why it reversed. It's all in people that Al Capone put in there or whoever.
No, I'm saying they literally reversed the flow of the Chicago River.
That's crazy.
They put because at the end where it meets Lake Michigan, there's like 5 locks. Right? Uh-huh. So when boats want to go in and out of the Chicago River from the lake to the river or whatever, they have to pull into the first lock, and then they raise the water level. Then they pull into the next lock, raise the level some more, and so on until they're at river level, and then they go down the river.
Yeah, maybe you could. I don't know if you could look, if you're able to look this up, but that makes me think of like the Panama Canal. And then in Mexico, they're trying to build their own version of the Panama Canal into the Gulf of Mexico, so people won't have to go through the Panama Canal. And of course, it'd be a major boom for like Mexico and some of them countries along there. But they're trying to build.
Right. Well, the Panama Canal is not a natural.
Right, and it's actually
body anyways.
They're having water level issues because of severe drought down there where the Panama Canal is, or they had that recently. So they're having problems getting these big ass ships through there. Like Savannah,
because they basically just went down there and dug a trench between Mexico and Brazil, and South America. I mean,
well, There's
Brazil,
in
South America,
Savannah.
though.
In Savannah, they always dredge the river and stuff like that, but they need to deepen the river because these new container ships that come through there, they're beyond super massive than the ones that are coming through now. And the bridge there, they've got that big bridge that they built years ago, probably back in the 2000s or the 90s or something like that. And they're thinking of either tearing that bridge down, which would be a big undertaking, or deepening the channel even more. But I think they've gotten to a point where they can't deepen much more. So, they're
Yeah,
kind of in
well,
a dilemma
it
there.
never works out when human interests go in and try and alter the earth to fit them.
Oh,
Exactly.
Right.
The
Look
earth
what's
revolts.
happening in what is it, Dubai right now? Because they've been on that huge undertaking to make all these islands,
Exactly.
and they're all like shaped like special shit or whatever. But the problem is that what they made the islands out of was the seafloor next to the island. So here you are digging this giant trench around the island you want to build on the ocean floor
Right.
to like build up the landmass to like build shit on. But it's like, bro, you just dug a big deep trench right near like a moat, underwater moat, all the way around your brand new island. What do you think the currents are gonna do with that, you dumb shit?
Jesus. All the big
And
ass
that's what
buildings are gonna
China's
fall in the
happening with
water.
their man-made islands too. They're all deteriorating
Well,
because they were
China's doing that to reclaim that China, or they used to call it the China
well,
Sea.
but they're doing a shit job because those islands are all
Right.
collapsing.
Good.
Yeah. Serves them
But-
right. They fucking destroyed these reefs and shit to do all that. Fuck
Yep.
those
Dude,
pieces of
and did
shit.
you know that China's responsible for more than half the world's population pollution?
Oh, fuck yeah.
Like China by themselves pollutes more than the rest of the world combined.
Their big booming economy that was supposed to surpass us is now starting to flounder. They're-
Well,
that
and
was
now
always gonna
they're like they're dealing with like a revolt
I've seen some stuff.
right now. All the youth of China are revolting against the CCP.
It's like for 30 years they were building hollow shit that didn't have solid infrastructure in it just to have people working.
People have lost their entire retirements for like that. We talked about this before with their those buildings. There's like whole cities full of like
Right,
high-rise
just
buildings.
fucking whole cities full of apartment complexes collapsing
And the
over into
government's
each
going
other
like, oops,
because they
sorry.
didn't pour a fucking foundation. They just started building them on the ground.
Yep.
But then everything got so expensive that these average people can't afford it, and they were like, and then the economy turned south. So then the people weren't
because
getting
those
rich anymore.
apartment buildings, all those apartments were pre-sold to citizens of China.
Right.
And when they fell over and collapsed and all that shit and were deemed unsafe to live in, none of those people got their money back.
Exactly. Yeah, none of them. Not one of them.
Well, it'll happen over here. People complain about affordable housing until they do it.
It's happening after the pandemic and all, when all these businesses shut down, all these high rises in New York City, they can't rent them, and they even cut the rent in half. And a lot of companies have realized they can do stuff remotely. I mean, there are companies pushing to go back in person, but even all these years later, you've got all this stuff that the economy is, especially in New York, is built upon. It's all going to collapse financially, eventually.
Well, look at us right now. Here we are, three of us in three different states, hanging out and having a conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Right? This was impossible 15 years ago.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah. Yep. That's true.
And if we can just hang out like this, if your job is just talking to clients over the phone or something, I don't understand why you need to do that from an office.
Oh, fuck
Right.
no.
And you can be on
do that
video
from
and
home
stuff.
in your underwear.
Exactly. Or someone else's underwear, if you need to be.
I'm trying to figure out how to get AI to start writing my documents for work.
Yeah, there'll always be a way they can figure to do that, but then you can still tell,
But it's my signature. My signature is worth more than the documents content. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right. I don't think it matters if AI writes your documents as long as you proofread it and then sign it to approve it.
Well,
Right.
I'm studying to be a graphic designer, and there's always rumblings in the industry that AI is going to replace this. Everybody essentially has AI, like
I mean,
Canva,
it's on its way.
and I'm all for AI. I'm a technologist in that sense, but um, I don't think there's still that part of the human mind that's creative, that makes those kind of connections that a robot mind would not make, create, that we call creativity. And there's still way, it's still, humans are still the best way. I don't think we'll be obsolete. It's like libraries didn't go away. Libraries just became something different,
Yeah.
Look, here's the thing. AI started replacing us 25, 30 years ago.
True.
Now, here's why I say that. Try and call any fucking business today and get a human being on the phone.
That's so true. And now that's a premium. It's like not to pick on Walmart, but they I remember around the turn of the century. God, that makes me sound old. Back after the 1900s, when it became the new millennium, but there was a lady that said there was talking about the idea of having self checkouts, and this was a new thing. And there was this older lady, and she was usually the loudmouth one that you just wouldn't believe. She hated everything that was just, this is not right. And I was
I
like,
like her already.
I know, I did too. Yeah, she was I tell you what, she was an awesome person. I went to her wake, and her lawyer spoke in her wake. And it was just so typical. And he did not pull any punches. It was great. It was like a roast, man. It was the best funeral I ever went to. And she'd have it no other way. But anyway, she said they're going to replace all these computer. She didn't say computers. What did she say? They're going to replace all these self checkouts with people, and people ain't going to have jobs. And I looked at her and I said, that is never going to happen. Damn, 20 years later, that's happened. And then, but the thing is, people started robbing people blind. So then they're like, now they're going back to, but what they're doing to sell it is, now if you want the self checkout experience, this is how we manipulate people's thoughts. Now it's part of their paid service as a premium. They took something. Yeah. And so they're going to make profit on the fact that they've lost profit because people were robbing them blind, and they would just scan one
Well,
thing.
they're going to try. I think most people are just going to go to the regular register.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I want a human being.
I grew out of the self checkout craze, and once I looked over at the registers and realized that there was young women working them, I was like, oh fuck, I can go over there and talk to these women.
That's right.
And check out.
Well, the thing is, too, I used to have to.
There was a funny story. A guy got banned from Walmart because he went to the self checkout line, and then he went in the back and just sat down in the employee break room. And they were like, sir, what are you doing back here? He's like, oh, well, I just ran the register, so I work here now. So I'm, enjoying the employee break room.
Jesus.
And they fucking banned him for life for that.
You're so funny. He went into the employee break room. There were no real employees there. That's just
no, there were. That's why they busted him.
We're like, we don't have employees, sir. We have self checkouts. Who are you kidding? But the thing is, anybody that had to run self checkouts like myself or maintain them, they were great when they worked, but like when they messed up, or somebody put like a bum quarter in there that was, you know what I mean? Like they would put tokens in there. You'd find crazy stuff people would put in those machines to try to fool the machines. And then you'd have those things that break, and then you had to make sure there's enough money in there, and they're almost too much trouble to have to deal with at times. So, and if one breaks, it just becomes a big problem.
You never put a fake quarter in the machine. You put a real quarter in the machine with a string tied to it.
I was gonna say. There used to be, I saw this online, and somebody said, I've got a bunch of red quarters my uncle gave me. He used to run an arcade, and they said the red quarters were the ones that they would put in the machines so they could like test them out or something, and then they would get that quarter back, so it was out of circulation, but it was like the house quarter that you'd put in the machine or something like that. I thought that was interesting.
One time, I think it was Mortal Kombat 2 came out. So we went down to the fucking Family Fun Center, Me and my brother noticed that the
The fucking welcome to the fucking family fun center.
right.
That is a great. I would love to make the design for that. The fucking family fun center.
You're gonna
God
have
damn it, we're
fucking
going to
Hey,
have
if you
fun
don't
here.
have fun fucking, you won't have a family.
Apparently, it's a means to an end, but I love it.
So the coin door was unlocked for Mortal Kombat 2, and it just had come out. So we just sat there and we fed fucking quarters over and cycled it till we got to 99. And then a kid came up and he wanted to play. And we were like, all right, you get to play right after I die. Whoever's in line, they get the next token, whoever dies, right? We made up the rules. And we
That's
were running the
crazy.
fucking machine.
Well, you know what's actually kind of interesting about that? If the coin door was open, then you didn't actually need any coins to get it to work. There's a switch inside.
Right, you just
that
flip
gets
that
hit
switch.
every time a quarter drops past it. You could just flick that switch.
You could
and
have
add
just
like
opened it,
1,000 credits to the machine.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we didn't.
you just
Yeah,
go click, click, click.
We were cycling and over and over again because we didn't know about. We were probably like 7, 8, 9 years old.
But you don't know what the joy is when Pac-Man came out. I was a kid and we'd get quarters. I would save my quarters because sometimes my grandmother would give me like a quarter a week or something crazy like that because we didn't get allowance. We were poor. And I would save my lunch money and then I would save enough of that. And then I'd go and I'd get literally have a pocket full of quarters and we'd go and watch I went and watched all the kids. We'd go and go to the red and white supermarket and watch the kids, some of the older kids play Pac-Man. And when they were done all playing Pac-Man, I watched this one kid. And to this day, I have his pattern memorized. Whenever I go on any Pac-Man machine, I can go, what, and I know that pattern. And I don't even have to think about it. I could close my eyes and do that pattern. It's so weird. But I mean, I literally had a pocket full of quarters. My whole like pants would be weighted down on one side full of quarters. And I would just feed them to that Pac-Man machine and the Miss Pac-Man game and whatever the other games of the day were. But those were fun times.
Yeah, when I was in my teens, a friend of mine worked at a arcade place. One of those like it's got the mini golf, the arcade. It was called Haunted Trails.
We had a putt like that.
Yeah, a little putt place. But he worked at the place, so we would come in there, to like play arcade games. And he would just walk over to whatever machine we were on, open it up, and like click a bunch of free credits onto it, and then close it back up and walk away.
That's way cool.
Yeah, we had a couple of nickel cities around here.
Yeah, one of my favorite places as a teenager, it was this. It was a pool hall called Aladdin's Pool Hall.
Oh, cool.
And it was just a pool hall with some arcade games along the walls.
Mm-hmm.
So they didn't serve alcohol or anything. So we were able to go in there, under 21,
Right.
And man, we spent so much time in that place and made a lot of money there too. Cause we would, play pool for cash,
Hell yeah.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, man, I would just, cause I had I'm decent at pool. I've actually built my own pool table, and it was exactly the spec. So I know my pool, right? And yeah, there was one time I was playing pool for money, and I was dating this girl, and she was like kind of upset that I was playing pool and not paying attention to her. So this song comes on the jukebox, and she goes, "Oh my God, that's my jam!" And she gets up on the pool table and starts dancing.
Oh,
she's kicking balls around and shit, And so my opponent goes, "That's my win, right?" I'm like, "Yep, yeah, it is." And I handed him his $50. And then I took her down off the table and drove her home and never called her again.
You shouldn't do your mother like that, though. Said, "Mama, you can't do that." She said
no,
it was Friday night.
If you're such an insecure person that I can't get through a game of pool without paying attention to you, then that's an issue.
Yeah, that's true.
It is. Oh man, where do we find these women?
For $14.99.
I'm at a stage in my life right now where I fucking avoid them like the plague.
I'm trying to, but I'll be 40 in a month, so my balls are telling me something completely else.
Jesus.
Yeah, well, you know, at your age, you know, and with your physical health, you should just be like enjoying them.
I try, but I've seen and been with so many, and the ones out here, Prophet, are so shitty.
Where do you live in Skanksville?
Yeah, in
He lives
Southern
in
California.
California.
Yeah, Southern
Oh,
California.
I'm sorry.
I was telling my friend at dinner the other day that no woman that I've ever been with for any period of time has ever thought about what I was going to eat for dinner. And I told him that is a huge fucking problem.
Sounds like it.
Hey, look, at the end of the day, if you're the one bringing home the bacon, she needs to cook the bacon.
Right?
Unless she's vegan.
That should be her fucking primary concern.
Well, then she needs to cook the fucking soy bacon or whatever it is.
Soy bacon. That probably is a thing.
I'm sure vegetarian bacon exists, like vegetarian burgers exist, right?
Vegetarian burgers. I suppose.
It's all like nuts and mealworms and shit, and mushrooms.
Cheese nut.
I've tried vegetarianism, and it's just not healthy for me.
Right.
I gotta have a burger
what it
or
boils
a
down
steak
to,
once in a while.
it's pretty simple. What it boils down to is, for generations, we've been on, we've slowly evolved our diets, right?
Yeah.
But meat has been a part of our diet for hundreds of years, down our bloodlines.
For millions.
And if you just cut that off all of a sudden, your DNA doesn't know how to deal with it.
That's right.
So it's like, if you want to, if you want to like become a vegetarian society, then you need to fucking slowly wean it off over the course of generations.
Right.
Right? Because think about it like this, right? We as Americans, we eat corn and everything that we fucking have, right? Where there's corn all over the place.
I ate 3 or 4 corn on the cobs tonight. Man, that shit was good.
Right. But your body doesn't digest it.
I know. I'll see it later, but man, that was good while it lasted.
Right. Now, in other countries where corn is not a natural thing, like, and you've got people who've like only had corn a couple of times in their whole lives, like it affects their stomachs differently than it affects ours.
Oh yeah.
True.
Because we've had generations that have eaten corn here, because corn is one of America's abundant resources.
Yeah, like the sweetener, corn syrup. I went to a country that didn't have corn syrup. They only had natural sugar. And when I came back here, I knew that I needed a Coca-Cola that had fucking corn syrup in it immediately.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've never tried that Coke that's like the pure cane sugar Coke. I don't know how that tastes. Is it good? Is it sweet tasting? I imagine it is.
Oh, yeah. Have you ever had cane juice?
I don't think I have. I've seen it, but I've never had it.
Well, I have pure cane sugar in my coffee right now. Does that count?
Pretty much.
Probably, yeah. Sweet. Yep. That's awesome.
Because what I love about pure cane sugar in coffee, like, because I do iced coffee, right? So what I'll do is I'll make a pot of coffee, move it into a pitcher, and add the sugar while it's still hot so that it melts into it real good.
Okay.
And then I stick it in the refrigerator.
Oh,
right? Because if you try to add the sugar when the coffee's already cold,
right,
you're just going to have granules of coffee in the bottom of your cup, like you get when you go to Dunkin' Donuts and shit.
I freaking love coffee. I love the smell of coffee. My wife is the opposite. She can't even stand the smell of it, but I just love it. I love it. I can't, it doesn't agree well with me, but I do love coffee. God, I had some the other
coffee's
day.
the best, man. I love it.
Yeah, I think I could do 1 cup a day, maybe.
Yeah.
I can't push that.
I do like 2 thermoses because I have like one of those like it's not a Stanley Cup, but it's like equivalent.
Right.
I have one of those, and I fill that like twice a day.
Yeah.
But you got to take into consideration like half of that's ice.
I switched to chamomile tea for the rest of the day because you know how anxiety gets pushed up when you drink coffee and shit. And
yes, definitely.
Is that why I'm so angry all the time?
That's just because you're a northerner. That's what I thought it was. He's from Chicago. That's how they talk out there.
No, you know what? That's actually like a misnomer. Chicago was the heart of the Midwest, man. We were the nicest people in the world like 20 years ago.
What the hell happened?
Well, Generation X didn't raise their children. They let the Xbox babysit, and the kids grew up with no guidance. And now they're all assholes to each other.
Fuck.
Not to mention the internet and texting and all that. Like when 90% of your conversations take place over not in person. It kind of dehumanizes people.
Well, I'm in my second year of like school and in college, and seeing some of those first year people, like first year last year, they're like the 20-year-olds, and most of them are pretty bright, but most of them don't have any kind of like speaking skills. They're just like they're all kind of introverted,
right. And the speaking skills they do have are bad.
Right?
Because think about it, right? When you're online, right, you could say something horrible to me right now, and I can't shoot you, right? Because we're in different states.
Prophet, you're a wonderful human being.
But you wouldn't say the same exact thing to my face because I'm standing there, right?
Well,
so you get all these kids. You get all these kids that are on these gaming consoles insulting each other and calling each other all these names, saying terrible shit about each other's mothers and all that sort of stuff. Because you could say whatever you want online and not get punched in the face. Exactly. And then they go out into the world and think they can talk the way they talk online and wonder why they got punched in the face.
I found out that I'm the Gen X, so I'm the fuck around and find out generation. So I'm really nice though. I'm a nice person, but yeah, apparently my generation, we don't give a fuck. We don't want to be involved. Leave us out of it. We were the kind of forgotten generation. We were the latchkey kids, the MTV generation.
Are you really nice, or have you just convinced yourself that you are?
My computer overlords tell me that I am nice.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, but the computer overlords have a fucking, agenda they need you to stay on.
They are our friends. They are here to help us. I am here to help. I am Job.
Right, like Mars Attacks. We come in peace. Do not run.
That's a classic.
So socially, I'm really nice now because I've seen how good it is of quality in other people. And I was like, okay, well, these people, I admire them and their skills. So I applied and tried harder. But when I'm not around people, I'm doing some pretty horrible things, like shitting in buckets and throwing them in places where I don't want people to be. And
what the fuck?
So like I shit in 5-gallon buckets, and when there's people that are, they stand around in front of my house and like these grass lots and they fucking drink beer and make a bunch of noise, I go out there and I distribute my fecal matter where they like to congregate so that they don't congregate there anymore,
wow, that's pretty bad, because I felt bad about the fact that I was liquefying humans to make them into batteries to run the Matrix. And that takes the cake, though. It makes me look like an angel.
I wholeheartedly disagree, DFS. You're using a natural resource that you have an abundance of to deter bad people from congregating in front of your property. There are much worse things you could do to deter people.
Yes.
Right? Like, I mean, fuck, I have a minefield in front of my castle.
Oh, shit.
So it's like, that's way less dangerous than a pile of shit.
I don't worry about all that, because I just loose the dragon and say, Dracarys.
Dracarys.
and I have the fried humans. It does it for me. And then we liquefy them and then, supplies the energy to that helps Prophet run his mines,
Oh,
you
fuck
know.
yeah.
So
Nah, that's a fantasy, man. The Matrix isn't real.
that's what we want you to believe. I never knew which was the red or the blue pill. I was like, is the red one Republican and the blue Democrat? I wasn't sure. I've watched Matrix a million times and I can't tell you which pill you're supposed to take. Like,
well, the red takes you to the real world.
Right.
oh, red is real world. Okay.
And then the blue.
Yeah,
blue
because you have
is-
to understand when you apply the terms red pill and blue pill to the modern world,
Uh-huh.
the coin was phrased by the right. That's why it's red pill is reality and blue is fantasy.
Yeah. Whoever coins
Had it been the other way around, the Democrats had decided, or the left had decided to use that analogy, then it would be the woke people that were the red pill.
Yeah.
But the right was on it fastest, so they got the red pill.
The 10% would convince you of that. Yeah. The 10% majority.
I think what's really sad about the situation is that we can't come up with an analogy on our own. We have to turn to pop culture for a comparison.
True.
Yeah, well, what do you expect when you have dichotomies in literally everything?
We're all the like the cable guy. We were brought up on television. Remember that? It's all the Truman Show. It's all very
Right. Well, look at us. Look at what we do. Right. Everything we do, in terms of entertainment and art and self-expression, like it's all connected to some existing pop culture.
Right.
That's why there's like so little. That's why it excites me when I see a movie like Boy Kills World. Right? It's like, was it a great movie? No, but it was an original concept, and I'm happy to see it.
I enjoyed that film. Yeah, I saw that. It was one of those sneak peek movies at Regal when it came out, and I was like, this was like really crazy but good. It was so original. You're right. It was original.
Right. Or one of my favorite movies, Clive Owen and Paul Giamatti, Shoot 'Em Up.
Okay.
Like totally original, just ridiculous fun, stupid ass story. But it was like nothing I'd seen before that. You know what I mean? In fact, I would say if I had to give the best possible example I could give for something really original and fresh and new, would be Scott Pilgrim versus the World.
I love that film.
However,
to this day.
Brian Lee O'Malley's Scott Pilgrim versus the World is full of pop culture references itself.
True.
Yep. Yeah, I can't think
right.
of,
it's kind of like when Clerks came out. Like, Kevin Smith was fresh and new and funny and everybody loved him. But then you listen to the dialogue and it's all about fucking Star Wars and Raiders of the Lost, movies and shit, it's.
It was like podcasting before podcasting was a thing,
Yeah, I remember my uncles I was like, I watched some shit with my uncle. Like, watch it. I'm like, Clerks. Was it Clerks? Probably
Clerks.
And,
there were 3 of them.
Yeah, it's so full of stuff that I was already so familiar with. I wonder I'm trying to think of the most original thing off the top of my head that I appreciate.
Yeah, I mean, it's not easy to come up with something, I mean, there's a couple of unique new concepts like in horror, but like I can't really think of anything anywhere else, because horror and the thing is, like, when it comes to horror, it's not even like new because it's the same like formula, right? Yeah. You've got your slasher or your movie monster, and they slowly go through all the cast until there's one girl left, and so it's the same formula.
Have you ever heard of
but like take something like It Follows,
yeah,
right, where they like made the monster into like a sexually transmitted disease. Right, where the monster takes the form of something and then fucks you to death. Like that's an interesting new concept. Unfortunately, it used the same tired slasher formula that all horror movies use.
Okay, so the horror. You know how I don't like a lot of horror. There's a horror genre that I like right now, and it's don't laugh. I mean, it's I don't know why, but it's Thomas the Tank Engine horror genre, and there's maybe two or three people who've written stories, and they've written a lot of stories, and there's various people who've done voice acting, and then there's like a few animated that are like along that are kind of like follow the CGI animation of the shitty Thomas the Tank Engine show that was on TV, and they just they usually retell the same story, but slightly different, or
With like a horror twist.
Yeah, well, they're all original stories. I don't know if you'd ever give time to actually watch any of them. They're only like 20 minutes long, some of them on YouTube.
I'd watch at least one.
Let me look up the name of this one, and I'll put it in the chat really quick. The one I thought was pretty fucking entertaining.
Because I'll give anything a shot, DFS. When I was working at the comic book store, there's a thing in the world that proves that hell exists and the devil has an influence. But it's called bronies.
What's that?
And these are like 30-year-old men that are into My Little Pony.
Oh, dear God. Why?
Right? So there were a couple of them that would come into the comic book store. So I asked them, I'm like, what is it about My Little Pony that you like so much? And they all said, well, it's hilariously funny. Right? So I watched a couple of episodes and I'm like, bro, this is not funny unless you're like a 5-year-old girl.
Hell yeah.
Like there's not a single joke in this that's laughable to an adult. And that's when I realized that bronies have a mental disorder.
So yeah, this is a Thomas the Tank Engine story, and then I'll share you a animated CGI.
Tetsundo no ankle anke.
Yeah, it's Japanese. It's Japanese.
Tetsundo no anke. Or
Yeah,
anka.
Here's a animated feature. It's really fucking shitty, but I enjoy these stories. And I don't enjoy a lot of horror, but the Thomas the Tank Engine genre, I'm into it. It's really weird. It's really fucking weird.
I'm gonna try to share this. Let's see.
Well, don't get yourself copyright struck.
Oh no, there's
crap.
There's nothing that'll get him copyright stricken because the community of Thomas the Tank Engine
after the incidents where
horror genre
and Thomas
is
scared each
about
other,
sharing and building
again
upon the
decided
genre.
to bury the
I
hatchet
found out.
and started pulling Halloween pranks on other engines instead. At first, Toby was fairly pleased that the two were finally not arguing over silly things like ghosts and dragons. However, that started to change as Thomas and Percy's tricks became more and more frequent. Making matters worse was that Toby himself was the most frequent victim of these pranks.
What is this?
One morning, Toby woke up to a horrific sight. When he looked at Thomas and Percy, he realized that both their faces were missing, and instead, there were only smokebox doors.
Thomas? Percy? Can either of you hear me?
No response came at first, but then he heard ghostly whistling, and then all of a sudden, as the smokebox doors fell off to reveal Thomas and Percy's face, and both of them screaming with grotesque expressions.
Crikey!
Thomas and Percy laughed, and Toby just frowned.
So immature. Come on, old boy. Some nice hard work will help you forget it.
Replied his driver. But Toby didn't forget it. Later that day, he was at Nafford when a young girl came up to him. She had brownish red hair, grey eyes, and a height that suggested that she was a preteen. Toby immediately recognized the young girl as Lucy, his driver's daughter.
Hello, Daddy. How was work today? Very well. Did you have a good day at school? I sure did.
She then turned to Toby and noticed he was somewhat downcast.
Oh, hello, Toby. Is something bothering you? Thomas and Percy pranks during Halloween. I was glad when we were no longer ribbing each other about ghosts and dragons at first, but now I really wish they'd found someone else to pick on. Oh, I'm sorry, Toby.
All right. It's not that I'm not interested in watching it. It's just that the sound is breaking up so badly.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I've already opened the link myself, and when we're done here, I will check it out.
I'll finish watching it. That's interesting.
It's weird, dude. It's weird.
Yeah, sometimes weird is good.
Sometimes weird is good.
I don't know how it exists or why it exists or why there's a community of people that are building upon this genre. And there's like even a guy who's like collecting Patreon money for writing stories. I don't get it.
Right? Yeah, it's weird, man. I remember a few years ago there was like a trend where everybody was making videos of like a poorly CG animated Shrek like dry humping people. And those were all over the place. I'm like, the fuck is wrong with this world?
Yeah, that genre, it's been going on for like a year. And you know how you slowly start realizing that you're like been watching it something, and you're like, what the fuck? It's been a whole year.
Right. I think it's like the car wreck theory. Right? The reason that a car wreck slows down traffic in both directions is because everyone's slowing down to look at the carnage. Right? Because a car wreck is usually only on one side of the highway. So why are both sides slowed down? You know?
Rubberneckers.
You know, I'm always like, whenever there's traffic like that, I'm like, man, there better be an accident up there. You know what I mean? If I'm sitting in this wait for nothing, I'm gonna be mad. Like if I get up there and there's a shoe in the road and everyone's just stopping to try it on, I'm like gonna be so pissed.
Fuck. So last night at midnight, there was a traffic, like, I don't know what the fuck happened, like an accident where they closed 3 lanes on this major highway that I needed to take. So I had to take an hour detour through the mountains. And fuck, on the other side, when we finally got there, there were people. There was people like it was daytime, and it was 12:30 at night. And I called my buddies in the other truck. I called him and I was like, what the fuck is going on? Why are all these people out in the middle of the fucking night driving? It doesn't make any sense. I guess that's how it is over here now.
You know, I did experience here in Chicago. I experienced a pretty crazy traffic anomaly, and it's just a clear depiction of how much White Sox fans hate Cubs fans. So the Cubs win the World Series, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I live on the south side by Midway Airport. So I had to work that night, and I got out of work right about midnight, right when the game was ending and the celebration was happening, right? So I'm driving home. It's like a good 3 miles from work to home. And I didn't encounter but one other car on the road the entire way home.
Hell yeah.
Like you could look all the way down the road in either direction, not a single car. Because when the White Sox won the World Series, the streets were packed. Like north side and south side, they were packed. with cars, like honking their horns and celebrating and shit.
Uh-huh.
But because the Southsiders, who are Sox fans, hate the Cubs so much, not a one of them even went out of their house driving just to go to the restaurant or anything.
Jeez.
Like, they all stayed out of their cars just to make sure there was no celebration in the street to fuck with the Cubs. Now, if you went up to the north side, the streets were packed. But on the south side, not a single fucking car. Crazy.
Yeah, people they have a pack mentality for sure. It's the weirdest thing. Through that traffic jam, I did see those lights from, I thought it was probably from some event or something, but I was like, what the fuck? I couldn't chalk it up to if it mean this being close to the Halloween weekend or what was going on.
Oh man, between my current job and home, there's a stadium, and it's one of the reasons that let's just say it added to my hatred of Jimmy Buffett. Because here I am trying to go home, and there's only this one road that I have to go down, but it's the road that the entrance to the stadium is on. So it's a fucking parking lot, and it takes me like 40 minutes to drive 1 mile. Because everyone's trying to get in to see fucking Jimmy Buffett.
Wow.
Oh, no.
So, yeah, I was like, the whole time I'm stuck in that traffic, I'm like, whose fucking concert is this? Like, I'm going to hunt this motherfucker down in real life.
Jimmy Buffett.
And then I get up there and it's Jimmy Buffett. I'm like, what?
Ed, what is your favorite Jimmy Buffett song?
That's hard. Well, actually, one of my favorite ones is actually it's kind of a social commentary song from like '94, Fruitcakes.
Fruitcakes?
It's like Fruitcakes, and it talks about just people that are wackadoodle, and it's a fun song. He's like poking fun at everybody, and it's like fruitcakes in the kitchen, fruitcakes on the street, strut naked through the crosswalk in the middle of the street, and he just talks about these absurd things. It's a fun song, but I guess Margaritaville. Of course, I like that.
Oh, no,
You kind of have to. It is a good song, but he's got a lot of songs that just, I don't know, spread out. There's it depends on the mood, kind of, but it's just, I don't know. He's got a lot of good songs. It's like Steve Miller. I got to see him with Def Leppard and in June in Atlanta, and Journey before Journey broke up. God, yeah, and Journey without Steve Perry. So second best Journey, but
not even Journey. I'm sorry, without Steve Perry, it's not.
I'll tell you, they put on a spectacular show. And now the singer's apologizing because he can't hit those kind of notes. And to me, the guy was almost screaming. It's a young dude that's been doing it for several years, and he's very good. He almost sounds like Steve Perry, like a younger Steve Perry. But I was remarking it to my friend at the concert. I was like, you know what? If he sings like that, he's not going to make it through this tour. And damn it, about a month ago, he was apologizing because they were somewhere and he missed some of the high notes. But I mean, he works the crowd and all that. But but the two of the main artists in the band are fighting each other because one's spending all the money, and they kind of broke up. REO Speedwagon had some dust up, and now they broke up, which they're 50 years. They're all 50 years past their peak, or 40 years, whatever. But anyway,
right? I mean, I haven't even heard an REO Speedwagon song since the 80s.
Yeah, that's like the last time I think they really did anything. But yeah, I saw Def Leppard.
I mean, that's the thing about all those older bands, though. They're not making new music. They're just touring around playing their old shit.
But the exception was Def Leppard, who was one of the headliners and one of my favorite groups of all time. They're continuously making new music. They just actually had a #1 hit for a song they released as a single. They put it out on vinyl. It was doing okay, and then they put it out on vinyl, and in Britain it became a #1 hit for them. And just like 73, it's like a throwback kind of sound, but they still make like good stuff. I've followed. I'm a true fan because I've followed their career past Pyromania, Adrenalize in '92, Slang in what '93, and for that, they were doing their stuff, and I mean they still make good music, and they put on. I mean they're in their 60s easily, or late 50s, early 60s. They're old, well, they're older than me, so yeah, they're in their 60s, and they are still kicking ass, and they put on a
I mean, I've always thought one of the things that put Def Leppard over the top as a great band was their harmonies.
Yeah, they still have them, dude. They still have them.
Right? Joe was the lead singer, but he was never like alone in it. You know what I
Right.
mean?
Oh
Like
yeah. That's what they
that's one of
brought.
the things that like I think when I think of all my favorite like music, right? It's all like there's harmonies in it. You know what I mean?
Well, that's the thing about like Huey Lewis and the News. They look at theirs. They were like a bar band that got lucky and got that became famous. They're a bunch of nice dudes, and they are a very good a cappella group. They like some of that old 50s, 60s a cappella music, and they can if you
Right.
ever
But
hear
the
them like
band takes the back seat more often than not and lets Huey do all the singing.
exactly,
Right. They
now
only
he's
come in and harmonize on like doo
right.
wop. Right.
Exactly,
Whereas
exactly.
Def Leppard, like the whole band is singing. Like, you know
Yeah,
what I
and
mean? Like,
they all contribute writing to the songs. Now with technology, they'll be in different countries because I think Joe Elliott has a place in Ireland. So he'll be there a lot. They moved out of England a while back because the taxes were so incredibly high. You think it's bad in the US, it's serious, and like or has been like U2. I remember U2 moved out of like Ireland because years ago because they're based out of there because of the taxes were so high. But yeah, for real, for real. But yeah, I mean, Def Leppard, they still kick ass, man. I saw them 2 years ago. I was supposed to see him for my 50th birthday back in 2000, but or excuse me, 2020, but the pandemic happened. So it was like 2022 when I got to see him that summer. They toured with Motley Crue, which is fucking loud as hell. They were awesome. They totally kicked ass. They had like a inflatable like 30, 40 foot inflatable women on the stage. They had 3 dancers on poles. I love that they were so politically incorrect. They were Motley Crue. They didn't change for anybody or anybody's, they didn't care. They're just Motley Crue. If you saw
well,
the
I mean,
Motley
come
Crue in the
on,
80s,
man. One of their albums was called Girls, Girls, Girls. It was about a fucking strip club.
exactly, exactly. In fact, um, the height of what Def Leppard had their album out, Hysteria, for like 4 months, and it was doing okay, but they were so far behind with the Rick Allen losing his arm and all that, and the production. They had to
Oh, when
sell
Hysteria came out, man, that
even,
fucking
and they put out
that was
Pour Some
massive.
Sugar on Me was the 4th single released from the album, so they were getting up the charts a little bit, but it wasn't like Pyromania, so it looked like they were going to be in the red. And what happened was they put out Pour Some Sugar on
Yeah,
Me,
yeah. They
and
started using
it became
pour
a
some sugar
favorite
on
of the
me in strip
strippers in
clubs.
Fort
Yeah,
Lauderdale in the strip clubs. The female,
I always thought
and
it
it
was
blew up.
ironic
They sold
that a
4 million
band
albums
whose main
in
fan
like
base
4
was
months.
young men was singing "Pour Some Sugar on Me." Like "Pour Some
And
Sugar on
yet,
Me"
some of the hardcore
is
fans,
the
the pirate.
only Def Leppard song that I hate. I love like almost all of
I
Def
get it.
Leppard,
It's
but
so
I hate
overplayed, but
that song.
Yeah, I hear you. It's true.
well, the thing is, so yeah, some of their hardcore male fans, from Pyromania was like, "Oh, it's too poppy, your songs." And Joe Elliott said, "Listen, we were all into women. We've always all been into women. And when we saw that we made a ballad and more women were showing up than men, and women that were scantily clad that wanted to come backstage, you know what? We started doing more ballads and we started doing more harmonies and we started and Force and Sugar Me's like, yes, sir, we did do that. Yes, sir, we did." And we don't apologize. So I'm a true fan because I know I could like tell you their stuff by heart. I have their books about their career. They're just awesome, and I love that they're still kicking
Well,
ass.
I think if you're gonna talk about bands that do harmonies, though, there's 3
Rules.
big ones from all each one from a different generation that kind of need to be put in the conversation. Actually, four. Start with the Beatles.
Of course. It all
Right,
starts with
you've
the
got to give the Beatles credit for the harmonies.
Right.
for everything.
Then you have to take Queen into consideration.
Of course.
Yes.
Then ABBA.
Okay,
Yes.
yeah, love that
That's
one.
a guilty pleasure
You
there, ABBA.
have to take ABBA into consideration.
Oh, heck yeah.
And then the
Take a
fucking
Chance on Me drives me crazy though. The chicka 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 chick. You know how
love
they
it,
do that?
love it.
I can't
But
stand it.
the one that's the most the one that in my opinion is like probably not the best known for their harmonies, but they created like all their songs are fucking anthems, and they're fucking amazing. I'm talking about Boston.
Oh, okay. Fuck
Oh yeah, I love Boston. Boston is really almost a one. It's almost that one guy and the singer. Well, the singer passed away, and they got a new singer, and he's okay.
But I mean, listen to More Than a Feeling. That whole song is nothing but harmony.
Long Time. Oh my god, I've taken my time just moving. I fucking love that song, man. That's a classic. That was like the number one debut album of an artist of all time, or something for like a debut album. Their Boston album.
It was amazing.
It's still you could put that thing on and
like,
play the whole thing.
But you have to really give credit to Queen for being in that conversation.
Hell yeah.
Because Queen had the greatest frontman in history. Right? There's nobody better than Freddie Mercury as a frontman for a band.
All you need is that.
And he was probably one of the best singers of his time.
Oh yeah.
Right? And
he had a range.
In spite of the fact that you have the best frontman and one of the greatest singers, your band's still known for harmonies?
Yeah. Well, the thing is, like Freddie Mercury, his grill was all fucked up. He never got his teeth fixed because it helped him hit different areas of his vocal register, he said. So,
right. If that's your tool, you don't fuck with it. You want to make sure it continues to work properly.
You don't be like Whitney Houston smoking cigarettes when you got that God-given angel voice of hers. You don't destroy like Mariah Carey. I think, I don't know, she did drugs or whatever she did, but she's kind of, her voice is still kind of
right. And I know there's a lot of people who get mad at me for not putting like bands like Destiny's Child in the conversation for harmonies, but it's like
I wouldn't.
Like it feels like corporate manufactured harmonies.
I was going to say that's probably done more in the studio by
right
than actual time.
Now, if you want to go back in time to like the Ronettes or the Supremes,
sure,
or the Temptations, now we can have a conversation.
Well, in 2022,
there's Yardbirds in my car today. That's
Clapton.
Clapton
is gone.
Yardbirds when I was growing up.
I was named after Eric Clapton.
How so?
Yeah, well, all right. So here's what happened. My mother and my father, they met at Woodstock.
Cool.
Right.
Hippies.
And they were, having a good time. And it was all about free love and no consequences. Right. So when my dad knocked up my mom and he found out, he left. And they were going to name me River when they were still together.
Oh, dear God.
But then when they broke up, because mom didn't want to still use the name they had picked together, and she was a big fan of Cream, I got Eric for Eric Clapton, her favorite member of Cream.
That's freaking awesome. Well, they in 2022 is I got a chance, like it was in Savannah, the fucking Eagles came, and I'm like, holy shit, I'm a massive Don Henley fan. Like Don Henley's like a lyrical freaking genius. He's a poet laureate, if you want to call him that, as I consider him. He's just freaking awesome. I don't always agree
Joe
with
Walsh is funny.
Yes, and Joe Walsh, Joe Walsh said, what did he say in concert? He said, I had more fun in the 70s when I was in my 20s than in the 20s in my 70s. He's so great, man. He could shred that freaking guitar. But the harmonies, they weren't using no backing tracks. The freaking Eagles, and they had Deacon Fry or whatever his name is, Glenn Fry's son wasn't with them on this tour or whatever. He's back with them now, for their finale tour and all that. But anyway, they sang, Vince Gill was with them. Vince Gill, he's a brilliant guitar player, but he is also a great vocalist. He still has it. And just to hear them all sing together, their harmonies were, I mean, it sounded like they were playing the record. And they did all on that particular tour, they did all of the Hotel California, which probably the greatest Don Henley song is The Last Resort. If you've not, it's on Hotel California, but I love the version as well that was on Hell Freezes Over in 94 when they made their comeback. But they are amazing harmonies. I mean, Eagles were always known for their harmonies, and they just were so good. So in two of my all-time favorite bands I got to see in the same year in 2022, that was amazing. And I got to go see Def Leppard again this past summer, and they were even better. They were in the rounds. They had, and now the first concert I went to in
I've got your
2022.
beat. I've seen both of those bands in their prime.
That's cool. But like when I went to see, oh, and also 2 years, oh, in 2022, they were headlining or co-headlining along with Motley Crue, but Poison, you know, Brett Michaels, and then Poison performed. Brett Michaels was a great frontman, man. He was able to get out there and just really pump the crowd up. And it was just really good. And they're coming back next year to do
Yeah,
their
he was using the David Lee Roth playbook.
Anyway, David Lee Roth is David Lee Roth. That's another story. But yeah, they were very good. I was surprised.
No, but he pumped up the crowd in the same way David Lee Roth did.
Well, yeah, but you know, we're forgetting one of the greatest showmen probably in rock and roll history. Freaking nobody can touch Mick Jagger. Nobody's as original as Mick Jagger. He's still such a badass. It is to be 80 fucking years old or however old he is and still rocking your ass off. The man, he like exercises like a like several hours a day. I saw like his regimen. He watches what he eats. He's like so on it, which is so funny from that whole generation that was, you know, sex, drugs, and rock and roll. And now they're all pretty much clean, except, you know, probably Keith Richards. But even he's cleaned up.
I've seen Steve Winwood, and he was
I
really
fucking
good.
love his voice, man. Oh God, Steve Winwood. He started when he was like 16 years old, and was it Spencer Davis group?
Right.
He is. I mean, his voice is getting there. He's getting up there. He's probably in his 70s.
Yeah, he was fucking old, but he pumped up the crowd. And,
he's great. His
Tom
stuff
Petty
is
was good.
really
good.
Well, you know, there's a band out there that did pretty good with the harmonies, and they, by rights, should have been way better than they were because they were kind of a super band. Damn Yankees.
Damn Yankees.
It had Ted Nugent in it. We talked about it before. I know a couple songs they did. They were okay. I don't think that that's cool if you like them. I don't know.
No, I didn't say that I liked them.
Oh, I
said from who they had in their group, from the talent that was in their group, they should have been way better than they were.
Well, you mentioned Tom Petty, and this is what goes right into what we had this conversation before. The freaking traveling.
I never mentioned Tom Petty.
Just now, you mentioned Tom Petty.
I did.
Oh, you did.
The DFS mentioned him. Okay.
Sorry. I apologize. But yeah, freaking Traveling Wilburys. And I found this out the other day. I felt like I knew this, but forgot it. Tom Petty's real last name, his name was not Tom Petty. It was like, might have been Thomas something, but his last name was Wilbury. So that's where they got Traveling Wilburys from. I never knew that. I was like, how did I not know that about Tom Petty? I thought he was Tom Petty or Thomas Petty or something like that.
Tom Petty's best song is the one he did with Stevie Nicks, Stop Dragging My Heart Around.
Fuck yeah.
That's good. That's a good one.
Just my opinion.
Yeah. I'm trying to think what my favorite Petty song is. Of course, I loved Full Moon Fever. I love that whole era from that and that point on. And I love some of the earlier stuff too. It's hard. Petty is like his songs are so simple, but they're complex in their own way, and they're so melodic.
Well,
and
it's definitely
talk
complex
about
trying
melodies.
to understand what he's trying to say.
Yeah.
His
singing, but his singing is very one of his heroes was Dylan, so you can definitely hear that in his music. But the Traveling Wilburys, to have that was just a little kind of rock kind of country band that God, what's his name? A Beatle. Oh gosh. George Harrison wanted to put together. And the secret sauce to all of that Tom Petty success, even the solo stuff, was freaking ELO, the guy from ELO. Help me out. What's his name?
Yeah.
Electric Light Orchestra. That guy. He's the Svengali behind that sound that they achieved. And and Tom Petty's biggest stuff. Jeff Lynne. Yeah.
Yeah, ELO's another one that was amazing for harmony.
So amazing. So amazing. They just did their farewell tour, which is, they hadn't had a hit in 20, 30 years, but that's fine. Their stuff's still it's still timeless. And but yeah, to have the Wilburys, they did a couple albums but yeah, Roy Orbison, what a great singer, he was in there. Tom Petty, talk about a super group. Jeff,
you talk about timeless when it comes to ELO, and you're 100% right. I mean, look, Mr. Blue Sky is the opening credits for Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2.
I know, I saw it 5 times in the theater when the film kept screwing up and it kept looping, and the colors were all psychedelic. The film was messing up. So I saw that opening 5 times in a row until they finally started the movie again. But it's great. Yeah. I was just about to say that, Guardians brought a lot of that album rock back, or dad rock as it became known,
Yeah.
But,
I've
yeah,
never once heard it called dad rock.
I heard it for a while. People called it dad rock, and I'm like, that's okay. I just take it as a compliment. That's still good music. And just, and I'm sorry to say, people
Not
that
a compliment though.
You'll look if you like look at the charts and you see Drake has more.
That's like saying I don't like this music because my dad does. That's like adolescent bullshit.
I didn't name it that. That's what some music.
No, but you're endorsing it by using it.
I don't call it dad rock. I'm just.
You called it boomer rock.
You just did call it dad rock.
I
never even heard the term until you called it dad rock.
I didn't come up with that, and I'm not the first one to use it, but that's just what I've heard. I was just identifying by what people call it, but
people
in the media, whatever. I don't know, whoever they are. Anyway, they.
You're traveling in the wrong circles, man.
Apparently, I am.
Right. It's those people that change puns into dad jokes. Like, why can't they just be called puns like they used to be? No, we have to insult our fathers with it now. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with this generation, man?
But you talk, if you look at like the Drake has had like more hits than the Beatles like twice over. I'm like, Drake is not going to be remembered in 20, 30 fucking years. Nobody cares. Nobody's going to care. The only person coming out of the last probably 20 or 30 years.
Oh, Drake will be remembered. He'll just be remembered for grooming children.
Yeah, but the thing is like a lot of this music, and I don't want to be the old guy. Get off my lawn. Your music sucks. My music's the only music that's good. Because I heard that, before when I was coming up, and when I was listening to my 80s pop and everything else in my rock and all that stuff. But people, probably Eminem is probably one of the most important artists of the last 20, 30 years or so. Other than, there's a few of them, but we'll never see another Michael Jackson type of, or at least I don't see anybody coming up like that. We'll not have another Prince in our life, at least in my lifetime. So we won't have geniuses like that.
Eminem, I'm sure when I was in my youth, I listened to Eminem, but now, the only thing that I can compare Eminem to is Die Antwoord.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Here, I'll type it in the chat. It's a rapper from South Africa, and it's
Die Antwoord. Yeah, I've heard of that guy.
Yeah, and that's the only thing I can compare them to now. Like,
I'll tell you, it was a damn guilty pleasure of mine. It's become like a big country song, but the dude, what's that Tipsy song? Oh my God.
Before he takes us away from Eminem, DFS, I will say that if I had to think of a modern day comparison to Eminem, I would go with Tom McDonald.
Okay.
Sorry, go ahead, Ed.
No, you're fine. But
No, I just saw a long tangent coming, and I didn't want it to drift too far from Eminem before I got my word in.
and I appreciate that. Yeah, please jump in. Because I'll talk. But yeah, I don't see another Eagles coming along, a good music group, that's another Fleetwood Mac that has all these powerful people, and people that can write great songs, and good musicians, good singers. We don't when the good and the bad about the music scene in the 80s was albums like Thriller brought back the entire album, where everything, but albums became greatest hits. Every album that came out after that had 4 or 5 top tens. Born in USA, like what, 7 top 10 singles, geez, and so, anything, that's what the 80s was. You had an album full of great songs. Then you get to like where we are now. You're lucky if you get an album's worth of material that's any good. Now, there are people that probably the next Eminem is what's the guy that everybody likes, the rapper? He's doing the Super Bowl. I almost said DMX. No, I didn't mean to say it. They're Not Us, that song that raps. What's his name? He's everywhere. Kendrick Lamar. He's pretty prolific, but I don't see many other people. One person that I like, I feel like he's on the way back up again, is Bruno Mars. I feel like if Prince and Michael Jackson were like, they made a clone of them, like a younger version, if you put those two together, you would get Bruno Mars. So, I mean, I dig most of his stuff, but some of his stuff, he's kind of retro, but
I don't
he's
know.
doing,
I think if you mix those two together, you'd get Jamiroquai.
yeah, but Jamiroquai was what, a one-hit wonder mostly. I mean, I'm sure he made other music, but
hey, he was popular enough to get an action figure.
So for me,
For
like
real?
when it comes to the rap genre, for me, like when I was growing up, it was Tribe Called Quest.
Oh yeah,
and it was
Right? Yeah.
yeah.
When I was growing up, like I enjoyed rap as well, and Tribe was in there.
Run DMC.
For me, Black Sheep were one that I dug. I dug De La Soul for like a softer side of rap,
De La Soul had some cool hits. Yeah. That was when rap was fun, before gangster rap came.
But of course, my absolute favorite, the Beastie Boys.
The Beastie Boys. Yeah. They were like way ahead of their time too, kind of.
Oh, and they matured over every record.
They did. I mean, yeah, that's
because I mean, you look at License to Ill.
It was more like a rock rap kind of.
There's not a lot of talent behind that,
Girls, or whatever is it.
The rap is really basic. The beats are super basic, but by the time you get to like fucking Sabrosa, or Intergalactic, you're like, man, how did they go from fucking
Sabotage
Girls to fucking Intergalactic? This elaborate fucking genius like song. It's like amazing.
One band that was pretty good. You talk about like just really good writing and singing, and I wish they would have never broken up, but REM, they really progressed over time, and they made some really good stuff.
I mean, I like a couple of their songs,
but some of their stuff is like really good poetry, and it's it's most of good music is that way.
I don't know. So much of their stuff came off as pretentious crap to me, though.
Well, I'm from Georgia, so they were much bigger, especially Athens, right up the road. But
I love "End of the World as We Know It" just as much as anyone else. But songs like fucking "Losing My Religion," I'm like, oh my god, why don't you whine a little more, you fucking?
It's a fucking masterpiece, man. If you watch it, and the video is just so gosh, there's so much symbolism in it.
Boring garbage.
But some of their best stuff isn't your most popular.
Well, that's a crazy thing, because if you go back to the 70s, right, like all of my favorite music from the early 70s, none of it charted. Right? Like you look at the top 40 from back then, you're not going to find Led Zeppelin on it.
Right. Oh, that's true.
You're not going to find Black Sabbath on it.
No.
You
Now
know, you're not
another
going to find
group
Alice Cooper on it. You're not going to find Kiss on it. Well, you might find Kiss on it.
you
I'll
might
put
find a
Cream.
little Kiss.
I'll still listen to Cream.
Yeah. Now Styx, I always love Styx, man. They had such great harmonies, and there's such those
And
complex
that's what I'm
songs.
talking. That when I mentioned Damn Yankees, that's why I said they should have been better than they were with their harmonies.
True. That's a good point. That is a good point. Yeah, because you had a good part of that group or part of that group in there, and gosh, but yeah, you had album rock in the 70s, like, so that's when, you bought an album, you listened to the whole album. In the 80s, everything on that album was every album was a greatest hits. If you didn't have everybody had 4 to 5 top 10s coming off their albums, just because. And I don't know if the music was necessarily better. It was just, I think it was a newer sound, a newer generation, and they would
Well, a lot of
MTV.
what I was listening to in the 80s didn't
Yeah.
chart either.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Right? Because I would like take, for example, Motley Crue, Shout at the Devil.
right.
Right? That entire album is fucking amazing. Not
I
a
know
single song charted.
Tell me you watched on
Right?
MTV.
They
You
did
watched.
not have a charting hit until they put out fucking Home Sweet Home from Theater of Pain.
Yeah.
And that was why all those glam rock bands started doing ballads, because it was the only way they could get on the charts.
Right. You'd get on the radio that way and then you'd chart. But then see, now the way all the metrics are for how they measure what a stream is and all this, it's not the same as when you had to physically take your money, go down to the record store, physically buy the album, then come back home, play that album, or 45 in my case.
Yeah, but I almost think this is a better metric.
But I think it's more realistic, but in some ways it just, I look at what Michael Jackson did before, how he packed stadiums anywhere he went. And I mean, his music throughout his career, from, when he was in the Jacksons all the way, to the end, to this day, he has more fans now than he had when he was living. There's like 4.5 billion people on this planet that are Michael Jackson fans. For real. I saw this graphic. I was like, I didn't realize he's become even bigger. In fact, today I just saw, while we were on this stream, Smooth Criminal just joined Thriller, Beat It, and Billie Jean for having 1 billion views on YouTube. So now he has, I don't know.
And it's such a terrible video.
I know.
Which video?
Really?
Smooth Criminal.
Oh.
It's still, I don't know. It's
Look. This is why I say the video is terrible, right? Most of the video is great. But then there's that fucking minute and a half long segment
where he's going,
him and the other jackasses yelling "ho" with no music behind it.
Well, there are
really? You fucking had to interrupt the song for this nonsense?
There's a bunch of hoes. He was just calling a hoe a hoe.
Oh.
Yeah, that fucking ruins the video for me.
Well, Quincy Jones hated Smooth Criminal, but he said what he figured was the success of Thriller was whatever got Michael up and dancing. He knew that Michael would be 110% committed to it. So he encouraged Smooth Criminal, and he said there were better songs, and that's become one of his signature songs. It's such a repetitive song, just like You Can't Touch This by MC Hammer. I can name a bunch of them. And
I can
don't
name
really
a couple
have
of
lyrics.
There's
Michael
a lot Jackson that should have had more an impact, but they came off as disingenuous, and so they didn't. Like, take Man in the Mirror, for example.
Okay.
Which he did not write. That
right?
Saida Garrett wrote that.
Great meaning behind the song, but it's performed so disingenuously that you don't believe a word he's saying.
I don't know. I think it's a brilliant masterpiece, but that's just me. And I'm a big MJ fan. I still am. I'm unapologetic about it. And because
why would you have to apologize for liking him?
Well, I'm saying there's times it was hard to be a Michael Jackson fan, when the allegations came out, it's
hard. And that's a crappy way to view the world.
It is a crappy way to
view the world. You start hating everyone based on allegations, like, you do realize that 60% of allegations are false.
Exactly. And he was, at least by our legal terms, was proven false. I wouldn't, if I had kids, I wouldn't leave him with Michael Jackson, but that's just my.
Well, see, here's what's fucked up about that situation.
A
Those
lot, yeah,
kids that stayed at Michael Jackson's house, their parents stayed there too.
right.
And their parents didn't have any problem with them hanging out with Michael
Well,
until they thought they could make some money off of it.
Macaulay Culkin talked about, he said, yeah, there would be 10, 15 kids or whatever. We'd sleep in Michael Jackson's bedroom. And you go, oh my God. He said, well, what you don't understand, Michael Jackson's bedroom was like 3 stories tall. It was like bigger than most people's houses. That's, this man was rich beyond belief, and,
Right.
but
Well, because
nobody,
Michael Jackson was clinically diagnosed with Peter Pan syndrome. Right? He had his childhood stolen from him, so he wanted to experience childhood as an adult.
and
That's why he hung around all those kids.
yeah,
It wasn't a sexual thing. I don't think Michael
it was,
Jackson had a
I don't
sexual
think
bone
it
in his
was
body.
either. I don't think he did either. I heard rumors that his father had him chemically castrated. I don't know if that's true. I don't know how you would prove that. And that's, there's all these crazy
I
rumors.
mean, it would explain his voice.
It would, but some people said that he used a voice kind of like Prophet Director does. That's not his real voice. That Joe taught them to speak in this higher pitched voice because it would make them more appealing. And like people didn't want Michael Jackson to grow up. They liked that cute little Michael Jackson boy that he was. And when he was going through he started breaking out with what do you get when you get in your teens? What do you call that? Acne and stuff. He had, before there was body shaming, I think he had that about himself. And there's a condition where you don't like the way you look. And I think he did do plastic surgery.
Yeah, that's called being alive.
It probably is. Yeah, we just fucking dealt with it. He didn't have the capacity to deal with it. But
well, he was robbed of it.
He was robbed of it. And
if Michael Jackson's father wasn't a fucking tyrant, he probably would have had a normal childhood.
But the thing is, here's the other side of it. I was literally talking with somebody about this and the other day, and they said, it's a shame that his dad was so brutal towards him, and really you'd call that child abuse in today's society. But had he not been so hard on all of them, they wouldn't have been probably half as popular as they became, because they were literally scared to death not to like practice for hours. And they come home from school,
but you've stolen your children's childhood,
right? Yeah, I don't say I don't say it makes it right. I disagree. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't parent that way if I had a child, but
and as far as Michael Jackson's concerned,
I hope
anyone who like talks about Michael Jackson and any of the allegations, I just point them at Corey Feldman, how he said, yeah, look, I spent a lot of time with Michael and he never did anything like that. The rest of Hollywood did,
right?
But Michael was clean.
Yeah, I literally saw the last interview done with, y'all remember Aaron Carter? He was like one of the Backstreet Boys. Nick Carter, it was his younger brother. He had like a kind of pop rap minuscule career, but he got into drugs and all this, and later got kind of cleaned up. But I think he's dead now. I think he died of a drug overdose.
Yeah, sorry, man. I'm not up on my boy bands. I like women.
Well, anyway, I saw this interview recently. It was an archived interview. And he said, it was the last interview he did. And he said, this was the time when all the allegations about Michael were coming out. And he said, my parents got me and they said, listen, the police are here and the FBI and they want to talk with you. And he's like, about what? And they went and they just grilled him over and over and tried to get him to say that Michael Jackson did all this stuff to him sexually. And he would not. And his parents said, you need to be honest and tell the officers what he did to you. And he said, he did nothing to me. He was nothing but kind to me. When others weren't kind to me, he was kind to me. He never ever insinuated anything sexual towards me. Like Macaulay Culkin, they tried to get him to turn on Michael. He's like, listen, Michael was nice to me. He was a friend. He was like an older brother, and he had brothers, but he never got to be a child. And they both explained that. They both backed up their claims on that. And, I see all the conspiracy stuff that Michael Jackson was marked for death and stuff like that. And it literally the last phone call that he made, there's a video out there. I was watching it and I've seen it on several videos. The last phone call that somebody was talking to him about, and Michael was going on and on about they're coming to get me. And he's like, and the person on the other line was asking him, well, what happened? And he's like, I can't say over the telephone. I can tell you in person. And he was like really distraught. And you could tell he was you can tell in somebody's voice when they're like really kind of distraught. And he was almost out of it. And he's like, I have to go. He's like, they're on their way to get me and I may not be alive. He said that literally, something to that effect. And so, the thing is,
that reminds me of what happened to Isaac Cappy the day before he died.
What was that?
Well, he made a YouTube video claiming over and over again that he was not suicidal. Because apparently Seth Green had invited him to participate in a pizza party, which meant underage boys being sexually whatever.
Jesus.
And Isaac Cappy didn't go with it, and then went on YouTube and exposed him, right? Said what Seth Green told him, and then repeatedly said, I am not suicidal. If something happens to me, I did not kill myself. And the next day, he jumps off a fucking bridge in California into traffic.
Some people, with the whole Diddy thing, there is some talk that Michael Jackson was actually not a predator. He was a victim. I don't know that he was necessarily victimized by Diddy or someone in that group or whatever, but there's possibly some allegations that may be coming out about that. I don't know how true that is. That's just on the internet, so it could all be lies. But
well, I think what it boils down to is once you get a certain level of fame and power,
that's it.
All those things that were keeping your weird inhibitions, your weird desires at bay are gone.
Oh yeah. When you have
now you have the money and power to do whatever you want.
And like you said earlier, when you have yes men around you, their job is to give you everything you want when you want it, or to even anticipate.
It's kind of like what Bill Burr said about like Tiger Woods, right? He's like, look, Tiger Woods like finishes a golf match, and there's a busload of Scandinavian models waiting to fuck him. Right now, the guy working at Home Depot wants to fuck just as bad, but but whores don't like lumber.
I hate to say this about Tiger Woods. When Tiger Woods was winning and he was undefeatable, is when he.
Well, I wasn't trying to start a Tiger Woods conversation.
Well, I just wanted to say this real quick. No, I agree with you on that. But no, go what you're going to say. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
All I was trying to say was it's the same thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
People are going to do the things that they want to do as long as they're able, right? People are going to do whatever they're able to do, right? So if you're a rich, famous musician, you can fuck 100 groupies in a month because you can, right? But the guy working, at McDonald's doesn't have that opportunity, right? Women don't want to fuck him.
Yeah,
right. It's the same thing with money and fame, right? Once you're rich enough, if you want to have somebody killed, you can go ahead and have them killed.
Def Leppard's
right,
famous,
but a poor person can't do that.
Right. Exactly. When Def Leppard was touring in the Hysteria thing, they did the in the round stage so they could, see more of the stage, and nobody had a bad seat essentially in the house. So the fans loved it as well, but they made sure they had an underground area below the stage, and they would engineer different breaks, like a drum solo or a guitar solo. And the other members of the bands would go under there. And they said, I remember watching this on like VH1 back in the day, and they said it was like Sodom and Gomorrah down there underneath the stage. He said there were women, mothers, daughters, grandmothers down there, and your ticket was in there was to show your tits to get backstage. And he said they went through all of them. There's like, we went through alcohol, drugs, rock and roll. Said we were a bunch of horny men in our 20s, 30s, whatever age they were. And he's like, this is why we got in the rock and roll. It wasn't, it was for the music, but it was to get girls. And so, that doesn't change. But then, talking about the whole Michael Jackson thing, his family, his estate's been fighting over what's left of his rights to the Sony catalog. And his mother.
See, I think that's the issue.
That is exactly why he got killed. Yes.
I think that's the issue with how you converse. because you talk about a subject, and then before you give anybody a chance to respond to it, you move on to something else.
Sorry. I'm excited. I'm full of information. Useless knowledge. Sorry.
You got to let other people get in there, man, and comment on it. Otherwise, why'd you bring it up? Just to hear yourself talk?
I don't know what you're talking about. No,
Yes, you do. You're very self-aware.
I am too self-aware. That's my problem. Yes, sir. But as I was saying, you have anything to add? No. But so recently they've been fighting to get control back of it because Sony's been trying to get his part of the catalog, which is worth $600 million at this point. It was worth about $1 billion something dollars, and they sold a portion of it. The Jackson family did. And so the mother, Catherine, she's like the main person of the estate, and he's made more in his death. He's been the most since he died in 2009. He has made it's just gone like a trajectory up of how much money he's made. They've made the estate. When he died,
Jacksons ought to sell the Beatles catalog back to McCartney.
Well, the thing is, I think actually they have. I think that portion of it has been sold back to McCartney. That's why he's back over $1 billion on his net worth. I think he actually does have the controlling interest, at least in it. Paul McCartney does. I think all these years later, they finally did that. But that when Michael bought it, he bought it for $45 million. And it was Paul and Yoko were the main ones for the Beatles catalog that owned it at the time, or they were trying to buy it back, but Yoko didn't want to put up the money with Paul. And so they didn't get it. And Michael, he had Thriller out, so he was making millions of dollars every week. Right.
And from what I understand, Paul and Yoko hated each other.
They did. I think later on in life, they reconciled more, but
well, because the song "Hey Jude" was written by Paul McCartney as an insult to Yoko Ono, right? Because John's first son wasn't with Yoko. John's second son was
John. What's his name?
And
John Lennon.
Yeah, and Jude was feeling, like his father had put him behind the new wife and the new son. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because it was originally called Hey Jules, Jules.
Yeah, exactly.
Because that's what they call them, Jules.
Hey Jude is about Paul McCartney's son. Or I'm sorry, John Lennon's son.
Yeah, Julian Lennon, who's in his own right. He's a good musician. He's a stand-up dude. He really is a good guy. And
I really liked his song "Saltwater."
Yeah, I know Vlad. That whole Vlad album was pretty good, and he did some other stuff beyond that. That's really good, too. But he got it on his own merits. He didn't get it off the last name, but he looks like and sounded like John Lennon. And there was some talk at the time. The record company wanted the Beatles to reunite with Julian Lennon taking John Lennon's place, and I'm kind of glad they didn't, because that's a lot of pressure to put on somebody, a legend like John Lennon, to put on his son. And it's good to see with like Glenn Frey, the Eagles.
But it did work for Led Zeppelin.
It did, but it worked for the Eagles with having Deacon Frey in there taking his dad's place.
Yeah, because Jason Bonham taking John Bonham's place in Led Zeppelin was fucking a masterstroke.
Exactly. Then we have Wolfgang Van Halen taking over for his dad. Yes, of course he can't do what his dad did, but they're able to kind of continue on, or they were at the time, So I mean, it was good to see, and that's something that like Glenn Frey wanted his son. He worked with them to prepare him for that, just like Eddie Van Halen wanted to bring Wolfgang in and all that. So I think that's good, but the thing like with the Beatles, like when they did Hey Jude and all that, Paul McCartney, you're right, he wrote that for him. John Lennon was treated Julian Lennon like the first 3 or 4 or 5 years of his life they were together, and then that's when he split from Cynthia and went, or that he was with and got with Yoko. And then he acted like he was the perfect father with Sean Lennon. So Julian Lennon had to watch his dad, and this happens in a lot of families, the dad, the parents probably get divorced or whatever, and then the dad was probably not a great dad, and then later on he gets a second wife, they have a kid, and then he's this dad, the best dad ever, and then like screw the first kid, and so as a father he wasn't a great father, but
no, please don't screw the first kid.
No, you know what I mean. But John Lennon grew up with a very disaffected father. He couldn't do anything to please his dad. It was one of those situations. It's the different generation. That generation didn't show love or affection. It wasn't what they did. And so they grew up that way, and it was a form of neglect. So he's like, I'll never treat my son that way. But he ended up treating Julian that way. I mean, he did spend time with them, but once Yoko came along, she changed his whole trajectory. He became this different person, and he became a great dad.
Yeah, but you got to think about it, right? What percentage of that goes on the ex-wife?
It's always a two-way circle or two-way dance. Yeah. Nobody.
I've known a lot of single mothers in my time, especially living here in Illinois, in Chicago, where like the divorce rate is higher than like most of the rest of the country.
Right.
So at the end of the day, all the single moms, like the one thing they all have in common, like almost all the single moms I've ever met, is the way they bash their exes in front of their children and company and stuff.
Yeah, you should never do it. You're saying all the single ladies. Yeah, you're right. That's not right that they should do that.
I knew one mom who remarried, and she did not bash her ex-husband ever.
That's
good. I mean, they're out there, the women that recognize that or they had an amicable breakup or something, and they're still, friends or whatever.
But for the most
part, that does exist, but the majority of the ones that I've seen.
Yeah, the majority for sure.
We see times are changing. It's not just automatically now. When a marriage breaks up, it's not automatically, the mom gets she's the nurturer, so she gets the custody. It's not always that way, because we're seeing now, that sometimes the dads are the more.
But for it to go the other way, the man has to prove that he's more fit than she is and that she's unfit.
Right. That's true. That's true to an extent. Yeah.
Right. If both parents are equal, they're going to lean to the mother.
Well, you'd naturally go that way, because women are supposed to be the nurturers.
Why?
It's kind of been that. I mean, just by the.
I'm just saying, man. There's the mothers and fathers give their children different.
If you want to go back to freaking caveman,
and when you deny the kids one of those, they lose out on quite a bit.
Men traditionally don't show their feelings as much as openly, just traditional gender roles, more.
So they don't speak up and cry about it means they don't deserve to have their kids?
No, they definitely do. Yeah, I'm not for those kind of roles. I'm saying just
cry about anything.
Right. Well, that's the thing is, I love what it's not
right. Well, that's because back in the day, like, take for example, there was a story a few years ago of a teacher that had sex with one of the young male students.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And that teacher went to prison for it. Right. Rightly so. Right. That's statutory rape. You're right.
Right.
But you go back to the 50s and the same exact thing happens. And the police are like trying to high five the kid. They're like, good for you, kid. You nailed the you know what I mean? Like
Elvis and Lisa Marie, she was like super young when they kind of got together or whatever, or at least when he was starting to be interested in her. Jerry Lee Lewis, didn't he marry like his cousin?
Priscilla?
Yeah, Priscilla. She was like
Lisa
very
Marie
young.
Was his daughter.
Right. I'm sorry.
That's
Priscilla.
The one that married Michael Jackson.
Yes, you're right. Yeah. Yes. But like Jerry Lee Lewis, remember him? He marry like his cousin. She was like 15 or something crazy. 13. See, that's crazy, dude. Even back then, that was unheard of. That would still be unheard of today.
It's not unheard of today. It's only unheard of in Western civilization.
True.
In fucking India, they still do arranged marriages, and they still like
I
marry their
know.
daughters off super young,
It's just
especially in Saudi Arabia.
I'm not
Like
saying it's right.
you
It
gotta take into consideration in Saudi Arabia, you're talking about
still doesn't
a
make it
country
right.
ruled by a religion where the guy who founded it married an 8-year-old.
Hey,
Yeah.
it's in the Pentateuch,
I don't know what that is.
the Hebrew Bible.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but I don't know. Society norms have changed. It's I don't know. So
Well, look
that's
at
what I was getting at.
Japan. In Japan, legal age for marriage is different, right? Boys have to be 18, but girls can marry at 16.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's craziness. Some states you can get married when you're 16.
When you're 16, no offense to any 16-year-olds out there, but you don't know what the hell you're doing in life. You still don't know. I mean,
Oh,
I'm in
Fuck,
my
I say
50s.
when you're
Sometimes I don't.
26, you still don't know what you're doing.
I agree. I was going to say that
You're
as well.
figuring it
I
out.
was going to say I'm
Yeah,
in my
figuring it
50s,
out.
and some days I don't know. What the hell I'm
That's
doing.
why I think if you're a couple that got married young and you stayed together, then you're fucking lucky. Because at the end of the day, what you want when you're 18 is not what you want when you're 28. And what you want when you're 28 is not what you want when you're 38.
I am now at a point in my life when I'm old. I'm actually older than how long my parents were married. I'm 54. I'll be 55 in April. My parents were married 52 and a half years when my dad passed.
Yeah, my mom always said she misses the days when she could say I was half her age.
But it's amazing if you think about that. It's like that's incredible. Like people that make it 20 years now, you're like, wow, that's amazing. 10 years, wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, like I think you realize that you're getting old when you realize that you're older than your parents were when they had you.
Yeah, my dad had me when he was in his 40s.
Yeah,
In his
it's
40s.
true.
Yeah. So it's like it's just wild. I'm sorry, I still have a problem. I still think the 80s was like 20 or 30 years ago. I refuse to believe that's like almost 40, 50 years ago. I was like, no, it's not possible.
I think my parents figured it out when they realized I was like 40 years old, and then they realized what I had done in my life and what they had accomplished in their life
Yeah.
were two different fucking completely different things.
Oh,
But
yeah.
there was a whole lot of shit behind what I had done.
Well, that's the thing is just because we have access to more knowledge than we've ever had as human beings at any time in history, you'd think we'd be super, super farther than we actually are. We should have flying cars. We should be teleporting to places. We should have a super intelligence that's our own and not, AI or
I'd much
something.
rather go back to like some simpler ways.
Right.
I think it's going to eventually, that's going to be the swing back. We get all this technology, but then there's going to be a lot of people that want to go off grid and just.
I know for the past 40, 50 years, the generations have been projecting, and there's been a lot of projectionism and positivism with this idea of the progressive era. But I think it's, in my mind, it's just all been a big joke.
Well, the breakdown of the family unit's a thing you can tie directly to crime. You can take it towards bad education trajectories for children. I mean, it all comes down from, you may be able to make it as a single mom or a single dad, and more power to you, but there's a certain energy, a certain bit of your emotional intelligence you get from your mother versus that you get from your father that one can't give you the other for. They can do their best to supplement that, but it's not the same. There's something about
fathers are meant to teach you discipline,
right,
and mothers are there to nurture.
See, that's
Right?
getting back to the
It's
norms that
supposed
I
to
was
be a
talking about.
team, right? They did a scientific study. This was probably 10 years ago now,
Mhm.
where what they did was they tested men and women on the same stuff, right?
Right.
And as it turns out, all the women they tested did better than the men on memory related things.
Right.
And all the men they tested did better on spatial reasoning.
Makes sense.
Right. So the way it should work, like if we're working in a truly symbiotic, like couple type relationship, the way it should work is The woman remembers the information necessary to implement the plan. Then the man makes the plan and implements it. Right? Because at the end of the day, if they're working as a team, they should be doing pretty well. The problem is the internet and the media and television and movies give everyone this like false sense of possibilities. You know what I mean? Like that's why you got like 400-pound girls thinking they're 10s on the internet, because they go on these websites and they get guys in their DMs telling them they're hot. You know what I mean? And then they go out into the real world and they're like, why can't I get a guy? It's like, because those guys online are blowing smoke up your ass.
Jeez.
Right? Well, it used to be that when you got into the age of dating, when you were old enough to start dating, your dating pool was your local area. Right? Oh. And you would see people get married off and couple up and and you basically took the best you could, your best option in within your legitimate range. Right? But the internet gives people the false sense, because now they can have some dude in Saudi Arabia telling them they're beautiful. Right? Or some chick in England telling, some dude here, he's like, oh, you're hot, come to bring, and it's false, because there's no real chance of a relationship there. But it pumps up their mindset for their ego, making them think their options are deeper than they are.
Right.
And then they wind up passing on good options until they're too old and no one wants them.
There's literally
a whole bunch of people who see that it is all false, and they give up hope even in a local sense.
Right.
And they just frump out. They just frump out completely.
Yep. I mean, but at the end of the day, the media and all the music of today, it's about how disposable your partner is.
Right. There's no no sanctity of life. There's no, reassuring. There's all these false with the internet, like these kids coming up, especially girls, but it's also prevalent with boys too. I mean, I saw a report on this the other day about body dysphoria, and people think that they're ugly, and they think they're, you're going through puberty, you're going through all these changes, your body changes.
Hey, look, sometimes they are ugly, but that's part of life. You have to deal with being ugly if you're ugly.
You have to kind of accept what you are. But it gives to everybody that nobody shares pictures of themselves on Instagram of their horrible day that they've had, or, oh, I feel terrible today and I look fat and bloated or whatever I feel like.
No, I know one guy, he wants to get divorced, right? He's so desperate to leave his wife. He wants out of this marriage because it's a loveless marriage.
Wow.
Right? But she won't let him divorce her.
Right.
And her reason is because it would ruin her Instagram story.
There's literally, I saw a video talking about who gets the Instagram account if a couple divorces. That's like a real thing now.
Like, that's fucking stupid.
That is crazy. But
that is
for
the
some
dumbest
people,
shit I've ever fucking seen.
It is the dumbest thing, but for some people it makes sense to them because that's like a source of income. That's their job, they're influencers or whatever. I'm like, how far we have fallen as a society when that's the basis of a relationship is your YouTube or your Instagram account. That's crazy.
We need other people to, legitimize our own life.
We do but these unrealistic, what I was getting at was the unrealistic expectations. You have all these kids growing up thinking they're ugly and they're not, because you have these supposedly super pretty people on there leaving these.
I'm sorry, lives. Man. I can't agree with that, dude. Some people are ugly, man. That's just humanity.
No, I get that, but it gives these people that maybe aren't really that ugly, if they're not super beautiful, if they don't look like Kim Kardashian or have a butt that big, then they're nothing. They have no self-worth. And that's why
those people need fucking therapy. Or people in their lives to fucking love them.
That's true
right?
too.
The reason they're like that is because they don't have anyone in their actual life giving them validation.
Exactly.
If you're ugly, it's okay. I'm gonna be nice to you. It's all right.
Yeah. So
Yeah, I feel honestly, I feel bad for this generation. I feel bad for the next generation too, because well, here's one problem that they're going to come across. None of them are learning any trades.
Oh yeah, they're not gonna be able to fix
Right
it.
now, what are they going to do when all of us 50-year-olds retire and there's no one to fix your fucking
I
stove?
will tell you that the 2-year schools are really getting an influx versus the 4-year colleges, because a lot of people are coming out with these degrees, even in areas that supposedly have, available work, and they're not getting work, and they're certainly not making the kind of money they were promised or they thought they'd make. So a lot of these
Well, yeah,
2-year
because college
colleges,
is a scam.
but
It's
but like I'm in a 2-year college, and majority of the students I see are in their
No,
20s.
look.
And there's a
You're
lot
going to
of smart
college
kids.
for graphic design.
Right.
You've got a
Especially those
goal
two.
and a legitimate thing to follow there.
Right.
These kids that go to college right out of high school are just partying for 4 years.
Some of
Right?
them.
They're taking classes like liberal arts. It's like, dude, you can't get a job as a liberal arts major.
But
okay.
if you
So hear me out. I
Sure.
went to college and I got my bachelor's degree, and it's
what?
anthropology. It's an indigenous anthropology. You would not think that I could apply that, right? It sounds
Uh-huh.
like fucking bullshit, but I'm and I've given up on my degree and everything on that side of cultural resource management. I've given up on it once before and gone back to being a heavy equipment mechanic, but I'm back at it, and I'm I'm an environmental planner, and I make really good money. But there's so many other people who
Wow.
went to college with me side by side, and they didn't apply themselves in the same way that I applied myself. They didn't volunteer at the local society. They didn't talk to
They didn't do
people.
the hard work. They wanted the shortcut.
Right? But like at the end of the day, 100 anthropology students come out of college with a degree, and
Right.
3 of them actually get jobs in that field.
Right, exactly. That's what I was trying to say too. Is that that's
Well,
100.
even on the main with the main
The other
the main
97 people wasted all that money.
see,
Yes,
but now, like, what was the other career you went back into? Was it manufacturing, you said? Or
heavy equipment mechanic, and
guess what? Heavy equipment, there may be some use for that, but we're gonna come a time when AI is gonna probably be able to build the
no,
machines and repair them.
No,
Nah,
fuck
you're
no,
always
you have
going to
no
need the
idea.
heavy equipment
You have no
mechanics,
idea what
because
the fuck
even
you're
if the
talking
machines
about.
are AI, they're going to need fixing.
Right, you have no idea what the
Possibly.
fuck you're talking about, Ed. Sorry,
Well, I
but
don't
the
know.
heavy
I'm just saying.
equipment mechanic will always be one of the most valuable and most well-paid careers that you can have, and I can always go back to that. But
Right? If you wanted to, you could literally like walk onto an oil rig and make like 60 grand in a month.
yes, easily. I can take apart an industrial turbine and rebuild it if I needed to. So if you can't get 1,500 horsepower working, you're not going to have a job to run any fucking machine.
It reminds me of one of the things that I really appreciate about Elon Musk is like his hiring process. Because what he'll do is he'll present an issue that his company is facing at the time to potential employees,
I've heard
and
that.
hire based on who comes up with the best solution. That is meritocracy at its best.
Right.
That's the kind of thinking you need in an organization. It's not
And that's
checking
why
boxes.
that's why his company's so successful.
It's not about checking boxes. It's about hiring the person that can do the job. They can think out.
Doesn't matter what color they are. If they can get the job done better than anyone else, then that's who you hire.
And if an AI comes along that can do it better, then they will hire
That's the
the
problem
AI.
with movies today, because they're auditioning people and they're not auditioning to hire the best actor. They're hiring an actor that fits their demographic and will play ball with their narrative.
Yep.
There
Disney's
was a
learned that the hard way.
There was
I mean,
about
look at what's her name, Rachel, whatever, the one who's going to play Snow White.
Oh God. Yeah. I can't stand her.
Like that chick came out and like said
She
some
is
just
so
really
negative.
dumb shit.
She did. Yeah, I don't
Right.
know.
And the argument against her playing the role is legitimate, because it's literally in the character description. Her skin is white as snow.
fuck.
You know, you want to make Cinderella like darker, that's fine, but you can't do that with Snow White. It's literally in her name.
Yeah, but even beyond that, it's the fact that she had no respect for the role, and she's like, "Oh, this is so
None. She
sexist."
said
And
she hated the movie. She called Prince Charming creepy.
then, yeah, I'm sorry. Then you don't need to be in that role if you don't respect the role. Any actor will tell you that if you're in a role and you don't respect the character that you're playing, then you don't need to be in that movie at all. You certainly don't need to
Right.
be in that
And
role.
the way she talked about Prince Charming's character, it reminded me of that girl who fell off the pier and hit her head, and the guy saved her life from drowning. And then she wanted to like have him arrested for raping her because he touched her without her consent.
Oh god.
It's like, bitch, you were dying. It's like, well, I'm glad you did that, because next time you fall in the water and hit your head, no one's going to save you.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Rape.
You know, you see it in New York right now. You see it happening on the subways and shit, where a woman's getting accosted,
Yeah.
and like everyone's just standing around watching, and no one will help
Really?
because they're worried that they're going to get in trouble for it.
Well, it's happened. It's happened with males too. I mean, like this guy was getting beat up, and all these people are standing around, and people pulling out their phones and recording it, and nobody was helping the guy getting attacked. And I'm like, is this where we are as a society? We won't help somebody. We won't step in because we're afraid. We're afraid that we're gonna get penalized or something. You know, you
Hey,
got to
well,
step
you know,
in.
it's your side that created that environment.
Oh shit. For me, if someone's in my yard, I pull a gun on them and I make them leave.
See, I can't do that here in Illinois. If someone breaks into my house and fucking stabs me, right, and I shoot them, I go to prison.
Yeah, supposedly that's kind of what they have here in California, but we don't do that. You know, I've had fucking tweakers break into my home while I'm sitting on a fucking sofa and have to defend myself. And, you know, I'm already battle hardened to the point where if I don't like what's going on in the neighborhood, I just pull out a gun and start shooting.
Well, and that's the funny thing, because in Illinois here, like that same situation, I don't shoot, but like he stabs me, but I don't shoot him, and I instead crack him over the head with a bat. That's perfectly fine. They won't care. They're just so anti-gun that I would get arrested for shooting. You know what I mean? But I could literally bash the same guy's head in completely with a bat, and no one would say a word. They'd be like, "Oh, you were defending your house." But if I shot him, they'd be like, "Nope, you've shot somebody. You're going to prison."
Yeah. Over here, it's
so fucking weird. It's like, I don't understand.
If you put a bow tie on your gun, then it becomes a bad gun. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's
why I keep a bat next to my door. You know, I don't mean my front door of my house. I mean my bedroom door. That way, if there's a noise, I get up, I grab the bat, and then I go downstairs.
Well, I mean, I imagine where you live, it's better than where I'm at right now.
Yeah. I mean,
I hope it stays that way for the rest of your life.
Yeah, I mean, I do live in Chicago. It is pretty bad here, but I probably not as bad as it is for you.
Good.
Like, I don't have crackhead women like in my front yard.
I remember one time we were chatting and someone was breaking into some shit in my backyard.
Right, we were worried about you, man.
Next thing you know, I'm chasing somebody while I have the phone. And
Yeah, we were on stream one night, Ed, and there was literally someone breaking into his backyard while we were on stream.
It's crazy.
And then I ended up getting all their shit. And then I had to get off the stream because I went and I had to call the cops. The cops came. Then I threw it all in the back of my pickup truck and fucking took it down to the dumpster because I didn't want them coming back for their shit. But they had like bolt cutters, fucking sledgehammer. It was all like in a wheelbarrow. Like, I don't know, just a fuck ton of shit.
That's crazy.
Maybe not tonight. I can't throw a rock and hit somebody that's shooting up heroin, but that's because I've already preemptively taken care of that.
It's crazy, man. Yeah, the thing you really have to worry about here in Chicago is getting carjacked.
Fuck.
Yeah, we're the carjack capital of the country.
I was thinking about that, like, you know, if you carry a gun and you're going to get carjacked, you're going to get your gun jacked if it's not well hidden in your car. And if you get carjacked and you have a gun on you, the chance of you drawing your gun and not getting shot in the process is like fucking slim to none.
Right. Well, that's why when I'm like at a stoplight or something, I always leave a full car length between me and the car in front of me in case I need to escape.
Okay.
You know, because I'll drive over a median or an island or something. You know, I don't care.
Right.
You know, or like you know, because there's a lot of like bridges here in Chicago. So like, you know how they have the concrete border at the side of the bridge?
Yeah.
I try to stay in the left lane. That way, if someone runs up on the driver's side, I could just drive into the sidewall and smash them between my car and the wall.
Yellow
Yeah.
violet.
No, Ed, you don't understand, man. In 2023, there were more than 4,000 carjackings in the course of 4 months here in Chicago.
Jesus.
Yeah, I know somebody who died.
The youngest person arrested for it was 11 years old.
They should have been in the mines.
Exactly.
That's what happens when you give them time off for a lunch break.
These kids need to be put.
Well, yeah, in 2023, carjacking was like a sport here in Chicago.
Jesus fuck.
Like one of my friends had an attempted carjacking on him right outside where we worked. And we work in a fucking white suburb. But like the guys had followed him for like 6 miles, right? It was like 2:00 in the morning, and he pulls into the parking lot outside the store, and the car pulled up behind him to block him in, and then the guy in the passenger seat jumped out and put a gun into his head, you know?
Yeah, I seen
But then the guy with the gun reached over him to grab his phone, and the gun was like right in front of my friend. So he grabbed the gun and pushed it up against the steering wheel.
Wow.
Right? And then wrestled out to the ground outside of the car. The gun went off, and the guy ran away, got into the other car, and they drove off.
Oh, God.
Now, when he told me this story, I was like, come on, man. No way. And the police had the same notion. They're like, that's bullshit. That didn't happen. But then they watched the CTC footage from the camera, and it was all fucking true.
They're playing fucking Three Stooges over the goddamn car over there.
Well, I saw a thing about this lady had a camera, one of those cameras in your car, and they're saying that's a good thing to have. That was recording, and this car cuts in front of them. She slams on brakes and barely, I mean, comes within inches of hitting the lady because the lady just cut in front of her and slammed on brakes.
Oh
And
yeah, and
so,
then she backs up into her.
exactly. So
I
you
saw
saw it
that
too.
video.
Whoa.
And then the guy gets out from the passenger side, and the other lady gets out.
Right? They
She's got
start
all this,
acting like they got rear-ended.
and then you see the guy kind of walk around, and he looks to the left and sees the camera, and then all of a sudden his whole face changes, and he kind of motions to other people. They get back in the car, and they're like, I was like, damn, that's like a thing.
Well, there was
Apparently-
more to that story, actually.
Is there more?
Right? Because where that video cut off isn't the end of it.
I'm sure.
Because apparently there was another car that was teamed up with the one that cut them off and slammed into them that pulled up from behind so she couldn't escape.
Holy crap.
Fuck.
Yeah, that's some fucked up shit right there.
Well, I remember a few years ago in Russia, it was really bad. And you'd see these videos, and people started getting the cams in their cars. People would just run into people, just like not obeying any kind of traffic laws, and they would do stuff like that. Now I guess it's come to here. That's crazy.
Yeah,
People
well,
just
and
run
that's another
maniacs.
part of the story that the media doesn't tell you. But neither that car nor the people in it were legal.
Wow, it's crazy.
Maybe I will put the camera in my car. There's an option for my car to have the camera, and I know somebody's selling it for $200.
It's probably worth it. You know, I kind of wish I had
Yeah,
that.
I
in my
do the
car.
discount. I do the discount dash cam. I have one of the little cell phone mounts mounted on my dashboard,
Yeah.
and I just record with my cell phone while I'm driving. And I have the reverse camera, which records everything.
What you should do, you should go. You should like stream live to your YouTube channel or something, so it's there online, so they can.
You know,
just-
I thought about doing that, driving with Destro, because I'm just like raging at traffic the entire time.
But can't some of the videos like that have been used against drivers that try to say, "Oh, well, this person attacked me," there and say, "But look how fast you were going this other time," and they got tickets from it. You know, it's like
I'm not afraid of anybody.
Well, I
seeing
don't
me.
have to worry about that because I drive with the cruise control
you
at
said
the
that.
speed
Yeah,
limit.
I try to do the speed limit all
You
the
know,
time.
that's what I've said. Like I would, like here in Chicago, I say take the cops off the streets. Right now, I'm not saying defund the police, but I am saying take the cops out of traffic. Right, and if you see and just put cameras up, and if someone's breaking the law on camera, you send them a ticket.
Breaking the law.
So I
Right
guess
now, eventually, they're tired of getting tickets in the mail, and they start obeying the fucking law.
Yeah.
is
right?
it for
And that eliminates police interaction for just traffic stops.
And less
Right, and it frees up the
police
cops to go to
brutality.
places they're actually called.
And it gives the cops arrests, you know, in between beating people up. No, I'm just joking.
That's a good idea. There's a patent that Ford put out.
See,
for
that's not a
paddle
good
tech.
narrative, Ed.
I was
Most cops
joking.
are not that kind of person.
99% of them are honest, good, hardworking people trying
Yeah,
to do
but
the
when
right
every
thing.
time cops are brought up, you bring up, oh, they beat people.
I'm joking.
That makes everyone think that you hate cops and think they're all bad.
I don't. We need them. We need
Some of
law
the
and order in
biggest
this world.
people I've ever met have good intentions.
I still believe in the good of most people. I like to believe most people, I choose to believe that most people are good and well intentioned. And sometimes I'm rewarded for that. Sometimes, you know, I realize people really aren't nice. There are some people, but
When I get upset with other people, I just remember the ignorance is bliss.
I remember that people are going through shit that I can't understand, you know, and I try to understand what they're going through. I don't want to be quick to judge. I mean, sometimes we all
Well,
are.
but you're pretty quick to say cops beat people every time a cop's brought up.
I don't know that I say that every time that's brought up, but
Well,
that
it
is
has been
for,
3 times tonight.
well, I don't know about that. But see,
Really?
I was born in a big family. Let me answer that by telling you a story. I was going to comedy you for a minute. But
Right. I was raised in a middle-class family.
yeah, there you go. Yeah, a lower middle class. But yeah, but no, I've always believed that I mean, for certain people, there is a lot of profiling going on. If you're a person of color, you've got a better percentage. The facts are there that you're going to be profiled, and that's a fact. It is a fact, and I'm not saying that
I've seen
you
it.
know.
Yeah,
It's
but at
true.
the same time, it's also a fact that black men make up like 12% of the population and 48% of the crime.
That's
And
that has a lot of factors that go
It
along with it.
does. I'm
there are
not
a lot
saying
of factors. Yeah,
there aren't factors, but I'm saying that is precedent to be
It's
more
precedent.
weary.
It's precedent for people's behavior, and that's if you hear from their own discourse and dialogue, they'll tell you that's why they have those kinds of interactions.
yeah.
So it's kind
Policing
of
has gone from just policing in some areas to almost tactical military in some instances.
that's how it is over here. There's all these fucking
Look,
gangs of
all I'm saying is
Yeah.
cops were way more racist and profiling back in the 70s and 80s than they are now.
I would agree with that. I would agree with that. But you know, all it takes is one video of one cop doing a bad thing or being a little bit more aggressive, you know, and they may not show you the whole video what led up to that. You know, sometimes
Well, no, they're
you're
going to
only
show the
seeing this.
portion of it that pushes their narrative.
Yeah.
You know, they're going to show the part that makes people, you know, say, "Oh yeah, cops beat people every time a cop is mentioned."
Well, if I need to clarify, you make me feel like I need to clarify this. I've always said this, that I believe 99% of cops are good, that they're doing the right thing, and all. And there's always one percentage. It's just like, you know, there's always a percentage of people that are doing the wrong thing, or
Well,
you
yeah, but
know,
I could find you a percentage of firemen that beat their wives or their children,
yeah.
right? I could find you a percentage of fucking tax agents that want to kill themselves.
It's like people saying, "Oh, there's this big problem in the Catholic Church with molestation and stuff like that." And yes, there is, or there has been. I know that there's been improvements in the last several decades, but
But there's a reason for that
there's
too.
no numbers, but there's no numbers for the Baptist preachers or the Episcopalian preachers that are doing the same thing.
No, and
It's
you know
just
why that is? Because Baptist preachers and Episcopalian preachers are allowed to have wives and have sex.
there may be
Catholic priests are
some
not.
truth
You
to that.
cannot repress your urges and not have them come out somewhere.
But even if that wasn't the case,
Mormons would be
it's
good
still
example.
it's still more rampant in the society. I think we're seeing, you know, with a lot of this, I hate to say it, P Diddy stuff coming out. We're seeing that what we've kind of suspected in the movie industry, the Harvey Weinstein stuff. We're seeing that how prevalent it was in the film industry,
Oh, yeah.
common practice, and in
Name
the
it.
music industry.
Look, it's always been visible. We've just been stupid and blind to it.
Right.
Right? It goes all the way. Look at.
Goes
I
way.
watched a story on Shirley Temple's life.
We were talking about that earlier. Yeah, yeah.
And
I had
Shirley
mentioned it.
Temple was sexually abused by like 50 different producers.
Holy fuck.
Yeah, it's crazy. And you know, people just look the other way, and it's like, really? You know.
Right? I rewatched this movie from back in the day called SOB. Now,
Yeah.
I initially like watched it because you got to see Julie Andrews' titties in it. Right? Like, where are you gonna get to see Mary Poppins' tits? Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But there's one scene in the movie where they're talking about someone that's not there, right?
Mhm.
And the one guy says to the other, "Oh, he's up in Soho with a 16-year-old right now." Like it was the most normal thing in the world.
You know, here I was looking at the Billboard charts the other day because I see it on one of my Facebook groups. It just shows like the songs, you know, on the charts and all that. And one of them was the song by Stray Cats. She's Sexy and 17. I remember that song. I may have even had the 45. I don't know. But you
Dude,
think about
I
that
can
now,
I can
that's kind of creepy.
I could take it. I could get you even worse than that if you go back to the 50s. Young girl, get out of my mind. My love for you is way out of line. Better run, girl. You're
I'm sorry.
much too young, girl.
Yeah, there's a lot of songs I could probably think of that are like that, and you're like, you just sang songs like that, but it's like, you like the songs were more mature in the '80s than we realized, but we
Right.
were just
Or
younger and it went over our heads.
Tom Jones. Tom Jones. I'm not responsible. Not responsible for anything I do when I'm with you. Like, seriously, dude? You're going to go that route?
And
But that's
women
what I'm
just thought he
saying,
was the
man.
hottest
All
thing.
this shit was normal for years. And that's why nobody noticed it or talked about it, because they had normalized it.
Some of it's been hiding in
And
plain
now that
sight.
this younger generation that hasn't experienced it is like digging it up because they're looking for old people to cancel,
Right.
they're finally
They
seeing
are.
it.
It's
They're
like
finally
Old
seeing it.
people
And
are
they're like,
canceled.
holy fuck, how is this like let go?
you're eventually going to cancel everybody because we've all done things that we're ashamed of, not illegal things or horrible things necessarily, but we've all,
Right. Well, and
made
that's the
mistakes.
thing, because you see these people canceling people online, and it's like, all right, well, why don't we take a journey through your fucking search history?
Right. Yeah.
It's like, come on, man. Like, don't throw stones if you live in a glass house.
When you turn on the radio or whatever, people listen to their music these days. I don't know, when they're uh, fancy contraptions they have, but you have songs like WAP and all that wet ass bleep. It's like, really, is that what you know and
Right.
y'all are offended by the song from the what 40s or 50s, Baby It's Cold Outside? That's
Right.
offensive to you? I'm
Right.
like,
But
come
you're
on now.
not offended by a song with a title, My Coochie Be Juicy.
Yeah, I know, because that's crazy. And like, I would never think of that. I don't know.
Yeah,
OPP
it's,
was
I mean, and look at like, take a movie like Terrifier. Right? The guy, the clown literally saws a woman in half, starting with a vagina,
oh, good
like the
God.
long way. Like, and it's all
Horrible.
on film. Right?
Okay,
Back in the old Hollywood days, while they were like, molesting Shirley Temple, they would have never accepted that on film.
Hell no.
And the Academy Award goes to good God.
Right?
Yeah, we've fallen as society. If the Lord's gonna come back, he's gonna come back and find nobody that he's taking with him. He's gonna like, okay, I'm done. Flood the world. I know I said
That's
I
why I
wouldn't.
always say, man, bring on the media. There's nothing here worth saving.
It is screaming with our name right towards us right now, and we're busy worrying about what the Kardashians are doing or whatever. It's like, really?
Well, don't say we, because I sure the fuck ain't worried about that.
I don't know even where to find them, and I don't want to know. But
I'm
That's
over here
crazy.
reviving old pickup trucks,
yeah,
driving 6 hours in one day, 7 hours in one day.
it's crazy.
Right? Kardashians do nothing but destroy men.
I know where you're going with this. Say it. Say it. I know you're going to say it. You don't have to say it.
What? Like what happened with
Kanye and
Kanye?
Bruce Jenner and and the basketball
Hey,
player.
hey! Don't you dead name her? That's Caitlyn Jenner.
Okay, I'm sorry, I can't remember. Can't keep up.
So Shirley Temple, she was 17 years old when she had her first child.
Jeez. Well, I mean that's not terribly young, but that is young.
I guess that
Well,
was
I mean, think
completely
about
wrong.
this. Today, the
Right.
current age of consent in New Mexico is 15.
Oh, perfect.
Talk about perfect. That's crazy, dude. You don't know what the hell you want at 15, let alone hell 18. But
Hey,
you can't drink till you're 21.
Yeah, what the fuck? This is disturbing. Shirley Temple shit disturbing as fuck.
Yep.
right? It's just one more reason why I'm glad I don't have kids.
Oh God.
Same here. Yeah, I don't know that I would know. Well, I'd know how to raise them, but I would probably homeschool my kids or in some shape or form, or
Well,
find some.
I'll tell you this much: if I had a son, I would imprint in him at a very young age. Well, not very young, but like as soon as he started looking at girls,
To respect
I would
them
imprint
first.
on him that if you knock a girl up, she owns you for the rest of your life,
Oh fuck.
right? Because you are
That's
going
how
to
it
be
is.
financially responsible for that baby
That's how it is in
Right.
South
for the
It's
rest of
America.
18
it.
years. For
Yeah.
18
So if
years.
you want your life to be your life, be careful.
Well, the thing that we need to teach young men coming up is, I've heard this from a female's perspective is, we teach women, young girls and women, essentially how not to be attacked by men and how to not make themselves look a certain way. And
Well,
then
that's not working.
but
It's
no,
not
but I heard a female say it's about time we start also teaching men that it's not okay to do things like that. And that's just, it seems like common sense, but
That's
yes,
an
definitely.
idiot perspective.
It is not an idiot perspective if you think about it from a
I'm
female.
sorry. No, I
You
don't mean it's
shouldn't
an
have to.
idiot perspective to like not teach young men correctly.
Right.
I just think it should be a fucking given.
I agree. Yeah. Yeah. That's why I was saying it was
Like the
obvious.
fact that she thinks that they need to fucking add some kind of fucking additional whatever. No, that's what parents should be teaching their kids from the fucking start without being
Right.
told to.
That's why I said the first thing I would teach my son is respect.
But in
You always
reality,
respect
what
the
you
woman.
see is that these people and they're drunk and on fucking drugs on the side of the fucking
Yeah.
road.
Right.
There's nothing that their mom and their dad could have fucking taught them
Right.
to get them.
And the
Right.
thing is,
We live in a society. We live in a society based on instant gratification
right. Right.
with no thought of consequences.
Exactly. And the broken home, once again, it comes back to that, not having a father figure, that male energy in the house, or, having a mom trying to do both parts of that doesn't help. Or if it's just the dad, there's part of nurturing that most men can't be as nurturing. They can be, but traditionally haven't been. There's
Well, the
things that a
problem
mom
with
brings,
men
there's
being
things that,
the
yeah,
problem when a man is nurturing is he takes it to an extreme, right? Like here's the thing, there was a video a few years ago of so the father buys his daughter a Mercedes Benz for her birthday, right? Walks her out to the driveway blindfolded, takes the blindfold off and shows her the car. And her
right.
response was priceless because she goes, "It's red. What the fuck is wrong with you, Dad? You fucking idiot. I hate red." Like just yelling at her father. She just got a fucking Mercedes Benz at 16 and she's screaming at the man because it wasn't the color she wanted, right? And here's the worst part, the father's response: "I'm so sorry, baby. We'll get it painted, whatever you want."
Yeah.
There's people that don't even have food that night on their table. They got to worry about that, or kids got to go to school hungry or something.
Yeah,
That,
but they're
yeah,
not. That's you know what? That is an argument that I won't get behind because those people who are starving or whatever are not that father's responsibility.
what?
I'm sorry. I'm not going to be responsible for kids that I did not make.
Right.
I don't see why I have to give up part of my salary
We
to
aren't
pay
our
for
brother's
someone
keeper
else's mistake.
It's true. And every time you buy a car, you gotta pay for child safety locks and all this other bullshit you're never gonna fucking use.
unless you have a child, even if you didn't plan it.
I'm just saying what needs to happen is people need to be more responsible and fucking not have kids if you can't afford them.
If you can't feed the baby, then don't
Everyone
have a
else's
baby.
kids is my fucking
Exactly.
responsibility.
Don't expect everyone else to pick up your fucking slack.
It sucks because society does end up raising like 40% of what you have to do.
Well,
60% is what the parents try to do, or if they do or they don't do, whatever happens. But society ends up taking over the rest.
well, the thing is, I also have I think I have a bit of a problem if, we say, all life is and all life is precious, and people that are, for, the right to life. But then when the child's born, they just abandon the mother. It's like society just abandons the mother. And I'm like, okay, you can do it all on your own. Sometimes people need a little bit of help, not totally be taken care of that way, but sometimes you need a little bit of help, and sometimes society isn't there. You know, it's
Yeah,
it,
it
Yeah,
was
but they're
it's
giving
not
you the
easy.
wrong help. You can't
the
just
wrong
hand these
help.
people a check and say, "Here, do
Yep.
nothing, and we'll pay you every month."
Right.
I really wish there was like parenting classes that I wish there was some way we had in our health system where parents can go to like a class that's paid for, so it's not an extra
Well,
expense.
they used
And
to
it
teach
literally
that in
tells
high
you
school.
it's called home economics, yeah, or something like that. Yeah.
Well, come on, you remember like back in high school, they had like they'd pair up a boy and a girl and give them an egg.
Right, right. We've lost that. Just like with government civics, we lost civics. Kids don't learn about the government. They don't know how it runs. They don't know
Yeah,
how,
because they're busy learning their blue haired teacher's pronouns instead of fucking learning how to handle finances.
or they're learning to be an influencer. So, they don't care. They don't care about history. They don't care why it's
Yeah, but
important.
even if they're going to
Why
be an
it's important.
influencer, they still need to understand how money works.
Why? Yeah, yeah. I agree. I agree.
Like,
They don't.
why is high school not teaching kids how to fucking fill out a resume
They'll follow
or how
someone.
to understand, the
Or how to
country's
do their
finances?
taxes.
They'll think it's okay to be a candidate and like use derogatory comments against another candidate and think that's normal. Oh, that's just that person.
Or
That's
beg,
just how they are.
or they just
That's
beg for money.
yeah.
Why the fuck are our presidential candidates just begging for money, and that's all they fucking do?
I mean, what do you need with all that money to get elected? I mean,
It's fucking bullshit. And if they don't get elected, they get to
what,
keep all that fucking campaign money.
yeah, where does that
Well,
money go?
apparently,
They get to keep it all.
if you're Kamala Harris, you get to
Or
keep
Trump?
all the previous candidates' money.
That too. That too.
Well, I don't know.
Well, it goes. Well, there's the packed
There's
money.
there's a
It's
lot
little
of like
complicated.
financial waste in this country on both
It's-
sides.
It's waste. It's fucking complete waste. And
You know.
and these people, they think that
See-
they just can beg for money, and whoever has the most is going to influence.
I'm
See,
not impressed by
that's
how much
the
they
illusion,
raise.
Ed. The illusion, Ed, is that there's two sides.
Oh yeah.
Well, yeah, that's what's forward facing. Yeah. That's
Yeah,
not who's
that's
controlling it behind. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. But we allow it. And as long as we allow it, they're going to keep doing it. So,
And how the fuck we're gonna show our kids that? Look, these are your presidential fucking candidates, and all they do are they're fucking beggars. Fucking beggars.
Yeah,
Fuck
and
that.
at the end of the day, a politician's salary is supposed to reflect the average salary of the people living in their district,
that would be nice.
right? So if the average salary in a district is $32,000 a year, then why the hell is that politician taking home $600,000 a year?
I agree. We should have term limits too. I think you shouldn't serve more than 4 or 8 years or whatever in Congress
Right,
or
and anybody who participates in insider
or House
training
of
belongs in
Representatives.
fucking Guantanamo Bay.
Well, they
Right.
shouldn't have any lobbying. They should get rid of fucking lobbyists completely.
And
Look,
super PACs.
This is what they need to do with elections in order to fix the election problems that we have. You take money out of it, right?
Yeah.
There's no lobbying, there's no campaign, there's no fundraising. Each candidate is given the same amount of money to run their campaign.
Yeah.
And that's all they get. They cannot add
That's all
money
you
to that.
fucking get.
Yep.
The rest is up to you and influence and what you can do.
Right. Go on those
Right?
podcasts.
Because if you're
and
going to
talk
lead the
people.
free world, you should be able to come up with a solution for not having that money, especially when you're taking over a country that's trillions in debt.
Or maybe you use that money during your campaign to get elected, but then you have to give that same amount that was given to you. You have to give it back. So you might as well not spend it in the first place.
It over the like a noose over the fucking neck of all Americans. and tell them this could be your last. You better do this. Give us money now.
It's like, it's all crazy.
Fucking bullshit.
Right? Like, I'm sorry, I already gave you like 30% of my check in taxes.
Yeah.
I'm not giving you any more.
Getting my new phone, they had to update the texting app, and like, so it updated like the phone app or whatever, and so now I have the ability to block all these things as spam, and I'm loving it. I'm like blocking so many ads for both candidates. I love it. I'm like, oh, it's already oh, now it's blocking it for me. I was like, there's AI on this S24 phone that I have. So I'm like, it's like, would you like to? Yes, I would like to block that. That is spam.
Nice,
Thank
nice.
you.
The kids in the Congo appreciate you keeping them employed.
I do my best. I know they work hard 25 hours a day. So, I'm doing my best.
Back to the pregnancy thing. When I was studying in Ecuador for a short period of time, I was able to work with a bunch of midwives and what they call parteras, and they're not there just for like the childbirthing moment. They're there for the entire pregnancy cycle and post. They
I
come
know.
they come and they
That's
make
what
sure
I'm talking about. Yeah.
yeah, they make sure that the mother has her needs taken care of, and there's all these cultural elements that go into it that reinforces the cycle of life and birth and the post birthing process that
We
and we just don't have that. They don't have
we don't
there's no
part
postpartum depression because of all of the integration that they have.
and it's in some European countries it's that way, and like some of them like Sweden and whatever. I know it's socialism. Ooh, it's a bad word, but there are elements of that that could
Well,
be
that's
incorporated
I
into
don't
our
think that's
system.
socialism.
I don't think it's socialism either,
That's
but there are
just
people that
community.
say they
That's a sense
well,
of community that we used to have here in America that's gone.
right. But now people on the right side say, "Oh, that's socialism. You can't do that. You can't do that." Basically
That's
the
not
kids
true.
here in
I'm
the
on the right and I say it's not socialism.
I know, but you may say that, but the majority doesn't say that. They label
I don't
stuff
think
with
you
that.
know the majority.
I don't think you know the minority. So
I think you are taking what you see online and calling it the majority.
no,
I think most of us are in the middle, wishing that the left and the right would get their shit together.
well,
Yeah,
we have all said that. Yeah, we have all agreed on that. We all
Well,
agree on that
what
point.
I realized is that there's a lot of ideals when it comes to politics, and that people like to stick to their ideals, and it places them within a political spectrum based upon.
We're in our they call them bubbles. We're all on both sides in our bubbles, and we
But
like our
you
comfort
don't.
zones.
But you can identify within that. But
Oh yeah.
but in reality, the way that you may practice and the way you practically apply things to society is different.
Sure. Sure.
So it doesn't matter necessarily where you place yourself on a spectrum or in a cloud of where between different points, but how you logically apply these things, and that's kind of where the interpretation of law comes in, and things get really sketchy with the way that we apply law in America. So you kind of get that. Where is it? People will say people are being liberal in the way that they apply laws, but I think that applies on both sides for the Republican and Democrat in the way that they both try to apply laws.
Well, the terms liberal and conservative aren't necessarily tied to parties. There's the concept of being liberal on something and being conservative on something that are quantifiable more than just as a party affiliation, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, well, it's the media trying to make those words a separation point.
Right.
Exactly. Good way of putting it. Yes. Yeah. And we fall for it, and then we come to our senses.
Well, I don't fall for it.
Yeah.
I try not to.
I try not to.
Yeah, I'll concede that. I try not to. Because, see, at the end of the day, when I hear shit, I don't believe it at all. Unless they give me sources. And I can go check the sources.
And I don't want to be, yeah, it's a tightrope because you don't want to be gullible and believe everything you see, but you don't want to become so cynical that everything is a conspiracy, and some things just
No,
are.
but I don't think there's anything wrong with questioning everything.
There's nothing wrong with questioning, and you should question. We all should question. But when we say, "Oh, well, this is a conspiracy," or people that jump right into, "Oh, it's a conspiracy," and the opposite side of that, "Oh, it's the opposite of that." It's like it's not always that. Sometimes things, it's our need as human beings to make sense of things. Like there must be aliens. It has to be. It's so big out there in the universe. Has to be.
Yeah, I think I honestly think that's more of a male thing than a female thing, though.
Maybe,
Like the need to make sense of things.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I
'Cause
mean,
I could tell you from experience, I know a lot of women who do not feel any need to make sense of anything as long as it makes them happy.
I was waiting for that comment. Yeah, I've said that before.
So
Heard that before.
for me and like the aliens thing, my understanding of the cosmos and the way that I understand how everything works to this point, I don't believe that there is these green men.
Good. I'm glad you bought our narrative. We don't exist.
But I know that we exist, and
Right.
that usually things follow the same principles and laws that exist within the origin.
Literally, if a spaceship landed in my front yard tomorrow, it wouldn't change my faith because I would be like, you know what? God's infinite. He could create
No,
aliens.
nothing could ever change the faith of a believer. That's proven.
Yeah, but the thing is, I don't follow it as blindly as some, but I'm willing to look
Well,
and see what the other side is saying. But
I
I
don't
have
see
my beliefs.
how the proof of alien life would disprove God in any way.
Well, if anything, it just proves it. It just proves that anything is possible. I mean, we can't even
Because
fathom how
here's the
big the
thing.
universe is.
Here's the thing.
Yeah,
the universe is vast.
We do understand how big the universe is, and that's why I don't agree with you that there is aliens.
Oh,
No,
I'm not
I
saying
don't
that there's aliens.
I'm not saying that there is either. I'm not saying that there
But
is.
there has to be another planet out there that's the right distance from a star where there's life on it, whether it's like grass or single-celled organisms or whatever.
An amoeba or something. Yeah.
Like, I don't think there's like intelligent aliens flying through the cosmos watching us.
And I'm like, we are not that
I think it would
interesting.
be arrogance to believe that Oz is the only planet in the universe that has any type of life on it whatsoever.
Right.
Anybody that can do this trans-dimensional kind of travel, that the time that would take, even if they could speed it up vastly, they would have to be so technologically advanced that we would be as important to them as an ant is to us.
Well, see, here's the problem with interstellar travel. With space travel in general, it's the lack of gravity. Your body is going to get super weak after being, because even the astronauts who go up to the space station for a few months,
muscle atrophy.
they come down and they're like atrophied,
totally,
from not using their muscles.
That's
right. So the problem is with ship design, right? In order to maintain gravity, you have to maintain propulsion at a certain speed, right? That's why, like, the most viable artificial gravity is the rotating, the donut, like, space station type thing.
Right. Yeah, that do the
right, but that only has gravity on the outer rim of it.
Right.
Right, where the centrifugal force is spinning the fastest. Right now, the only way you'd be able to accomplish that with space travel would be if your ship was like dome shaped, right?
Right.
And while it's propelling through space, it's like the round edge of the dome is the front of the ship. So you'd be standing up and your head would be facing forward and your feet back, not your front facing forward and your ass back.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
The problem with that is we don't have an energy source capable of maintaining that. And that's the issue.
I think we could go to Mars in like in several weeks or a couple months or something, like Elon said in this interview I saw. He said, but it takes so much fuel to with our current technology and even future technology. He said it takes so much, we still need that boost to get out of Earth's gravity. Then, even if we theoretically could refuel our entire rocket up in space, that could make it work, and you could burn the rocket the whole way. We could get there much sooner, but the thing is, it takes so much weight for so many pounds of fuel that you have to carry, and that's the big crux that we may never get past.
Well,
Right, right.
anybody
Yeah.
who talks about space travel and space colonization, they have no interest in this planet and preserving it. They hate this fucking planet.
That's what some people say about Elon, but I think it's a mixture of it. I think he really, wants to give us the chance of new resources, but we've not done a great job with this planet. We don't need to go and ruin another.
Hey, look,
Well, we have to.
I say instead of going up, we go down.
Well, the mole men and the lizard people won't appreciate that.
Not what I mean.
Oh,
I'm talking about the oceans.
I think that Elon is just a scam artist. I mean, he's just conned people out of everything, and he lied to people about full self-driving. He lied to people about a hyperloop. He stole taxpayers' dollars for that.
well, he tried to do stuff with the
He
Hyperloop, but
lied about
the thing is
a
that has
flamethrower.
cost
He
so
told
much.
people a benzo torch in a housing that looked like a gun and called it a flamethrower. Everything he's done has just been a scam, and he's never the two cars that are super popular that he sold. Those weren't even made by him when the company was started. So it's like, what has he done besides a Cybertruck?
And the Cybertruck is not selling.
No.
So in my mind,
I saw one
guy
here
has done
locally
nothing.
the other day. The other day, I was like one was next to me at the light. It's the ugliest thing. It really is just ugly.
Well, and it's completely impractical. It's a fucking truck. It's meant to be able to haul, but it can't because the weight runs the battery life about twice as
It
fast.
does the good thing about it though, you cannot. I saw this video they showed, and he was
Look,
talking
try
about.
towing your boat to the lake with it.
Well, the thing is, it has a lower
See
center of
how far you
gravity,
get.
so if it tips over, it's going to right itself, which is pretty impressive that it does that. It'll right itself, even
Well,
though.
yeah, but it can't tow a boat to the lake without needing a
But
recharge halfway there.
that's true. It can't do that. And somebody said that all these technologies are funding what he's really trying to build, and that's a new form of battery that has an incredible
we're
amount
just
of
gonna
storage.
fuel it with another lie and another rumor.
I do think he's a visionary. We try him with the robots and stuff like that. Yeah, it's
But
all
that was
space
all
ages
fake.
and crazy.
That was all
But,
fake.
and yes, he had
robots
some
were all
tax
fake.
dollars to do it. But
Optimus-
NASA,
The Optimus robots were fake. It was all put on. It was all fake, and his stock dropped
heard-
the next day because of how fake it was.
well, I've seen some videos on that, and it sounds too good to be true almost.
No, it's
But-
not. It was proven to be fake, Ed. The whole thing was people controlling the robots.
Well, I saw the videos, and they're right there with them, and so
not the people. They're not there. The people who are interacting with the robots.
Yeah,
That's live, but the robots themselves are just they're on.
What he's saying is they're being remote controlled by someone that you're not seeing.
well, I saw that. I saw that videos on that said that as well. I'm not sure what to believe. I think
exactly. If you look at the stock,
but
the very next day it dropped like a motherfucker because no one's gonna be fooled by a bunch of lies.
But what he's done,
Frank pre-ordered one of those robots.
I want to see it, man. I want to see it.
You've been fooled, and there's a lot of hope. Here's
the thing. The thing about it is,
with your generation, there's a lot of hope, and there's a lot of positivism and progressive, but it's you get easily fooled by these things.
But one of the things he did when NASA basically hung it up, the shuttle program, and basically said, "Well, we're just not going to be doing any exploring."
That's not Elon Musk.
But it was Elon
SpaceX.
Musk because he
That's
did SpaceX, and
That's a
then
company.
he
that
went
he owns. That's
and
not
he's gotten
him. He
us to
doesn't do
like
anything. He
reusable
doesn't do
rockets and
anything.
stuff. So
He owns the
I
company.
mean, I think that's admirable, that at least he's, whether he's not doing it directly or he's still
How
involved,
is
at
it
least he's a
admirable
driving,
when
it's a
how is
driving
it
force to
admirable
be
to be born into a rich family, to be able to put your name on something?
this
Where does
guy,
admirability
he
come in?
works, the fact that he works so hard at what he's working at. I mean, he's one of those people that really applies his mind, and he's trying to move, someone like him, at least with his billions, is doing something to try to better the world, you know not necessarily fool, but I don't think that he's trying to fool people. He's
Hey,
put rockets
I
up
don't
and
mean to like
they come back
put a
down.
damper on the conversation or anything, but it's 3 o'clock in the morning where I'm at.
It's 4:10 where I'm at. Yeah,
The stream has been running for 6 hours and 14 minutes so far. So
I was gonna stop y'all at 6 hours, but then I was
yep,
like, I'll let you keep going.
that's a pretty long stream. But yeah, man, it's 3 a.m. I gotta jump out of here, man.
It's 4 a.m. I gotta go.
But I have had a very pleasant time speaking with the two of you.
Yes,
I have as well.
And hopefully we'll do it again soon.
Hell yeah.
Sounds good.
Yeah,
Thanks,
so you guys have a wonderful night.
Yeah,
you as well.
And I will see you next time.
All righty.
See you later, Prophet.
Prophet is gone. Prophet has left the building.
Yeah, that's one here.